an opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. I have been informed that the Wipari has agreed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers present in our house, deputy ministers. We are now going to proceed with our questions as printed on the question paper. Can I ask the Honorable Minister for Economic Development to take us through?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Department of Energy is taking the lead on the Nuclear Bold program, and National Treasury is working on costing and funding models. On completion of this work, and subject to the decisions that government may take, the Economic Development Department's role would be to ensure, number one, that the BOLD program is integrated in the National Infrastructure Plan and that regular monitoring of construction, localization, jobs, and spending levels take place. And number two, that the deepest possible localization of the production of components is done in South Africa, both for any domestic BOLD program and for export. And that support is given for the development of a local skills pipeline for construction, operations, and maintenance. And we would do this work in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Higher Education and Training. In respect of the question on the number of jobs during the construction and operational phases, honorable members, I'd like to indicate that that will be a function of the size of the BOLD program and the scheduling of the construction. The Minister of Energy is best placed to address any other questions on the actual BOLD program. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was the question which was asked by the Honorable Van Lingen. You have 2 minutes to make a follow-up question.
Thank
Over
you,
to you.
Honourable Chairperson. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister, when the Infrastructure Development Act was promulgated in June 2014, the motivation behind it, and the Minister will clearly remember, it was put there to unblock the obstacles in infrastructure projects of the PICC as the SIPS projects. So in preparation for this program, what skills transfer for the people of these 3 sites are now being scheduled, and whether the Minister has seen any blockages in the system so far? Or, because I got in his earlier reply now, the idea that he's referred it back to the Minister of Energy and he's got nothing to do with it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That is true, and you know that he is not the Minister for that department. But can I allow you, Honorable Minister, if ever you have something to say?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's been a cabinet reshuffle. If there has been, and I'm the Minister of Energy, I would have been very happy to answer. But on a more serious note, I think what we've done with the Infrastructure Development Act in the rest of the announced infrastructure program is identify areas where there are obstacles and unblock them. And I'll give an example on energy. When we do the big BOLD programs with Medupi, Kusile, and Ingula, we may well find that there's a skills challenge, and then we'd work with a college or university on addressing that. Let me take an example of a big dam building program. There may be a regulatory issue relating to a license that needs to be made available, and we'll deal with that. So I think the other questions relating to the nuclear program has been answered adequately in my earlier reply in respect of our role, but that doesn't mean that the infrastructure program is only made up of one area. It embraces energy, water and sanitation, transport, ICT, that's the broadband rollout that we all are so reliant on our cell phones and our laptops, and of course, crucially, social infrastructure. That's health, that's universities, that's schools, and so on. So the department plays a role there. The PICC, that's the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, chaired by President Zuma, brings together all provinces, in fact. Every premier sits on the PICC, as does the mayors of the different metros and the leadership of SALGA. So they pool together with the National Cabinet their collective efforts to ensure that we unblock any obstacle to infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Are there any follow-up questions, Honorable members? I see a hand of the Honorable Mohai, Honorable Mitileni. Those two hands.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the quarterly labor force survey was released yesterday. I just want to ask, what are the broad indications according to the survey in relation to jobs? Thanks.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much to Honorable Mohai for that. I have the labor force survey here, and what it indicates, first we have two surveys that measure employment. The first is the quarterly labor force survey. That's when Stats SA knock on doors and ask people questions about their employment status. And the other one is the quarterly employment survey, where we phone, or Stats SA phone companies or email them and obtain information. So on the quarterly labor force survey, the big storyline that's come out of it is that if we take the last 3 months and we compare it with a year ago, then over the 12-month period, the number of new jobs in the economy, net new jobs in the economy, is 712,000. If we only look, Honorable Mohai, at the last 3 months, then jobs grew by 171,000. You may well ask, well, where did those jobs come from? Which sectors of the economy? And what the survey shows is, and it's quite interesting and somewhat surprising, that the biggest growth in that 3-month period, or over the 12-month period, I should say, has been in agriculture. Agriculture accounted for 211,000 additional jobs. The second biggest one was construction, and that accounted for 180,000 additional jobs for the year. And of course, construction is important because that's connected to the infrastructure program. Finance was the next biggest, it's 135,000. And that's not purely banking sector, it's also a range of private sector business services. And then private households, and finally government. Which provinces? If I had to take the top 3 for the year as a whole, this is 12-month figures that I use, the biggest generator of new jobs was the province of Gauteng, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, and the third biggest generator of jobs over the 12-month period was Limpopo. One of the things that I particularly looked at is what is happening on youth employment, because that remains the single biggest challenge that we've got to do so much more on. And the story is that for the 12 months as a whole, 375,000 additional jobs were created for young people. If we only take the 3 months, just the 3 months, it was 62,000. Our challenge, however, is that there are many more young people leaving school, college, and university every year than our ability to absorb them. So in spite of the progress we're making, we remain committed in government to doing a lot more. We've got to give young people a sense of confidence and optimism for their sake. But Honorable House Chair, there's another thing. Young people are not coming because they're doing themselves only good. They bring energy, they bring their passion, their commitment. And when young people enter the economy, you also have a more resilient and stronger economy. So if you look at the long term, we've got to do even better on youth employment than we've done to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Mitile.
Thanks, House Chair. I'm posing this question to the Minister as a follow-up. Why is government insisting with the nuclear bill program when there is insufficient financial...
Okay, Honorable Member Mitile, there is a hand. Oh, okay. Continue, Honorable Member.
Why is government insisting with the nuclear bill program when there is insufficient financial and scientific evidence to show that the nuclear bill program will cost money South Africa cannot afford? And because this has been evident that, the quality of education that, we're giving to our students. We saw them taking to the streets last week, and still now, we still do not have an answer as to where we're going to raise the money that, should cover the students' tuition fees.
Thank you, Honorable Mitile. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I think I've dealt with the question that the Minister of Energy is leading our work. I understand that she had the honor and pleasure of sharing some time yesterday with members of the NCOP. So I don't think I could add to whatever she's said. I do want to make the point, though, that we have multiple national objectives that we have to pursue simultaneously. We've got to find money for education, more money for education, because we then develop the basis for long-term sustainable growth. It's an investment in young people. The young people who are there asking for the right to higher education are our children. They are young people that will add to this economy. We also need sustainable energy solutions, because with sustainable energy solutions, you power your industry, you generate the wealth that you can tax and pay for education. We need to expand our transport infrastructure. We need to support small business development. There are multiple objectives that any government, when a party is in power and it is in government, it needs to ensure that it finds the resources, it balances the multiple needs of an economy and of a society. That's what we're seeking to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth hand will be that one of Honorable Kashuping.
No, thanks, Honorable House Chair. One should start perhaps first by acknowledging and appreciating the fact that the department has moved quite significantly in ensuring that youth development is prioritized, and quite a substantial number of young people are getting into the mainstream economy. However, Honorable Minister, I would want to understand if these jobs that were created, are they permanent jobs, or are they sustainable jobs that would carry the youths for quite a considerable number of years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kashuping. The Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. In the analysis we've done, because the survey was only released yesterday, we haven't sliced the youth jobs into each sector. So we've got the aggregate sectors for the economy as a whole, and we've got the youth total numbers. So I'm going to use a combination of that. In agriculture, the jobs will tend to be jobs that are dependent on us getting our agricultural policies right, but also weather conditions. So will we have those same jobs in 6 months or in a year's time? I think the drought may affect some of that. I think our policies, we've got the Agriculture Policy Action Plan in place now, that will affect it. Construction jobs, by their nature, are not permanent jobs. They're jobs until you complete the project. But what we've tried to do, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Members, is to begin to develop a long-term project pipeline so that as we complete one major project, we've already started another one or we're about to start another one, so that we generally try to boost employment over the long term. So I think it's a mix of that. Very interesting. One of the things that Minister Davies, I think, would have been pleased about when his eye caught this thing is that manufacturing job numbers went up for the year as a whole and for the quarter. That's been our big challenge up to now. It doesn't mean we're out of the woods on manufacturing. It doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that so far there's been positive indications, even in a sector that we've struggled historically with. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable van Lingen.
Chairperson, I think our rule limits the time that a question can be answered. And we've got a whole lot of questions, and unless we work through this list according to our time schedule, we're going to lose the opportunity to ask questions again tonight because the ministers will want to fly off.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable van Lingen. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable van Lingen, the ministers are allocated 4 minutes if they respond to all the questions. So please bear in mind that we are a nation network. Now we are proceeding to another question. And this question was asked by the Honorable T. Mutara. Over to you, Minister.
First, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and to Honorable Mutara. Let me start with the legacy issue that we deal with, because the question talks about empowering the historically disadvantaged persons in our society. Even though we're celebrating 21 years of democracy, the structures that we inherit reproduce themselves every day. Public policy, government policy, is about combating that, about changing that. And that's what I will turn to. So where do we stand today? Minister Oliphant, who is in the House, is responsible for the work of the Commission for Employment Equity. And they've published their most recent report, which indicates that we still have a way to go. It indicates that white compatriots still occupy 70% of top management positions. In the CEE report, it indicates that males still occupy 79% of top management positions. And on the private sector, it shows that there are still challenges to transform. 61% of top management positions, I am advised, are still occupied by white males and only 3% by African women. So that's the challenge in a way that we need to address. Now, why do we need to address that challenge? We need to do it for reasons of equity, but we also need to do it for reasons of sustainable growth. I've made this point before that if China had to rely on only 10% of the Chinese population to power their economy, China would not have reached the high levels of growth that it has today. It relied on the talent pool of the whole of China. We need to rely on the talent pool of all South Africans. And that means, very importantly, that we must unlock the potential of black South Africans. What are the actions that government is taking? I want to identify 8 of them. There won't be time to go in detail on all of them, but there are policy frameworks, number 1. There's skills development, number 2. There's support for small businesses and cooperatives, and Minister Zulu is here today, number 3. There are procurement from black-owned enterprises, number 4. There's support for black industrialists by making capital available, number 5. There's support for young black South Africans through the Youth Employment Accord, number 6. They are there, number 7, support for women, bringing women into the economy, and number 8, support through the Infrastructure Development Act. Our policy frameworks are clear. The National Development Plan talks about economic opportunities and positions that better reflect the country's racial, gender, and disability makeup. The new growth path talks about shifting the focus of BEE, Black Economic Empowerment, so that we make it more broad-based and we bring more Black South Africans into the productive economy. So I want to give 2 or 3 examples of what we've done. The first example that I wish to point to is growing the pool of Black industrialists. And there's another question later in which I will elaborate a little bit more, but there we've made available support through the IDC. If we take the 21 years of freedom, over that period, the Industrial Development Corporation made available about 60 billion rand to companies that are either what we call Black empowered or Black owned. In other words, companies with at least 25% of the ownership in the hands of Black South Africans. Now that's a considerable sum of money, because in a way we want to lead the market into opening up, bringing Black South Africans in. The second area, it's an area that Minister Zulu has been working very hard on, is making funding available to young people, to women, to Black entrepreneurs who are small enterprises or cooperatives. We created the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, CFA, and currently CFA is committing about R1 billion a year to the support for small businesses and cooperatives. We want to take it even further. We don't think even getting to $1 billion is enough,
Hold
but
it
it's
there,
important.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Mutara, do you have a follow-up question or a comment?
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, thanks for the response. By your own admission, the empowerment and transformation has not been at the rate that the department would have wished for. Besides the structural challenges and the structural realities, what other factors are also contributing to the slow rate of empowerment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would indicate that one of the big challenges that many Black South Africans face in coming into the economy is the presence of monopolies, cartels, and price fixing, that it excludes people actively. And so the remedy in part for that is to have a much more active competition policy, to have the capability in the state to investigate monopolies and cartels. Cartels are when 2 or more companies get together and they coordinate either their pricing or their other actions. And the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal has been particularly active in the last 4 to 5 years in uncovering evidence of cartel behavior in the economy. The headline has been on the construction industry, but I'm pleased to say, Honorable House Chair, that its work has gone way beyond only the construction sector. For example, it uncovered evidence of the abuse of market power in the fertilizer sector involving Sasol a number of years ago. It uncovered cartel behavior in the bread supply industry, in the supply of chickens, in cement, in each of these areas. And its job is to break open those markets so that Black South Africans can also enter those markets.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I did it. Okay. Honorable Ntebe, Honorable Julius, in that order.
Thank you so much, Minister. You indicated that part of your democratization of the economic space would be also to be inclusive in all fairness. Are we making, in your own assessment, progress in making sure that measures that are put in place, like your preferential procurement systems, are bearing the same fruits to make sure that we give the previously disadvantaged section of our society also the power to be able to be competitive? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. My answer is really in 2 parts. The first one is to say we are making progress in a number of areas, and I'd like to illustrate that in a moment. But to say against the expectations of our people, 21 years after democracy, There's clearly a need to step up that pace quite significantly. And that's why the ruling party has put it to government that there needs to be radical economic transformation, that we need to ensure that what we're doing, what we're getting right, needs to be done on a much wider scale and much faster. So let me give an example of success. Parliamentarians may not be using the My City service, but if you did, and you used any of those buses, we've worked with one of the shareholders in the My City company. In fact, the dominant shareholder is a Black South African. So there's an example where we're using the combination of localization policies, support from an organization like the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, and the natural talent and hunger of that entrepreneur, that industrialist, to show. But we must now scale this up right across the transport sector. So we're now looking at how we can ensure that more of the component supplies for the auto sector, for example, are done by Black South Africans. So it's really about saying we've got to do a lot more. We've got to speed up the process of transformation, not just bringing individual Black South Africans in, but giving opportunities for large numbers of people, ensuring that we change the structure of our society and we combat inequality.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Julius.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Minister, I'd like to thank you for the acknowledgement that after 21 years into democracy, this government and some policies, BEE, has failed the very people it was intended to benefit. I think that is clear, it's out of the way. But part of this problem is due to the fact that the beneficiaries are those that's closest to number one. Some gained and some didn't. The masses didn't gain. Therefore, Honorable Mutara is correct in questioning the failures of BEE. But Honorable Minister, what assurance can you give us, seeing that corruption is eating at the very heart of the plans that we are doing? What assurance can you give us that this is not yet another poor attempt to develop our people to actively take part in the economy? A lot of money is going into this, and if it's fruitless, Honorable Minister, it is actually wasting our people down there. What assurance can you give us that all your other plans will work, seeing that the others didn't work? Do you have plans in place to curb this corruption and all other things that will make your plans not to succeed? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Of course, the Honourable Member is entitled to make a speech, but as I understand it, the real question is, will we succeed? And the answer is we've made enormous successes. We want to do even more. We owe it to our own people. And instead of pointing to failures, what we're saying is, compared to the country we inherited 21 years ago, we've made a sea change in the lives of our people. But compared to the country that we want to have, the vision we've set for ourselves, we have lots more to do. And it's doing that. So the honourable members, I understand it, come from an opposition party that runs the provincial government of the Western Cape. Last time I looked in the Western Cape economy, we saw very little transformation. We saw Africans in the rest of the country much more actively absorbed into the economy, as workers, as entrepreneurs, as owners. So I think what the ANC-led government has shown is the courage to transform the economy. And what that government is saying is, based on our successes, we want to do even more. And that, Honourable Chairperson, is the answer that I gave.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member Mitileni, you were the last one. Are you still drafting your question, Honourable Member?
No.
Then I gave you a chance.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson. No, I'm happy that the Minister is giving honest answers today. And I just want to, you saw yesterday, Mr. Minister, the EFF has already started knocking on the doors of those who are actually in control of the economy. You must have realized the seriousness of this issue, and you must answer these questions honestly, because the people are watching. Yesterday, we knocked on the door of JSE, Chamber of Mines, as well as the Reserve Bank, because of this problem. Now, I just want to know, how do you plan to democratize ownership and control of the economy in the hands of the white monopoly capital, which the very same government of yours, your government, has been seen to be failing since you took over from apartheid rulers. So we just want to know what sort of assurance are you saying, South Africans? We are indeed going there. Are you going to be copying from the EFF as you saw us do this yesterday?
Honorable Minister.
I guess, Honorable House Chair.
Order, honorable members.
The Honorable Member has a deep sense of humor. Let me say that there are two key things we need to do. The one is to change entrenched power structures. And the other thing is to ensure that we have broad-based transformation. So I've pointed to 8 elements of the package of measures that we take, and in the available time, it wasn't possible to go into all of them in detail. But let me give an example of the kind of things that we're doing. In the work that we've done through small business development, CIFA provided funding to 26,714 youth-owned enterprises. The vast bulk of them were enterprises owned by young Black South Africans. Now, when we do that, we empower young people to provide components to our infrastructure program, to provide services to manufacturing, to manufacture goods in the productive economy. That seems to us to be a much more productive way of transforming the economy than the example that the Honourable Member has given. But as we change our country, as we make progress in ownership and in each of these areas, Honourable Chairperson, we set the bar higher and higher. And that's what economic transformation is about. You don't rest on your laurels. You don't say, we've arrived, we're happy now. Our focus now, earlier today, Minister Davies and colleagues were talking about a program around deepening black industrialization.
Order, honourable ministers. There are 2 members who are standing on their feet. I don't know. Can we have order in the House, honourable members? Thank you. Continue, honourable minister.
So my advice to the honourable member from the EFF is to march in support of government policies, because government policies actually is beginning to transform this economy. It's actually beginning to make a change in the life of Black South Africans. It's actually providing opportunities for Black South Africans to enter the mainstream economy. We look forward to members of the EFF supporting the ANC on our program of radical economic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We continue. We are now on the question 212, which deals with the Gini coefficient. Over to you.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Gini coefficient is, of course, the most commonly used quantitative measure of income inequality in a society. And it's derived by plotting the share of income that goes to every percentage share of the population. So in theory, if everybody had an equal income, then your Gini would be 0. If just one person in the country earned all of the income, then your Gini coefficient would be 1. So it's between 0 and 1, and that's how it's measured. We measure the Gini coefficient through income and expenditure surveys every 5 years. The latest one was done in 2011, and I'm going to talk through that, but we are looking forward to the next one, which hopefully will come out next year. In the case of South Africa, I should note that one important source of income is social grants. So it's not just income earned at the workplace, but it's also cash transfers of this nature. South Africa has generally been regarded during the period of apartheid as one of the most unequal societies in the world, with the reasons for that rooted in exclusion policies, policies that excluded the majority of South Africans. The Gini coefficient, if measured by income, so there's two ways of measuring it, is 0.69. And for us, we regard that as a very high Gini coefficient. But what's particularly worrying is that inequality is increasing globally. Not just in South Africa do we have an enormous challenge of income inequality, but it's one that is taking place in advanced economies and other developed economies. Some have said that there are two reasons for this. The one is when you rely solely on markets, when you don't intervene enough to address some of the distortions that come out of it, then you may well find that the outcomes are concentration of wealth. What are we doing about this? I want to point to 5 issues: social spending, wage policy, making funding or finance available, jobs, and finally fiscal policy. On social policy, most of our budget goes, it's a pro-poor budget. It goes into the building of clinics and schools in historically disadvantaged areas. It goes to social grants. The World Bank did a study recently in which they looked at South Africa. They published the study last year in 2014, and they looked at wages of people, direct taxes, cash transfers, and indirect taxes, clinics, schools, and all of that. And they found something very interesting. They found that South Africa's income inequality would drop if we take into account public policy interventions. It would go down from 0.7% to 0.59%, or to 0.59. And I want to quote from the World Bank study. It says, South Africa has had more success in using fiscal policy tools to reduce inequality and poverty than 11 peer countries, unquote. In other words, for the sample that they looked at. The second intervention is minimum wages. The Deputy President is now leading discussions in NEDLAC with business and labor for the introduction of a national minimum wage that would be the lowest wage that any South African would earn. Because income matters when you look at inequality issues. The third area is finance and funding. Through, for example, the Industrial Development Corporation, we make funding available to black empowered companies. I've given the figures earlier. We bring young people in because a lot of the inequality in the society is generated because a small group of people have the bulk of the assets in their hands, and large numbers of South Africans are asset poor. The next intervention is fiscal. Our tax policy is broadly progressive. Minister Nene, in the medium-term budget policy statement, noted that he was seeking advice from the Tax Commission on wealth taxes. Wealth taxes have been used in some countries to reduce inequalities in that society. And finally, House Chair.
Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Honorable Member Kaula?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, Lumbuzo kahle kahle ushaya itoyi, and it talks to the whole issue of the economy of our country, which does not only pertain to your department, but it's the whole economic policy of our country. I'm not going to talk to the what if like you have been doing. I'm going to go straight to what the facts are. The facts of the matter are that the economic distribution of our country is very skewed. Those that they get so much, and there are very few. And the majority that is on the ground level gets very low of what is there of the economy of our country. It's very skewed. It talks to the issues of slow growth in the economy. It talks to the issues of job losses. It talks to the issues of corruption and all the other negative aspects which affect this inequality. It talks to the issues of the short-term relief measures, which in South Africa do not become short-term. They are supposed to be short-term, but they end up being long-term. Talks to the issues of the failing government entities, which are not being attended to. Now, my question, Honorable Minister, is when, because if you look at the table of the 176 countries that were measured, South Africa is number 1 from the bottom. Below us is Lesotho. In BRICS, we are number 1 from the bottom. We are number 5. I can go on and on and on. Now, when are we going to begin to have an economic policy that is moving South Africa towards job creation and taking South Africa away from giving hand over to people? I'm saying relief measures are okay, but they should be short-term. In South Africa, they are not short-term, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula. I'd like to say that when we look at inequalities, there are two key things we're looking at. The one is income inequalities, and the other one is broader inequalities. The measures government has taken on tax and on public spending have addressed some of the wider inequalities, although, as I indicated, there's more to do. But where inequality has reproduced itself regularly is been in the economy, on wages. So our key intervention there is on minimum wages. It's not the only one, but it's a key one. If the question that the honourable member would like to focus on is job creation, I would say that we've got very clear bias in our policies towards job creation. In the quarterly labour force survey that I've quoted earlier, if we look at the period since the recovery from the global economic recession in 2010, when job numbers began to rise again, over that period, Honourable Kaula, the employment numbers, the net new jobs created in the economy exceeded 2 million. Does that mean we say we've solved the crisis and challenges of unemployment and inequality? No. But what it does show is that government is using the public instruments to combat these, to create new jobs, to facilitate the creation of new jobs in the private sector, to look at issues of income distribution. We recently invited, or we had someone invite a French economist, Piketty, who's done a lot of work on income inequality and general inequality in Europe and elsewhere. And the work that is done shows that many of the processes of global economic integration exacerbates income inequalities. But he had one other insight, and his insight is inequality is not only something that happens with incomes. When you inherit wealth, when you have wealth that has been inherited, that wealth grows often much faster than income. So the measures that he's proposed and that policymakers are discussing in many parts of the world is to look at a comprehensive set of measures on addressing income inequality. And therefore, I've pointed to Minister Nene's statement in the medium-term budget policy statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ministers. Do we have, yes, Honourable Pambo, Mr. Bukwana?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. To you, Minister, surely, Minister, you will agree with me when I say we need to restore the dignity of our fellow South Africans. And the only way we can do this, is to afford South Africans good, affordable, education, and also through creation of jobs. And I want to know from you, Honorable Minister, this constitutional right of education, how does your department fit into this? What will it do to fit into this as you continuously give this House positive statistics, yet the unemployment rate is just moving in the opposite direction? I thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the question of the unemployment rate before coming to skills development. Yesterday, when the quarterly labor force survey was released, what it showed was a 0.5 rise in the unemployment rate. Not because jobs were not being created, but because many more people were entering the labor market looking for work than the capacity of the economy to create jobs. So if I take the 12 months as a whole, roughly speaking, 1 million additional people entered the labor market. I think it was about 978,000, if I recall. And the economy created just over 770,000 new jobs. And so that explains the rise in unemployment. But the quarter before that, Honorable Member, the unemployment rate dropped. So it's been doing a little bit of a seesaw over the last 9 months or so. Every quarter it comes out. But what is happening to real job creation? It's going up. The unemployment rates still require us to do more, and therefore I want to emphasize this duality. We're making progress, but we need to do more. That's the story we've got there. On the skills issue, what my department is doing in the area of skills development are the following. We facilitated, working with the Minister of Higher Education and Training and the Minister of Basic Education, an accord with the business community, with the main trade unions, and with a number of community organizations to work together to try to address the skills challenge. Practically, it's the following. It's strengthening the technical, vocational, and education training colleges. It's providing more opportunities for young people to be absorbed in workplaces as learners and as apprentices. And also, very importantly, as part of that, we've worked with companies, Eskom, Transnet in the public sector, but also private sector companies to fund bursaries for young people at university, particularly in scarce skills like artisanal skills and engineering skills. So that's the kind of thing we're doing. On infrastructure, we work with a number of different departments to try to identify where the skill shortages will be tomorrow and work with universities in turn to help produce those skills so that we get the mismatch between what educational institutions produce and what the economy need, that we bridge that gap. So those are the kind of areas that my department is involved in on skills development.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Voda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I greet you all with Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Thank you. Chairperson, I'd like to ask the minister.
Please try to be closer to the mics.
I would like to ask the minister, if I'm given a chance, of course. Chairperson, we have seen recently that in South Africa, because of the huge discrepancy on racial grounds with regard to job creation and job opportunities, we have seen racial tensions, and we have seen this result in xenophobic attacks. What we are asking is, what has the minister's department done to analyze what impact job creation is having in amongst the various race groups in order to identify areas where this could be addressed and in the process reduce the level of tensions so that what is called xenophobia today does not end up as ethnic cleansing tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. To Honorable Vouda, I should indicate that during the period when there were attacks on some people in particular townships earlier this year, we commissioned some work that analyzed what the job creation effect is in South Africa of our trading relationship with the rest of our own continent. Remember, in some cases, in a number of cases, these were attacks on fellow Africans. And it was fascinating when we looked at the export figures to see how dependent job growth in South Africa is, including the absorption of young people, on us being part of markets, African markets. In fact, trade, what South Africa sold to the rest of the continent accounted for more than 250,000 job opportunities here in South Africa. Direct job opportunities, excluding indirect jobs and induced jobs. Today, if you look at the area where government is centralized in Pretoria, there's an auto manufacturer, Ford Motor Company. They produce the Ranger bakkie. 1 out of 5 of those Ranger bakkies are sold elsewhere on the African continent. If you look today at who are our major trading partners, who buys most of the televisions that we make in South Africa, because we now make TVs in Atlantis, we make it in the Eastern Cape, we make it in other parts of the country. Our single biggest market is not France, it's not Germany. In fact, it's Zambia. The single biggest market for South African plastic products is Zimbabwe. The single biggest market for South African clothing is not the United States with AGOA. It's in fact, last year it was Mozambique. So it's about bringing this kind of facts into the public discussion. But of course, doing that also requires that we need additional interventions to provide opportunities for young South Africans. Minister Zulu's work is very much focused on finding opportunities in small business development, and we're all backing her in that endeavor. Some of the other areas is in the expanded public employment programs, but they're also in helping to grow manufacturing, mining, and agriculture. When we get positive news from agriculture, as we got yesterday in the quarterly labor force survey, it is something that we welcome. We know there are challenges coming. I've indicated the drought and its effect, but that's how ultimately we want to deal with any potential resort to blaming foreigners. And the one is to show the interconnectedness of African economies, and the other one is to step up our efforts to create more jobs here in South Africa for South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We proceed to question 228, asked by the Honorable Member Mohai. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question that Honorable Mohai asked provides us with an opportunity to sketch a little bit of the context within which the economy is operating today. We face a combination of global and domestic challenges. On the global side, global growth remains uncertain. China has significantly slowed down, and a slowing Chinese economy directly affects South Africa because China is a very important market for our own products. If we look at the recovery from 2009 of our own economy, a very big part of that is on the rising export based on Chinese demand. When Chinese demand shifts, it impacts directly on the domestic economy. The IMF met recently in Lima, and it restated global growth. So the markets within which we operate, to which we sell our chairs, our televisions, our clothing, are growing slower, and in many cases, they are mired in in recessionary conditions. Today, Brazil is in recession, Russia is in recession, Canada is in recession. All three of these economies are mineral-rich economies. So it shows the impact of the global slowdown on a number of different economies. There are also domestic challenges that we need to deal with. So what are we doing about this? The President, in the State of the Nation address in February this year, outlined a 9-point plan. A 9-point plan that is intended to reignite growth and to address the slowing global demand by relying much more on what we can do here in South Africa and on the continent. The first of that is resolving the energy challenge. The second is to revitalize agriculture and the agro-processing value chain. The third is advancing beneficiation. The fourth is a more effective and higher impact industrial policy action plan, and Minister Davies is leading our work there. The fifth is encouraging private sector investment, and we've had a number of successes in the renewable energy space. The sixth is moderating workplace conflict, getting business and labor to work closer together. The seventh is unlocking the potential of small, medium, and micro enterprises, cooperatives, township and rural enterprises. The eighth one is to boost the role of state-owned companies, the ICT sector, water, sanitation, and transport. And the final one is Operation Pakisa, aimed at growing the ocean economy and other sectors. One of the areas that we've specifically focused on is the steel industry. I see there is a question on the steel industry directed to Minister Davies, and I'm sure you would give more details of our interventions. But let me just very briefly, House Chairperson, point to the interventions we've made in the clothing and textile sector. 7, 8 years ago, people were writing off the sector and saying, it's a sector that's sunset, it's destined to die, we need to prepare for an exit strategy. We took the view that nothing in the world, in the economy, in what we are able to influence is inevitable. We need to fight for our space for the jobs we have there. We put together a whole range of interventions, from a competitiveness fund that clothing factories can be used to modernize their operations, to cracking down on illegal imports, to providing funding through the IDC and other government institutions, through the work that the DTI has done with clusters in the clothing sector. What has been the effect? The effect has been that employment has stabilized in the sector. In fact, if you look at the factories that are part of the competitiveness enhancement program that we have in place in government, then 6,000 new jobs have been created in that sector over the last 2 years or so. That for me is an example of government responding to the sector challenges that there is. Finally, the question of infrastructure. When an economy slows, one of the key levers government has available is infrastructure spending, both because it's a boost to economic growth and to investment levels, but also because it creates the platform for future economic performance. And that's where we've spent a lot more. We currently spend approximately 1 billion rand per working day, 1 billion rand per working day on infrastructure development, higher than we've ever spent in the history of South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mohai.
Thanks, House Chair. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister, for the comprehensive response on the performance of our economy and clarifying the anchors of our economic strategy. However, I will ask if the Minister can share with the House the successes of the localization program, where and what. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Mohai, for that question. Let me take a concrete illustration, a practical example, rather than talking about the policy framework or the legislation.
Honorable Smith. Can't do that. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable members, order. Honorable Minister, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me give an example of bus manufacturing, looking at localization. 5, 6 years ago, honorable members, all of the buses that the municipalities were buying for municipal provided bus transport services were imported. In fact, if you look at the older buses, you'll see most of them were made in Brazil. Now, had we imported soccer players, it may have been a different story, but we imported buses. So what we decided was that we needed to change that storyline. So Minister Rob Davies, using powers that is available to us under the triple PFA, designated the bus sector. And that meant any public entity that bought buses have to buy buses that are made in South Africa. On the back of that, a number of foreign investors decided to either set up factories in South Africa or expand their existing production capability. Today, we find that more than 650 buses have been manufactured locally for the My City program here in Cape Town, for Ria Vaya in Johannesburg, for the Arieng program in Tshwane, and for the Gautrain. Now, there's a concrete example where we used to import the stuff, and we now have changed that. I don't only need to use buses, I could use taxis as another example. Again, a number of years ago, we were importing all of our taxis, all the new taxis. We tweaked policy. DTI and Economic Development worked with one of the big automakers, Toyota. And after the changes in the policy, today there are 2 major factories that assemble taxis in South Africa. And we've now produced something like probably 33,000 taxis here in South Africa. A few weeks ago, Minister Davies and I went to eThekwini to visit the Toyota factory. And we saw evidence there not only of local assembly, but also of the company's efforts that they're making to deepen further the localization, to buy components that go into the taxi from South African manufacturers. So there are 2 examples of the kind of things we're doing to change our storyline. Our storyline don't need to be one of only importing. It can be a storyline of making things here in South Africa. They're not the only examples, honorable members, but in the available time, I wanted to highlight those 2. There are many others that we can give if there are follow-up questions that prompt us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtimunye.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair. Minister, now that the global economic dynamics are shifting from especially in terms of export from the commodity-driven economy to the new manufactured products, what is your impression on the development or the creation of the intra-Africa free trade zone? Are we progressing that? Because I want to link this to the question the follow-up question that was raised earlier around the issues of, in inverted commas, your economic migrants that are in South Africa that had issues with our own people in the recent past, which some people would like to term xenophobic attacks. But what is your impression? Because I think that will also address that particular problem.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. South Africa has 55 million people. We are a relatively small market by global standards. And when we think of how we want to grow our markets, in our policy documents, we talk about deepening the market and widening the market. By deepening the market, it's really fighting poverty, fighting income inequality, fighting joblessness, and bringing more South Africans into the economy. But the other part is ensuring that we integrate the South African economy and other African economies. So about 3 years ago, President Zuma convened a summit in Johannesburg, at which 26 heads of state attended, and they all agreed that we should work towards a free trade area that would cover 600 million Africans from South Africa right through to North Africa on the eastern side. At this stage, it does not yet include West Africa, but it includes Southern Africa, East Africa, and parts of North Africa. A fair bit of work has been done on it. In fact, Minister Rob Davies went to Egypt not too long ago, I think at Sharm el-Sheikh, and he initialed a document that sets out the progress that has been made. There's a little bit of legal scrubbing that needs to be done. There needs to be a few areas that must be agreed, but we're well on the way to creating a major trading bloc of 600 million Africans. We then want to focus on shifting that to include West Africa, that ultimately we look to the continent as a single economic space. Now, we're making some progress already. One of the stories that we were all fond of telling 9, 10 years ago was that Africa is a continent that does not trade with itself. You know, there's an old statistic that some honorable members can still remember that said that intra-African trade is only 11 to 12%, that the bulk of our trade is in fact with other parts of the world. We're beginning to shift that. If we look at the intra-African trade from a South African point of view, and we take sub-Saharan Africa as the measure, we've increased it from about, call it 12% to about 18, 19%. We're trading more with the rest of the continent. But trading is not just a function of will, of political will. It means you've got to have the infrastructure. You've got to have the trains, the road transport, the energy links, the air links that your aircraft fly to each other's airports and so on. So part of our investment now is to build an integration infrastructure. The other part is to have industrial policy measures. If we produce platinum and Zambia produces copper, there's no basis for trading. But if you have dynamic manufacturing economies that use our own minerals, that beneficiates that minerals, then Africa will trade with itself. So part of the work a few months ago, Deputy Minister Masuku from the Deputy Minister of Economic Development attended a major meeting of SADC countries that looked at industrialization of SADC, how to foster greater manufacturing activities in SADC so that our economies are balanced economies. We don't become only the exporter of raw materials and the importer of finished goods. But it takes time to get this right. It takes a lot of coordination between African countries. There are some early successes, but we still need to do more if we are going to make Africa the factory for itself and indeed something of a factory for the world.
Thank you. Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. This one is just another follow-up. I'm posing to the Minister. South Africa is not creating enough jobs and not growing the economy because the country does not have a rapid industrialization plan. You touched a bit on that one, but I think you need to substantiate it. And could this be because South Africa failing to industrialize because of bad policy choices of the ANC, or somehow otherwise, Mr. Minister? May you please answer me that one.
Honorable Minister.
First, can I thank the honorable member because I think there is an important acknowledgement when the honorable member said South Africa is creating jobs, but not enough. Because that is what our challenge is, to increase the number of jobs even further. And I think it's important that we point that out. Coming to the question of industrial policy, in fact, I have very good news for the honorable member. The good news is that we have one of the more advanced industrial policy instruments. Many other African countries are talking to us to try to learn from our Industrial Policy Action Plan. It's called IPAP. It is published, it's been tabled in Parliament. Minister Davies updates it on a regular basis, and then he tables a copy in Parliament. It's also available on the DTI website. What IPAP does, and this is important, it doesn't put the theory of industrialization. It doesn't say why industrialization is a good thing, because that's already been done. It says what are the sectors that we need to focus on, what are the steps we need to take, what are the budgets we must allocate, who must do what, which departments must do what. And then it enters into partnerships with the private sector. There are a number of sectors on IPAP. Maybe if there is more time, I can go through it, or Minister Davies can go through it. I'm sure we'd be happy to do a presentation on the Industrial Policy Action Plan. And IPAP, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, has as one of its sectors auto manufacturing. We are now one of the few growing auto manufacturing hubs in the world. If you look at our export numbers, we're increasing the number of cars that we're selling if you take 5 years ago compared to today. If you look at the jobs that are created, it's a significant employer of South African labor. That's one example of the Industrial Policy Action Plan. There are many other sectors like that. So I'd like to encourage the Honourable Member. In fact, what I think we'll do is we'll arrange tomorrow morning to have a copy of the Industrial Policy Action Plan delivered to the member, because we need to ensure that we deepen the knowledge about our public policy programs and we work closer together on these things.
Thank you. The last follow-up is from Honorable Mhlashuping.
No, I will not become your spokesperson. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Perhaps I should start on this note that South Africa is a unitary state and not a federal state. And I will elaborate as to why I'm saying that, though we took some from the German model. The ANC-led government has acknowledged the fact that we are facing a triple challenge of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. Now, as early as yesterday, people were grandstanding and saying to the South African masses, and I think this is an opportunity to clarify that issue, Minister, that we are here, and I quote, we are here because of the pain of poverty. Now, when you listen to this statement and you compare the state of the triple challenge facing our country from before 1994 and after 1994, just to make an analysis without necessarily dwelling into statistics as to how far have we gone to redress and how far are we moving at the moment to address these issues. While South African economy, Chair, Minister, you have hinted also on some of the things that I'm going to say, continues to face serious challenges. Things are looking up in this country, in the automotive, film, textile, clothing and footwear.
Honorable
This
Mhlashuping.
Honorable
Mhlashuping. I'm afraid the time for supplementary question is 2 minutes.
There is a question.
So you can take your seat. It's a very too long preamble. The time for supplementary question is 2 minutes. Honorable members, order. Honorable Mtileni. I'm not going to start reading the rules, but in terms of Rule 246, subsection 5, in terms of a member that is not in the House, when we come to that particular question, if an arrangement has not been made, then that question falls off. That's the rule of this House. So where I'm seated, I don't have an arrangement. We're supposed to get to question 2 question number 247 from Honorable Mokwena. The unfortunate part is that that arrangement was not made. So I'm appealing to you that in the coming questions, be alert, make the arrangement. You can bring the note in my table or give it to the chief whip so that we must not get to those details and start entertaining that. So now that question will fall off because the member is not here and the arrangement has not been made. We are, Honorable Minister, getting to question number 230 from Honorable Ntebe. So I'm appealing to you members. If you've got a question from your member that is not here, make that necessary arrangement. Let's get to question 230 from Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. The question raises the issue of the growth of black industrialists and refers to the Industrial Policy Action Plan of government. And I really would like to just headline a few areas in replying to this question. And the first one is the reason why we've created a black industrialist program. And then perhaps to talk a little bit about the steps we've taken to implement that. In the older model of black economic empowerment, there were many instances where black South Africans were given support and assistance to get a share of an existing enterprise, maybe 5%, 10%. Our challenge is to move away from that model, to move to a model where black South Africans run factories, run mines, run the larger farms in the country, contribute to the green economy, run tourism establishments. In other words, mainstream the talent and the energy of all of our people in the economy. And that's really the heart of the black industrialization program. What are we doing to support the entry of black South Africans in the economy? The first area is to make industrial funding available. One of the big challenges that many smaller enterprises who want to become large enterprises have is access to capital. So in May this year, I announced a new fund that the Industrial Development Corporation will put in place that will make available 23 billion rand over the next 5 years to support and facilitate the expansion of black industrialists. And that will be provided at concessional funding. The IDC already has a concessional funding window in place. It will take off a further 150 basis points from that window to provide an incentive through cheaper capital for black industrialists to grow their businesses strongly, we hope aggressively, to find new markets, to get the appropriate technology, to invest in the skills of their people. The second thing that we're doing is on procurement. It's to ensure that we, in fact, have a very strong capability in our public procurement system.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chairperson, I want to know if it is parliamentary for the Honorable Kathy Dlamini to play games for the last 5 minutes and disrespecting her own minister in this House.
Honorable members, order. Let me make, Honorable Smith, you are making a point of order, making a ruling. Let me make a general appeal to all of you, honorable members. Don't do anything that will compromise the decorum of the House. It's applicable to all of you. Very sorry for that. Can you try to conclude, Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister Patel, very sorry for that inconvenience. try to conclude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to just pick up on the point that I made. So we use funding, we use state procurement, we use what I said earlier, competition measures to begin to open up the economy. We use the development of skills because black industrialists also need to use the skills and talents of South Africans to run and to grow their businesses. And we have a forum, the BBBEE Advisory Council, where we meet on a regular basis with representatives of black business and other South Africans to see how we're doing and what we should do better. So I want to give an example of the success of our program, just one little example. And the example I'll give is in the market for shoes. And some of the honorable members who are here today, who may have the tyranny of high heels to contend with, will know how comfortable it is to have one of these pumps, you know, a pair of pumps that you can fold, put in your handbag. When you get into Parliament and the presiding officer is not looking, you can take off your high heels and you can put on your pumps. Now, those pumps in the past were manufactured in China. So while the feet are comfortable, the workers are without a job there. So we're trying to make sure that not only are the feet comfortable, but we also create jobs. So the IDC backed a local company called Chic Shoes. It's owned by a black woman. It's run by a black woman. And they make these comfortable pumps made here in South Africa. She set up this factory at a time when everybody said the footwear industry is dead in South Africa. We've got to import shoes. Today, she employs 300 workers. When I visited her new premises, because she grew so fast, her premises were too small, she had to expand. And I asked her, what are your plans for the future? She said she hopes that she can grow to 500 jobs over the next year and a half, 2 years, using the facilities that the IDC is making available, working with the DTI and other government agencies. Now, that's an example of a black South African woman who is industrializing her area. She's bringing together the factors of production, the technology, the people, the factory, the raw materials. She's finding the market in the retail sector, and she's ensuring that we, in fact, have people who create wealth as much as people who ensure that wealth is distributed fairly. So that, for me, is an example of the success of our program on black industrialists. And therefore, I would like to urge honorable members of the NCOP to wear South African-made shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
Now, Chair, I want to assure the Minister that I'm very patriotic. I'm wearing South African shoes. Minister, look, in part of your response, you came out explicit about one element, that what you are seeking to do is to part of your competitive measures is to make sure that you elevate such people so that they can be able to have competitive advantage. I can make you an example. Go to the former mining towns. Go to your Free State in Velkom, for instance. Mining dumps are lying there, mines are not rehabilitated, and these mining dumps are worth millions. Our own people can start small to become big in the mining industry through such processes. These things are not being done. Are these competitive measures that you are seeking to do, seeking to open such competitiveness so that our people can be able to go into such measures and be able to be competitive in that space? Is that what your 23 billion is apportioned to, and are we going in that direction? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
The short answer is yes. It requires us to provide more than only funding. There are a few other challenges that we must overcome. So we've set up now a mining pakisa, where in the next few months we'll be bringing together not just your larger mining, but also your small miners, community representatives, representatives from organized labor and others, to look at how we can use the mining resource of the country. And that's not just the ore that's beneath the soil, it's also the slags, the mining dumps and so on. It provides an opportunity for new industrialization. Minister Davies will tell you about examples of us working in the iron ore area to find new technologies that can take the magnetite and convert it to product that can be used in our industrial processes. So there's a bit of work that's been done in this area, but I think there is scope for small to medium-sized companies to come in. Perhaps there's an interesting area that Minister Zulu and we can be looking at and sit with the Minister of Mineral Resources to see, are there policy tweaks that may be needed? Is it simply an issue of availability of funding? And also, if honorable members have suggestions or ideas, feel free. This is your government.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Honorable House Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I've sat here and I've listened to all your positive, motivational comments and replies, and I must say, for the viewer out there, it sounds pretty impressive. So, if I might just add, in the next 12 months, Honorable Minister, how would you propose then to recapitalize the IDC to begin to get it off the ground? Because currently the IDC is not, with due respect, playing its role as successfully for entrepreneurs that would really like to get off the ground. And with the current red tape that is in place, what would your ministry do to get the IDC to play the role that it is designed for? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you to the honorable member for the question. Let me perhaps start first by saying that the IDC is one of our very important national resources. Its impact on the economy is often not known. If a foreign investor had to come tomorrow to South Africa and offer to invest 10 billion rand in the economy, I think all of us will agree we need to roll out the red carpet because it would help to create jobs. Now, if you look at the last 5 years, the IDC has committed directly of its own money 60 billion rand. 60 billion rand. But when the IDC commits money, it's not only its own money that counts. There's a private sector partner on the other side, what we call the counterparty. So what I've done is I sat with the IDC the other day and we tallied up the value of all the projects that it has approved in the last 5 years. We're just talking the last 5 years. Its own contribution, as well as the contribution of the private sector counterparties. And over this 5-year period, the sum amounted to 163 billion rand. 163 billion rand. That's an extraordinary sum of money that is mobilized by a partnership between the public sector and the private sector. What we've done is we're sweating the balance sheet of the IDC much more actively than before. We sat down 5, 6 years ago, looked at the IDC balance sheet, looked at its legacy investment, did a prudency test, which is when you look at what kind of debt to equity ratio do you need to still maintain sustainability. And over the last couple of years, the IDC has been stretching and doing a lot more. It's virtually doubled the nominal value of investment in the last 5 years compared to the previous period. And I want to emphasize it's done it and still maintained a very strong credit rating. In fact, the ratings agencies has given it a very solid rating. Now, that rating is important to us because it means the cost the IDC pay when it borrows money against its assets is cheaper than it otherwise would be. So, Honorable Member, I'd like to say that there are successes. We would like the IDC to do even more. I sat down with the IDC board and I said, you know, you have done very well. You've increased your approval rate to an average of 11, 12 billion rand a year. That's very good. But I now need you to stretch more in the future and look at a 5-year period when you can try to reach 100 billion rand in approvals. Now, that is enormously hard for the IDC to reach, not because it doesn't have the money, but because it needs to look constantly for good projects that are viable and that when it backs it, it is not just wasting public money. But it's now retooling to try to achieve that. So I'd like representatives, honorable members from all political parties to join us in celebrating the strengths of the IDC, whether the honorable members are from the ruling party, the ANC, or from the Democratic Alliance, or the EFF, or any of the other political parties. When something happens well, when Bafana wins, and we know we will have to wait for that to happen, or when we win at rugby, as we did against Wales, we all celebrate. When the IDC does well, we all need to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mpambo Pugwana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, I would like you to explain to this House, based on what you have created previously. And I must say, Honorable Minister, a black industrialist now is not the same as a black industrialist that was created previously in 1994. And if you could, Minister, explain to me and really get to the significance of the semantics in terms of how would you explain to this House the difference between a black industrialist and an ANC crony? I would be very happy. I would be very happy.
Order members. Order members. Honorable Mtimunye.
I'm not sure if this is a question, and that is worth responded to. It's not even relevant to the question on the table now.
No, you can't have a point of order on top of a point of order. Let me make a ruling. Can you take a seat and I make a ruling? Honorable Mtileni, take your seat. Honorable Mpambo Pugwana, the question that is in front of us, the original question, you know that if you have got a supplementary question, it must be linked to the original question. But let's leave to the Honorable Minister if he has got any intention to comment about what we have said. Honorable Minister, it's entirely up to you.
I don't think there was a question to respond to.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Can you stop the hands?
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
So it's not answering because Tumunya said it's not a question.
Honorable Mtileni, let me remind you, maybe it's because you are not in. We started with the economic cluster yesterday. If Honorable Julius is on the floor and you are not even recognized, can you please respect and allow Honorable Julius to ask his question? And if it's your turn, then you'll be given the opportunity as you have been doing since you have started. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mtileni, the confusion is inevitable. The minister kept in
Come close to your mic, yes.
In responses the whole day now, referring to trade and industry. You know, this is because of a bloated cabinet. We have trade and industry, this and this, and we have small businesses also coming in later. So there might be confusion. You know, you proved it today that you kept on referring to other departments, Minister. But my question is, how many black industrialists were supported by government, and I'm referring to government because of my preamble, the closeness of these departments. Let me put it that way, the closeness of these departments. How many black industrials were supported in Gauteng during the past financial year? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable Member, my response would be that that's obviously a quantitative question that the Honorable Member is entitled to put as a written question. The conventions of the House is that those kind of things are dealt with by way of written questions. But let me use the opportunity to make the point. And again, I'm just going to refer to the Industrial Development Corporation as one of a number of instruments to support the development and the growth of black industrialists. In the past 12 months, that's the 2014-15 financial year, the IDC's approvals to black empowered companies amounted to 5.9 billion rand. I would imagine that there would be a number of them in Gauteng, but that's just one part of it. There's also CIFA itself that supports the program of government on black industrialization. There's the funding directly that's made available from the DTI. And by the way, I'm proud to mention the DTI because we're actually a government that works together. A government where one minister, one department don't try to pretend that it is a government. We work in a team. So today I mentioned the DTI a lot, but I may well on the minimum wage have wanted to mention the Department of Labor and the work that Minister Oliphant is doing. And on the promotion of cooperatives and small business and township enterprises, the work that Minister Zulu is doing. And we integrate that. And part of the work that my department does is to connect the infrastructure program to help coordinate the work where there is overlap between what a province does and what national government does. And that would include the Western Cape with what local government and national government does. So I think, in fact, I would take the point that as we become more successful in the coordination of policies, we will mention what each other do more and more. Government requires the use of instruments across many different departments. Before Deputy Minister Cronin feels left out of this, public works is a critical driver in the economy in a number of different ways. It's in fact the biggest landowner in the country. It's also the department that has a particular and very important mandate on the EPWPs, the expanded public works programs. And when I look at the job numbers, I see how important that continue to be as part of one of a number of tools to deal with jobs. So I'm proud to be associated with a team in cabinet that works together to address the challenges of jobs, the challenges of increasing equity in the country, and the challenges of making this a country of social inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have 4 follow-up supplementary questions. That was the last question. Honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister of Economic Development, Masugu, and the Minister, Honorable Patel, for availing themselves to deal with the questions. Thank you. We now come to the Honorable Minister of Labor, Honorable Oliphant. We're going to start by looking at question 226 from Honorable De Pierre. 226. Honorable Oliphant.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Labor is engaging both private and public sector in its efforts to make a contribution in tackling joblessness. And this is done through various schemes and programs in the department, including the training layoff schemes, labor activation program, productivity SA that deals in particular with those companies that are in distress, and also to do job summits and jobs fairs. But I must also say the department interacts with the private sector through the employment services system interface in its effort to contribute towards the national employment targets. But we also work together with various departments on the integrated program, particularly when it comes to the retraining of workers who were retrenched or injured at work. When it comes to the training layoff schemes, we use that scheme to avoid retrenchment so that workers can remain at their work. And as a department, we have just launched the Support Employment Enterprises for the people with disabilities that was known previously as Shuttled Employment Factories. And lastly, we have the agreement with the Basic Education to supply school furniture to new schools, particularly in the Eastern Cape. And also we're working together with the Department of Health here in the Western Cape to supply the linen in hospitals around the Eastern Cape. That is being done by the people with disabilities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable De Pierre.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the reply. Also make a note for the Northern Cape when it comes to furniture for schools. So there is a challenge in that province as well. Looking at the agreements between your department and the private sector, referring to the employment tax incentive, in terms of all the agreements, what is the success stories that you can inform us on?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. In terms of the agreement, we do have, firstly, the agreement that has been signed between the Business Forum that is chaired by the President and also the Human Resource Development Council, particularly on the skills development that is led by the Deputy President, where the private sector identified the skills that are short in those various companies, and then we'll agree to work together in training those people who are available to take those positions, and we work together even with through SITAs to do that. And I must say we do have a good working relations. And we also have the chamber at NETLEC that deals specifically with the issues of job creation, and also where the agreements, in particular the accords that are signed, and those accords that were signed were led by the Minister for Economic Development. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I feel compelled to ask, based on the original question from my colleague Honourable De Beer, where he asks what discussions are in place between your department and farmers to assist in the fight against unemployment, which is obviously the question that you've been privy to for the last 2-3 weeks. Based on that, to make it easier for you, I must then ask you, Honourable Minister, considering the issues, and I'll go a little slow so you capture it correctly, considering the issues of import costs, import costs, such as diesel price, fertilizer, VAT, etc., on farmers. What incentives, Honourable Minister, are there in place for the private sector, including the farmers, then to further create employment? Absolutely based on the original question. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Isaac, I'll give it to the minister if it's going to be commenting, but you are introducing a new one. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I think, House Chair, the honorable members must have an understanding exactly what is the role of the Department of Labor and what is the role of the Department of Trade and Industry. Because the questions that now the member is asking are the questions that should be asked to the Department of Trade and Industry, because they are the ones who deal specifically with those particular questions. Thank you, House Chair.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Isaac.
Point of order, Chairperson. I made it very, very clear, and I say, and I
That
spoke
is why-
very, very
can
slowly.
you take
That
a
my
seat?
question is entirely based on the question that was asked by Honorable
Honorable
De
Isaac.
Beer, which
Yeah,
the Honorable
Honorable Isaac,
Minister has been
you are not
privy to.
recognized. That is why when you posed that question, I was even trying to assist you because you introduced diesel, petrol to the question of farmers. We are dealing with economic cluster. We'll get to that question. Honorable Matthys. Honorable Matthys. Can you be the third one, Honorable Matthys, with a supplementary question?
Oh, thank you, Chair. It's so nice to be recognized in the House. Oh, and I'm always here. My question, Minister, is talking to the issue of the sectorial determination of farm workers. So what exactly has the department been doing to ensure that farm workers are actually implementing the wages that has been determined? And what is the department doing to those farm owners rather that's not complying?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of those who don't comply with the sectoral determination, we do that through inspection, and then we will send the report based on the outcomes of that inspection. If the company or the farmer doesn't comply, then we'll give the report to the labor court to decide, because we don't have the powers to prosecute. So they do that on our behalf. That is stipulated in our own laws in this country. But I must say also, when it comes to the sectoral determinations, what we do public hearings where we invite employers and the farm workers as well, so that they can contribute of what kind of issues should be included in those sectoral determinations. On what has happened in 2012-13, we have even recommended to NEDLEC to discuss the issues that were the outcome of the public hearings, and that report is still before the NEDLEC. So the business and organized labor are still looking at those issues. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Faber. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, perhaps the Minister can tell us how many cases have been laid against the farmers for unfair treatment to farm workers.
Let me assist members and remind you that in terms of Section 246, subsection 1, if the chairperson is of the opinion that the question deal with matters of statistical nature, the chairperson may direct that it be placed on the question paper for written reply. But be that as it may, I will allow the Honorable Minister if there's any need to comment. But I've already clarified, honorable members, about questions that are statistical in nature. It's our rules.
I think, Chairperson, in terms of the figures, I can't give it today, but I must say the only one that I know where there was a problem, where the farmer bribed the inspector, that case is in court, and it happened here in the Western Cape, and I do believe that the outcome of that case will be held soon. Thanks.
Thank you. We now, no, Honorable Matthys, supplementary questions, we only have 4. I'm writing them. It was the Pierre, it was Isaac, it was Matthys, the last one was Honorable Van Lingen. So you are going to be the 5th one. No, we'll do that.
That's all, that's all. Don't be so...
Honorable Mates. Order. Honorable Mates, I kindly request you to refrain from making utterances that are not right. Now we come to question number 241 from Honorable Julius. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, getting to your question.
I just need us to record, it's a new thing in Parliament. I just want us to record that is an executive undertaking that you just did. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Julius, we are getting to now question 241. Honorable Minister. It's question 241 from Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. But let me just tell the members first on the previous question that when we submit to the Labour Court, we will wait for the outcome of the Labour Court and then we'll submit that report to the members. That's what I can do. And on the issue, on the question 241, I think, Chairperson, the assertion by the honorable member has no evidence. I'm raising this because when you are saying the labor relations are jobs killing, then I'm having a serious problem. On whose behalf is the member talking? Fortunately, as the Department of Labor, we work with all social partners, that is business, labor, community, and the government. And if he's speaking on behalf of business, business have supported the amended labor laws of this country. And in fact, even when it comes to the international obligation, the IMF report that was tabled in the ILO said we are the best country and we have even moved 6 steps up as South Africa being said we are the best labor market policy country, and that has created the stability in this country. But the unfortunate part of it is that those who really are against the transformation in this country will always say our labor market policies are job killing. But I must just appeal to the honorable member that one, maybe he has to go through the amended version, and also when he do that, he must also look at the regulatory impact assessment that was done when we're dealing with those amendments. Thanks, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. That was rather a political answer. I'm happy with it, Honorable Minister, though. I think the flip-flopping of policies is never a good thing for governance. Did the department do a regulatory impact assessment to determine the effect of the current proposals on economic growth and job creation in respect of the amendments made to the Labor Relations Act of '95? If so, what did this RIA reveal? If it wasn't done, what are the implications then for economic growth? Minister, I'm asking this question because I'm concerned. We had in tourism the issue, Chairperson, with Home Affairs, right? The visa regulations, and it had a severe impact on jobs. And this is the heart of government. I think economic development, the heart of government, it will impact on all others, Minister. So my question is, did you do the RIA and that is the regulatory impact assessment to see whether this won't have a negative effect like the other one that we've just seen, that government acknowledged that this was a mistake, that visa regulations. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I have already said the best thing for the member is to read the amendments together with the regulatory impact assessment. Because before we amend any legislation, we have to do regulatory impact assessment. It was done, Honorable Member. And secondly, when people are saying this is killing the jobs in this country, it's only those who wants to retain the status quo, particularly when it comes to the casualization of the workers. And we've said we don't want contract workers in perpetuation in this country. Those are the only people who are complaining, but unfortunately, the very temporal employment agencies have said they welcome and they support the amendments, and they are working together with us as the government. And therefore, that is why I was saying, I wonder who are those people who are saying these legislation that we have amended are still rigid, because that's what they are saying, and also they are job killing. Thanks, House Chairperson.
Thank you. No. You know, Honorable Julius, Honorable Julius, Honorable Julius, Honorable Julius, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? I've noted people that want to have supplementary questions. Honorable Makowe. Point of order on who?
Chair, I have the floor. Do I speak?
Honorable Julius, can you take your seat and allow Honorable Makowe to ask a supplementary question?
Are you not allowing me then?
No, I'm not going to allow you to dominate. We have to give others a chance.
I'm raising on a point of order.
Okay, take a seat, Honorable Makowe. Let me hear the point of order.
Please don't be so negative, Chairperson. I'm well within
I'm
the
listening.
rules.
I'm
Thank
attentive.
You. Thank you, Chairperson. We need to assess whether we are holding ministers accountable. If a question is not answered, I have the right to say it's not answered. I didn't hear the impact. The minister didn't reveal what my question. My question was that what are the
Julius.
details of the regulatory impact assessment?
Honorable Julius, can you take your seat so that I address you? I'm giving you an opportunity because I thought you are raising a point of order. But the point you are raising, it's a point for debate. It can be debated. Honorable Makowe.
Chairperson, I think
Honorable
it's
Makowe,
important.
there's, sorry, Honorable Makowe. Honorable,
Thanks, Chairperson. On a point of order, can these microphones be operated from our seats rather than for them to be remote controlled elsewhere? No. It's very inconveniencing. Really.
What's the point?
That is the point of order, Chairperson.
No.
Can I please address the Chair?
order, members. Let's allow him to talk.
It is very inconveniencing, Chair, and we are adults here and very responsible. For these things to be remote controlled elsewhere, it's really out of order, Chair.
Let honorable members order. I take the point that you are raising, but the unfortunate part is that I'm not even sitting here controlling what you think we are controlling. It's controlled somewhere to all of us. So let's allow Honorable Makowe to make a supplementary question. But there's no way that we can change it now. Honorable Makowe.
Chairperson, we have a consistent experience in the House that when we raise matters that affect the working people in this country, which we love, there are some parties that are always speaking against the interest of the workers of this country. I won't say it's the DA because the people out there would know. My question, Chairperson, is, Minister, you and your department, when we look at the amendments, part of the amendments that we made towards the end of last year was particularly related to contract workers and the casualization of labor. Could you indicate to us whether progress has been made in terms of following up with the companies that continue to casualize the workers of this country?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, as the department, we have made a follow-up through the inspection. And one also, those companies that were trying to retrench the workers based on the amendments, CCMA has taken those issues up because they must give the evidence whether they really can't afford. But those that have retrenched the workers based on the concept of saying they won't afford, we found out that they really do afford to pay those workers. And then they were told to retain those workers because the evidence was not true. But at the same time, what we're doing now, we've taken a step to make the follow-up, particularly through the inspection, particularly even in some government departments and state-owned enterprises, precisely because as the government, when we passed the legislations, we were the first ones to implement. And I must also thank the members of the ANC, the IFP and NFP in the National Assembly, including the EFF, that has said these are the companies that are still exploiting the workers, and we've made follow-up on those companies, and we have acted accordingly. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
Hey, Banna, hey, Banna.
Is it parliamentary that after every answer from the minister, members from the ANC should clap hands? I think it's inconveniencing. It's inconveniencing us. They are making noise. What do you think?
Honorable Mtili, take your seat.
I think they are making a lot of noise. We cannot concentrate here.
Honorable
because we are
Mtili.
reading.
Yeah.
And one of them are clapping hands as if it's a birthday party.
Order, members. You raise a point of order. Let me assist you.
I want to creating a birthday party of a 21-year-old.
Can I assist you? Honorable Mtileni, it is parliamentary to clap hands. To clap hands, it's parliamentary. I'm saying to clap hands is parliamentary. Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
It's very clear, Chair, that some are wearing overalls, yet they are not at work. Minister, there's just one, that's one correction. The Minister of Tourism was here yesterday. At no point there was there an assertion that the latest discussion or concession in the industries have led to the loss of jobs in the industry, in tourism. We know that in tourism there's a peak period and there's an off-peak period. That happens. My question is one. Is there any other way, Minister, in appreciation of the question, that we can be able to ensure that the people who are entering the employment bracket are kept into the employment bracket other than the legislative framework that we have ascended to in terms of the amendments? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. if the company is recommending or proposing that they want to retrench, immediately what we do in terms of the law, the company, the unions that are recognized in that particular company, and the CCMA on behalf of the Department of Labor as the institution that was created by the Department of Labor. They will sit together and look at the evidence why the company wants to retrench. And then out of those discussions, that's when a decision will be taken, but everybody will be represented, and then we will get a report. On the issue of particularly when it comes to the workers that are coming from outside of the country, I don't want to link it with tourism per se, but there are those workers who have certain skills in the industry that comes from our neighboring countries in particular. The three departments, that is the Department of Labor, the Department of Trade and Industry, they will recommend to the Department of Home Affairs, if we don't have those skills in the country, to say whether those workers should be recognized or not. So Home Affairs is not really working alone on that particular angle. So I'm just raising that so that people should just refrain from the notion of saying when it comes to immigration laws, is only Home Affairs that deals with those particular issues. Thanks, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Vauda, you are the last one in terms of supplementary question.
Thank you, Chairperson. What is really killing jobs in South Africa is this unfair practice of the labor brokers in this country. The question we are asking the minister, her government, and also the League of Ministers that is sitting here today, when are they going to scrap and ban this unscrupulous practice in this country, which is really a form of glorified labor and totally unfair on the people? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, if we're saying we respect the constitution of this country, there are words that are not allowed to be used in this country. But at the same time, the ANC in its manifesto was very clear on what they were going to do. We said we will prohibit the exploitation of the workers in this country. And that is why we have said, in terms of the law, we don't want contract workers in this country. The 3 months that was agreed upon was through Parliament by both houses, because when we're looking at the matter of when you employ a person, if you want that person to do the job according to what the company or the public entity wants that person to do, that 3 months is for training. Where we have said even then, if that training is taking place, there must be a witness person, which indirectly will be either a shop steward or a person that has been identified by the worker, so that when the employer is saying this person is untrainable, then that person must be a witness that, yes, the company has trained this particular person, but unfortunately that person can't be re-employed. So that is why we have allowed that period for 3 months. And we said, we're going to look at it. And what we have also said is that when it comes to the employment of a person, the person in between, because that person in between who is an employment agency or the temporal worker, within that 3 months, because that person will be trained and somebody will be looking at whether that is happening. So both the company and the person that has brought that person will take the responsibility, because previously what was happening, both the employer and the employment agency were saying we're not responsible for that particular worker. Indirectly, we have turned the issues of the employment or temporal employment services away. Now, the pronouncement by the workers themselves, they said it's either you ban or you prohibit. And we have said to the organized labor, they must go and learn from other countries, particularly Namibia, that was dealing with the issues of the same issue when it comes to labor broking. And when they said into their own law, we are banning, and that issue, the law was taken out of the window by the court to say you can't use the word ban. Even the ILO has advised that you can't use that particular name precisely because we are a constitutional state and we respect the Constitution. And in terms of the Freedom Charter, it says you can establish a business in whatever or wherever you want to do it. So we have to link those issues based on our main document, which is the Freedom Charter and the Constitution of this country. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 238 asked by the Honorable Motara.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The construction regulations published in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Act number 85 of 1993, hold a client responsible for health and safety on construction site. The moral and legal obligations that are imposed on clients and contractors are clear. That is to comply with the construction regulations or bear the far-reaching consequences of non-compliance. The construction regulations were reviewed in 2014 to place the greater responsibility on the client and construction supervisors to comply with the regulations. In pursuit of the key elements of the review and acknowledging the need to pay special attention to health and safety in the construction sector, the role players signed a construction health and safety accord recently, committing to improve health and safety in the sector. The Department of Labor inspectors constantly take action against errant employers in all the sectors covered in its mandate. It must be noted, however, that prosecution companies that have been found to be wrong side of the law falls outside of the Department of Labor's remit. But I must also say, House Chairperson, the amendments on Health and Safety Act are before NEDLAC for discussion. And when it comes to because the question is related to the fall of the M1 bridge, I must just indicate to this House that the findings and the cause of the incidents in terms of the Section 31 was that one, the design drawings used to erect the temporal structure was not signed by the designer or by the client engineer, nor approval engineer signature. Secondly, somebody have supplied the design drawings but does not take the responsibility of the design. Thirdly, the engineers did not take responsibility of ensuring that the design drawings for temporal structure is approved before erecting. And in terms of the law, we found the company, Murray and Roberts, that they have contravened the law, and that one, Murray and Roberts failed to ensure that all reasonable practicable steps are taken to prevent the uncontrolled collapse of new temporal structure or any part thereof which became unstable and collapsed due to the carrying out of construction work. And secondly, that construction regulations 12.3N temporal works, site engineer of Murray Roberts failed to comply with the construction sequence and method statement in that he erected the temporal structure without approved drawing from the professional engineer. And therefore, based on that, we will now implement Section 32 of the Health and Safety Act to fully investigate what will have been taken place in that particular area. And in terms of the outcome, therefore, of the Section 32 investigation, that's where we have to take a decision whether we find the company or we send the report to the relevant justice system. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honorable Mutara.
Minister, thank you for your response. My supplementary question would have asked about the preliminary findings on the M1 bridge collapse, so I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mateis.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for bringing in the collapse of the bridge in Gauteng. But I do think that just a fine, and I'm sure there's many others that will agree with us, that just a fine on a multinational company such as Murray and Roberts, and this is not the first time they've been involved in price fixing, especially during the World Cup, a fine is just a smack on the wrist. So I think we need to take more serious steps on what we're going to do about that. Is the Department of Labour going to commit to doing just more than giving them a little smack on their wrists? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. And I must say, House Chairpersons, yes, there have been fatal injuries on the construction, even on the roads construction. And where we have found that there were contraventions in particular, those cases are before the NPA. And then the challenge is that we can't control the program of the NPA. So what we always do, we used to follow it up, but after that, then we will give a full report on what exactly has happened in various companies. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, my concern is that with all sorts of accidents like this, it's normally too late to say, oh my goodness, proper inspection was not held at the time. And then there's some department sitting with a big problem, and there are workers and people that are in unfortunate positions. And I wonder if the Minister can enlighten us with regards to the qualifications of certain expert groups like the Building Association, the CIBD, and so on, whether those people do have the necessary qualifications and get there on time and on merit over years and not just cheap through the front row to get the bigger contracts.
No, Honorable Van Lingen, you know better than I do that we are smuggling in a new question to the original one, but I'll leave it to the Honorable Minister if you want to comment.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The responsibility of the constructors in particular, including the CIBD, is the role of the Department of Public Works. The Department of Labour comes in when there is a fatal injuries where we have to investigate based on the qualified engineers within our departments. That's why I have said we come in based on the Health and Safety Act to investigate and then refer those cases to the relevant entities. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I tried my best to provide a free of charge advice. Unfortunately, it was not assisting. So we'll jump to 4.3 and go to question Minister 227 of Honorable DPR. The one on 243 falls off because there was no arrangement. The member is not in the house. We are getting to 227, the one of Honorable DPR. Sorry, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mateis?
It has been sort of a standing practice that if one of our members is not here, we will just recognize that we'll be doing the follow-up question. So this has changed when?
Can you take a seat so that I can address that? It's in terms of the rule of the National Council of Provinces, if the member is not in, it's the responsibility of that party or of that member to make an arrangement with the member who's in. So you alert either the person presiding or the chief whip so that Honorable Mateis will be standing in for Honorable Mohos. And I've already raised that with the honorable members. Probably we are out of that. Make me to be aware then to the other questions for the members that are not in so that we can deal with them. Honorable Minister, we're getting to 227. Honorable Mtileni.
On a point of order.
Okay.
There are times when, just that you know you are inconsistent. Yourselves and your co-chairpersons. There are times when you find that, when you are not sitting there, Chairperson X, for as long as members of that particular organizations are there, she will allow us to, pose those questions or answer on behalf of the member who is not in. We have seen that many a times where you find that members from your organization, yes, members from your own organization, they always stand in for the members who are not present.
Honorable.
So I don't know whether
take a seat so that I can
remote
assist you.
controlled, whether
Can you take a seat so that I can assist you? Rule 46A. Take a seat. Let me assist you. Honorable Mtileni, I've allowed you to make a point of order. Can you allow me to make a ruling? Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
Speak.
Can you take a seat, Honorable Mtileni? Rule 46A. Honorable Mtileni, let me assist you. Oh, you know the rules. I'm practicing it now. No, I'm sorry. I'm practicing it now. Honorable Minister, we're getting to 227. I'm practicing the rules.
Thank you, Chairperson. Unfortunately, it's a pity that the member who has asked the question is not in the House. I was prepared to answer this question. Honorable House Chairperson, in terms of the Labor Relations Act, disputes of unfair labor practices and unfair dismissal fall with the jurisdiction of the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, which is the institution that was established in terms of the law that falls under the Department of Labor. And any alleged unfair labor practice is provided for in the Labor Relations Act, and farm workers are also covered. And dealing with the farm evictions is a matter that falls outside the Department of Labor's remit. It is within the Land and Rural Development. However, the labor law have also been tightened in terms of ensuring that farm workers are not stripped of their labor rights in the events of evictions. This finds expression in the ministerial sectoral determination that the minister proclaims from time to time. And I must say, honorable member, is also part of the discussions at NETLAC because it forms part of the report of the outcome of the public hearings by the department. Thanks, House Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable De Pierre.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Chairperson, my follow-up with led to the NETLAC issue. It's covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 239 from Honourable Ntebe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, in terms of the displaced workers, there is a process between the employer and the unions, and I was informed that presently only 42 workers have been integrated back to the company, and the union, in particular NUM, which was the union that was affected, is still waiting for the signed integration document between them and the employer. But I must say, House Chairperson, we will follow up on the matter with the CCMA, because that discussions, it is always done between the employer, the employees, particularly that are represented by the unions that are affected, and also CCMA are part of those discussions, and also DMR. So I'm awaiting for the outcome of that integrated report. But I must say, Chairperson, in terms of the agreement, the process is still on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. The displacement did happen after the 2012 Platinum Belt uprisings. Would you concede, Minister, that part of the follow-up that you would do in relation to the information that you've just shared, and in appreciation of our progressive labor laws that advocates for industrial peace, coexistence, and all that, you would also make sure that the displacement of such workers is addressed adequately and smooth? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, I must say, as I've said, CCMA will always make a follow-up on those issues, but also maybe just to caution the workers in particular, to say the workers must not allow themselves to be used by the employers, because what has started the challenges in the Platinum Belt was that the companies negotiated outside of the agreement with the workers who were not recognized, because they were committee of workers, which is not recognized in terms of the law. But I must say, I discussed that issue with those workers' committees then, and unfortunately they said they were not aware that they can't be recognized. But after having those discussions, then we have agreed that the relevant unions must discuss the issues with the workers, and therefore, on behalf of those workers, they went back to the company in order for them, if I'm saying for them, the companies, to make that increase that they have agreed upon outside the recognized agreement. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Labor for availing herself to respond to the question. Honorable members, maybe to remind you of Rule 46, offensive and unbecoming language. Honorable Van Lingen, I'm not the one who's going to be raising hands on your behalf. There was a follow-up question, then people raised their hands. Then if there is no follow-up question, then we are done. I've already thanked the Honorable Minister for availing herself, and now we get to the Honorable Minister of Public Works. Honorable Minister of, the Deputy Minister of Public Works, Honorable Cronin, unfortunately, question 232 will fall off.
Okay.
Where I'm seated, I don't have that arrangement. I don't want to disorganize you. Let's get to 213. The person who has asked the question it's Honorable Matime, is not in the house, and I don't have any correspondence. So you can get to 213. There's consistency. Honorable Lond?
Chair, I just want to put on record, I actually wrote a letter for the EFF members that they only needed to sign and submit to you in order to take the rest of the question. So I did my part, but unfortunately they cannot even help themselves.
Honorable Mateis.
Can you just let the honourable member know? It's not a question from EFF, and we don't need his assistance.
I've already made that. It's Honorable Matime of, it's Honorable Matime
Yeah, so
of the
why
ANC.
is he standing up and making smart-ass comments that has absolutely nothing to do with EFF? Please ask him to withdraw his comments, Chair, so we can just move on in peace. Thank you.
Honorable Lond, it is not EFF now, it's ANC. Honorable Deputy Minister Cronin, let's deal with 213.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I just remember withdraw the language that is just used in the House.
I withdraw, no problem.
Honorable Deputy Minister Cronin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just a brief background on the Expanded Public Works Programme, and then to deal directly with the question that's asked. The Expanded Public Works Programme is a multi-sectoral programme involving the infrastructure sector, for which the Department of Public Works is the lead department, the social sector, in which Social Development Department is the lead department, the environmental and cultural sector, for which the Department of Environmental Affairs is the lead department, and also what we call the non-profit sector, where basically the key implementing agencies on the ground are social movement, community-based organizations, the Community Work Programme. All provinces are involved actively in this program, and all municipalities in South Africa, throughout South Africa, regardless of which political party is involved, are actively involved in the Expanded Public Works programs. Last year we achieved over 1 million work opportunities across the country. South Africa's Expanded Public Works Programme, the reason why the Minister is not here today to answer questions is that he's in Benin, because South Africa's Expanded Public Works Programs are seen as a global model for a world that is increasingly facing unemployment challenges and the precariousness of work. I was in Turin with the International Labour Organization 3 weeks ago, and again, the South African model of public employment programs was widely celebrated and seen as a critical intervention into a world that is facing major unemployment. I think also just to say that often this is treated as not real work, or as if it was just about digging holes and filling them up again. Sometimes in bad cases that happens. There's poor management sometimes of programs. One doesn't want to be in denial. But just a few basic figures. Something like 400 billion rands worth of water in South Africa has been saved as a result of the Working for Water program. Something like 72% of South Africa's grazing area has been saved as a result of clearing alien invasives from farmland. 55 Working on Fire participants. It's a brilliant program. The majority of the fires that were fought here in the Western Cape earlier in the year, the majority of firefighters were these Working on Fire youth, basically, who are incredibly well trained, very disciplined, and they were brought in from all over the country, from the Eastern Cape, from the Northwest and so on, to assist the Western Cape during the fire season here in the Western Cape. 55 of them were asked to help the Canadians recently, last month, fighting a very serious fire season. And so one could go on and on, multiplying examples. The Honourable De Beer, who raised the issue of shortage of school desks in the Northern Cape. 300,000 school desks have been created from the clearing of alien invasives, and then through eco-furniture programs, producing 300,000, just in one financial year, 300,000 school desks for South African schools. So I thought I should introduce that into the background, because the question specifically in the first instance is a question of are there problems and how do we deal with them as the Department of Public Works, which has the overall coordinating responsibility. But as I say, many departments, all provinces and municipalities are involved in the program. Are there problems in the selection of participants? And what happens if they're ghost workers and other forms of corruption? And it would be dishonest to say that there were no problems. There are problems. This is a massive program, and we frequently encounter allegations and concerns. What are we doing about it? So first of all, when there is an allegation made, we dispatch senior officials from my department, regardless of whether it's my department that's running the program or any other department, because the reputational risk to this overall program, which all political parties, as far as I know, are supporting very actively, the reputational risk to this brilliant program, it gets compromised through selections which select brothers and sisters or party political supporters to be on the program. We must absolutely stamp out such behavior, and we take it very seriously as the Department of Public Works. We are also promoting fair selection processes, and there are many excellent examples here in the Western Cape under DA administration, but also applied in other places. One of the ways of doing it is to have, to announce to a community that we are going to develop this particular construction program, perhaps build an ECD center or whatever, and we're going to require 50, let's say, participants on the EPWP program to participate in the program. And what the Western Cape province does is, in cases like that, is that they have a community meeting. They ask people to put their IDs who want to participate in the program into a bag or a box, and then there's a kind of raffle draw, which is public and transparent. And we really think that's an excellent example, and similar things are found in other places. In other cases, it's the indigency records that municipalities have. In other cases, communities themselves actively select. There's a meeting in which communities identify households that are most in distress, most in need of opportunities, and so on. So as the Department of Public Works, we are trying to popularize those approaches to approaching the selection of candidates. But I would like to use the opportunity to really urge all members of the NCOP and of the House, please, if you are picking up, we hear many allegations that ANC councillors are selecting ANC members. If that's the case, tell us about it. We will investigate. We hear similar allegations against other political parties.
Order,
as an
members.
ANC member and as an ANC deputy minister, I completely condemn that action. It is criminal and wrong. But don't just make loose allegations. Please use your presence, as you should have, in your wards, in your constituencies, to draw our attention to it. It's a national responsibility that we all have to cut out any forms of... I just want to make that message very clear. Secondly, and if you are able to produce evidence, we will certainly take it extremely seriously. We want to deal with it, regardless of the political affiliation of whoever might be involved. Absolutely. It's hugely problematic. The other part of the question is, relates to, are we working with the private sector and with companies to also leverage funds in order to run these programs? And their answer is yes, but primarily the approach is to use public funding and to leverage off all budgets, municipal budgets, various national and provincial department budgets, so that an allocation is made also to public employment programs. So that's generally happening, but at the same time we are seeking to leverage private sector funding. We've done so with the CETAs. We've done so also with in Vodacom, for instance. There's an interesting apprentice program that we've developed conjointly with things. Is there a problem?
Honorable Cronin, round up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Julius, the first person that will have a bite is...
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I just wanted to check. Did the minister answer 232? That is what I heard. The private stuff and what? 232 wasn't the
no,
question.
Honorable Julius. The person who has asked 232 is not in the house. So that one falls off. We're dealing with 213.
I heard another answer.
Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister. Honorable Julius is quite correct. The Minister answered a variety of questions, but anyway, it's okay for us to be informed. We are not complaining. Honorable Deputy Minister, I was specific in respect of my question to say, how do you tighten the loopholes? And the information you have given here to the NCOP, it's being given only to 54 South Africans out of 54 million South Africans. How do those 54 million South Africans on the ground get the same information so that they are able to do what you are saying? Because you are only talking to 54 here. And the unfortunate part is those poor South Africans down there, when they have to report these people you are talking about. Now, where do they report them? How do they get this information as to they can report them and to whom do they report? Because you don't have maybe major problems with those that are municipal monitored in terms of corruption, but in terms of your money as public works that you give to those people who are implementing on the ground, that is where the problem is. That is where the problem is. Now, how do the poor South Africans get to know how they report those incidents? Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
First of all, I apologize to Honourable Julius. I was getting conflated between two questions, so the point is taken. But I'm enthusiastic about these programs, so forgive me for spilling over in lots of directions. The answer to how do we get across that we need to be tough. Critically, we need to get it across to the practitioners, the implementing agents, whether it's local municipalities, whether it's provinces, provincial departments, and so on. Critically, it's not poor South Africans in the programs who are causing the problems. It's, in some cases, and I think that they are the exceptions rather than the rule, but the exceptions are problematic. A rotten apple or a rotten potato in a bag of potatoes causes reputational problems to the whole sack. And that's why it's critical that as politicians in particular, we get across this message. So that's the one answer. It's about not just communicate, it's not trying to communicate with 55. It would be nice if we can communicate with 55 and use every platform, and we certainly do, to get across the message of many things about the public employment programs, including how and who we should select people to participate in the programs. But at the same time, also as the Department of Public Works specifically, we are putting out manuals constantly. We're putting out best practice guides to those who are practitioners. So it's in those ways that we seek to manage. And at the same time, and this is really where I appeal for help, we want to make an example of those. And that's a very good way of sending out a signal to a large number of people. We need to make an example of people who are involved in corruption in this program. And so help us to do that. That's what we want to do. That's the best way of sending a very firm signal to everyone.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The Minister the Minister stated that he will take decisive action against such corruption in terms of party favoritism. And it is a good statement that he made. However, will the Minister in this House today make an undertaking to be referred, an undertaking that he will take decisive action against such corruption so that that specific undertaking or those cases can be referred to the Select Committee on Executive Undertakings? And can the Minister tell us exactly what that action in these regards would be, please?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, if there's a criminality involved, which there could be, then obviously the matter needs to go to the courts. Will we take action? Yes, if we're provided with evidence or strong reasons to believe, prima facie reasons to believe. We will then certainly do. So there could be administrative actions. We have certainly fired individuals and officials within our department using disciplinary procedures within the department. But often, as I say, the implementers are not the Department of Public Works, but a municipality, a provincial department, other national departments, and so forth. But we have a responsibility as the coordinator within the program to be very firm on this, and we have certainly taken very firm steps in the case of at least one metro to call on them to move more rapidly and effectively than in our view they were. So yes, I do undertake to do whatever I can, certainly, to ensure that whatever appropriate steps are taken against actions, maladministration and corruption in the process.
Honorable Van Lingen.
It's one thing to give the undertaking, but it's very difficult to implement it on the ground. The minister has just said that he has fired people from his own department. Now, there's an act called the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities, Act number 12 of 2004. And these people must be prosecuted. They mustn't just stay in the system, because if you fire them in this department, they still stay in the system. They must be criminally prosecuted. And then my question now would be, has the minister actually considered having these names submitted to the blacklist register for corrupt officials? And has it ever happened in this particular case?
Honorable
I won't ask how many.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I agree with the honourable member that it can sometimes be difficult to carry through prosecutions in these matters, and I can only repeat what the Minister of Labour said a short while ago, that a lot of this matter depends on the NPA, its capacity, and it's often very overloaded. So certainly what we can do as a department, for instance, is carry out administrative disciplinary matters, which could include firing or suspension or other measures of that kind. And certainly we blacklist so that there isn't a circulation of people through different departments and through different... so those who are guilty of ill discipline within a department do need also... their record needs to be recorded centrally. But dealing with the corruption matters, obviously then we ourselves can't do it, but we do actively open corruption cases, criminal cases, where appropriate. I'm a little bit concerned, though, that the drift of these questions is blemishing the importance of these programs. So I want to go back to where I began in answering the question. The point of dealing decisively with these things is because we must deal with corruption where it happens, deal with maladministration where it happens, but at the same time, let us not spend so much time on talking and dealing with that, but we must do it, and forget the bigger picture of a really good South African story to be told around public employment programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Makuwe, the last supplementary question.
Chairperson, I have a bit of a problem with the Deputy Minister because he reads my mind. I wanted to touch on that last point that he made, particularly based on our experience as a select committee when we visited Melmoth and heard about the sterling work that the Extended Public Works Program is doing in training young people and also creating full-time opportunities of employment for them, speaking to the construction owner in that community that they are employed now by the company that is doing work in building the Melmoth police station. We've had a second experience also in the Moses Kotane municipality where the people were busy with building big houses but also laying the roads and making use of local labor in the road construction. But the question there too, Honorable Deputy Minister, is that when I recently spoke to people in a township in the south of Johannesburg, they indicated that their difficulty is that it is very often the established construction companies that would win the, it's not a tender, I don't know what exactly you call it, but they have then requested us as members of parliament to assist them and advise them as to how exactly the emerging construction companies can, through the utilization of local labor and training young people within the local community, also access these extended public works programs opportunities. And I was embarrassed in not
Honorable
knowing what the
Makoe,
answer is.
you know that you are taking a chance and taking it further to be a new question, but I'll give it to the Deputy Minister if he's going to comment.
I think it's very important. Thank you to the Honourable Makur for stretching the question a little bit, but I think very important because it links to the point I was making. And to answer specifically the question that he's asking, and it was a point made earlier by the Minister Patel, that one of the problems with infrastructure public employment programs when you're dealing with construction is that you construct a footbridge using labor-intensive methods, you construct an early learning center or whatever. The trouble is when the construction ends, the work ends in that locality. And that's why in phase 3, and we're now in phase 3 of the Expanded Public Works Program, one of the important emphases we're saying is let's shift the emphasis much more towards maintenance of infrastructure. So that we build a different kind, first of all, that we build a sense within communities that the infrastructure is their infrastructure. The library is their library. Don't burn it. You might be frustrated, you might have good reasons to be frustrated, but take responsibility for your community. And one way of doing it is through the public employment programs, to build a different, so we don't want to be a delivery state, a wheelbarrow state, delivering things. We want to work closely with communities so that they're also, and maintenance offers us very significant possibilities for many, many public employment jobs, and also ongoing jobs, so that it doesn't come to, it's 60 days of work and then it comes to an end. And amongst the brilliant programs are precisely in road maintenance. There are 48,000 households, poor households in KwaZulu-Natal involved in the maintenance. Each household is allocated a half-kilometer stretch of a rural road, basically, to do stormwater clearing, verge clearing, basic patching and so forth. The more complicated stuff is obviously left to proper construction. So they have a responsibility for a stretch of road. And that's been going on since 2009, the same household. So it's work, and it's 2 days of work that they're allocated, and then they do other things in the other time. 40,000 similar households in Eastern Cape. So there are some wonderful programs in the direction of public employment programs, and particularly in terms of maintenance, which is an important emphasis that we're wanting to give when we talk about infrastructure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We now come to question 231 from Honorable Ntebe. 231.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Basically, as I'm sure members, and particularly in the NCOP, would be well aware, public works is a concurrent mandate in terms of the Constitution, but it's a mandate that doesn't have legislation yet. And that's why one of the priorities that we are setting ourselves as the National Department of Public Works, but working closely through our MINBEC, and we have a very effective and I think well-functioning MINBEC, is to develop a white paper leading on to legislation, a public works legislation, so that we clarify the roles and responsibilities between provinces and the national department, the provincial departments of public works and the national department. There are many challenges in this space. Provincial public works departments are often not just public works, they're often public works and transport, public works and roads, whereas roads is not a national competence in terms of the national department. That falls under the Department of Transport, for instance. So how we get a public works white paper and therefore legislation which makes clear our role. The question I was asked is, are provinces, departments of public works departments in provinces making progress in terms of maintenance, construction and management of infrastructure in their respective provinces? And I think the answer is yes, but unevenly. That's the honest answer, and I think one should ask the specific question of specific provincial departments. I don't want to answer for them. But our impression is that it's uneven. There is progress, but it's uneven. And sometimes the progress halts and there's regressions and things like that. We're dealing with real life. But at the same time, we're not waiting for legislation, Chairperson, or for the white paper process. We are actively engaged in seeking to assist each other as the National Department and our brothers and sisters in provincial departments. And a critical instrument we have is the GIAMA, the Government Immovable Asset Management Act of 2007, which sets basic standards in terms of user asset management plans, UAMPs as they're called, and custodian asset management plans, CAMPs as they're called. And so we actively work with provincial departments, not just through the MINBEC, but through technical committees as well, in order to develop, advance, learn lessons from the collective tasks they have in terms of managing the public sector's immovable assets, which are quite considerable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, would you agree with me that the provision of this infrastructural development still needs more attention from the Department of Public Works, just to ensure that there's, in any thing that you would want to do, infrastructural development is important. And some of the economic spin-offs that we want to see happening needs infrastructural development as a base. Would you consider that this legislative framework will enable you to do just that? Thanks.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, thank you for the question. I think, and for the follow-up question, yes, indeed, but at the same time, we can't wait for the legislation. We know legislation takes sometimes a painfully long time, and we're setting our sights on having the legislation by the end of this administration, because we want an intervening white paper. But at the same time, yes, absolutely, many improvements are required. I think that, and this is a global challenge for public works departments. I think that the world has changed from the 1930s and 40s when everything was built by public works departments, people in orange or whatever uniforms. That has changed with the growth of state-owned enterprises, very active in the space of infrastructure and so forth. So the role of public works departments is increasingly basically the public infrastructure used by government. Basically buildings, if you like, office accommodation and others. That's the core function that we're identifying. So it's a property management function. And yeah, so that's what we're working to. Part of the question was, what are the challenges in this space in the original question? And a critical one is the skills issue. There's a big challenge with built environment professionals countrywide, and particularly in the public sector, and particularly in some of provinces. And I notice that the Honourable Member is from the Northwest province. And I think some of the more rural provinces in particular have many, many challenges. So part of responding to the challenges is also to pay a lot of attention, and we are working closely with the CIDB, which was mentioned, the CBE, as well as the Department of Higher Education, and particularly the TVET colleges and universities, to really grow a much more substantial base of professionals. As the department, we have got some 80 young interns. That's another problem, that people qualifying out of universities, particularly black students qualifying, graduating out of universities, aren't given work experience by the major corporations and can't therefore acquire proper accreditation as engineers. So we need to use the public sector to create the space in which experiential training can occur. So those are some of the approaches that we're taking.
Thank you. Honorable van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, I have great appreciation for what this department has to do to look after the assets of South Africa. My concern is that when it comes to a maintenance project, because it's cheaper to regularly maintain than to break it or have it broken down and then go and rebuild from scratch. So once a tender has been awarded, you still have to do another health and safety plan that must be submitted. And that first part of the project to get the tender awarded takes about 6 months. Then the health and safety plan. And by then, it is the end of October, the beginning of November. That leaves you with 6 weeks of the calendar year and another 6 weeks in the next year. And then it's the end of the financial year. You must get your invoices in. So the whole process takes too long. And I want to know if the minister has got a solution for that, because the red tape is killing the maintenance projects in this country, and we need a solution. I'm asking for one.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, I think the question is spot on, and in a number of respects. I mean, in the first instance, the member's absolutely correct to say that as a country, we're not good, and it's not just as a Department of Public Works, as a country, we've not been good at doing regular planned maintenance of infrastructure, whether one's talking water, sanitation, across the board, whether it's a municipality or a national department. Generally, we've not been good. And we're putting a lot of emphasis on getting that right. It's critical, and to connect to the previous question, it's also a wonderful space in which public employment programs, basic maintenance, ongoing maintenance, in addition to major planned maintenance. There's also national policy. There's the National Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy, which has been approved by Cabinet, and we are busy developing life cycle maintenance plans and assisting our other departments as well in that respect. I think I'll touch on it in reply to another question, but also as a department, having identified our core responsibility, which is as a property management entity, we've been managing our property like a bureaucracy rather than professionally. And so what is now we are busy forming is a property management trading entity. As a government component, it won't be privatized, it will remain answerable to the Minister and the Director General, but a professionalized property management trading entity. And one of the key functions would be, not the only one, is facilities management and maintenance of the very, very vast infrastructure property portfolio that we have. So I agree. I don't. And sorry, the one last thing is what the honourable member referred to as red tape. The red tape is something. If we refer back to the safety issues of Murray and Roberts, earlier question. So the red tape is what you're calling red tape, and I don't have a problem with red, honourable Minister. Is often very necessary. It's very necessary to make sure that who you're contracting with has the capacity, has the ability to do the work that's required. But I agree with you that, and this is why we are working now closely with the Chief Procurement Office, okay, that they've selected the Department of Public Works, and we've asked ourselves to be selected as the first department to work closely with what's in Treasury now, the Chief Procurement Office. Because infrastructure programs are not budgetable easily within a one-year cycle. It's not like acquiring envelopes or folders or pencils and pens. It's about maintaining, building, constructing, and disposing eventually of long-term things. And therefore, we're re-looking at the regulations that govern the way in which maintenance, for instance, construction and other things in terms of our portfolio are conducted with strong support from the thing. So not red tape. There need to be firm regulations so that we don't waste or squander public money. But at the same time, they need to make sense for the particular sector in which you're working. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, House Chair. My question is about the high quality, my question to the Minister, or is it the Deputy Minister, is about the high quality services that the Presidency receives, the Executive receives, even us as Members of Parliament receives at our residence. High quality services, the sprinklers come on timely at our homes, we get water. I don't even think we've ever had load shedding. So it means that the Public Works can deliver high quality services. Yet, oh, there goes the ANC chorus again.
Order members.
Are you done, ANC chorus? Thanks, Chair. So what I'm saying is that I know Public Works is quite capable because I have seen how they have delivered services. My concern is that why is this not being applied to basic things like our schools, our clinics, our libraries? It can be done. So what's the hold-up? Why is this not done? Why do we as Members of Parliament or the Executive or the Presidency get such exclusive services and the people who need it the most don't? Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Okay, I was enjoying the heckling that you were getting. Because, no, for the good reason that you and I were among the few who were suggesting that Members of Parliament get a good service. And one of the challenges that we have, and which we concede, as the Department of Public Works, is that those living in parliamentary villages, for instance, are not, and we have a committee that meets, a parliamentary villages committee that meets, and that we're represented on as obviously as the Department of Public Works. The department has challenges, okay, with supplying quality services all round. This morning I was beset by a particular deputy minister complaining about what was going on in his or her Pretoria house and so on. So there are challenges in managing the portfolio. But I don't disagree with the point that you're making as well. Let us make sure that we don't over-privilege the so-called what's called the portfolio, the prestige portfolio, which is parliamentary houses, ministerial houses, deputy ministerial houses, and forget the critical importance of delivering quality services, quality buildings, basically, and infrastructure to poor communities. That needs to be a priority. I don't disagree with that point.
Thank you. Honorable Kayla, the last supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, the problem of these young technical professionals, they don't have experience. I think we talked about it when I was in the committee. But I think the time has come that we need to deal with it strongly because it affects our people. We've been 20 years in this democracy. Now, what I am then suggesting, which I've done before, is that you come up with are you prepared to come up with a proper tool? A tool that would say, for instance, anybody getting work from the government, whether if it is a contractor or consultants, they take on this youth that is the condition of getting a contract from the government. And if, for instance, we know that contracts are 6 months, 3 years, and so, but you have a tool to monitor so that you take this youth to another project. Are you prepared to do that? Because we've been talking about this for some time. We've built stadiums, but we still don't have proper trained people. The monies of the stadiums have gone to the big guys who colluded and all that, but we cannot, South Africa is still battling with these poor youngsters which don't have proper training. Are you prepared to do that as a government for the sake of our people in this country? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I mean, the short answer is yes. We must use the leverage of state procurement and state resources to ensure that there's effective apprenticeships, there's effective training, on-the-job training, that there's effective SMME development. We must boldly use state resources, which are public resources after all, to ensure that there's effective transformation of a sector which still remains substantially untransformed. So I don't disagree with the general point that you're making.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, we now come to question 242 from Honorable Mtileni.
He's there, yes, sir. Okay, no, that's good. Again, I would like to appreciate the drift of the question. Okay, I think the question, basically the question, let's remind ourselves, is whether government will construct its own buildings to accommodate government departments and institutions instead of renting from, I think the original question, it's now been sanitized, from white monopoly capital. If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? Okay, so the first part of the response to the question is that it's not just about constructing new buildings. The Department of Public Works immovable asset portfolio includes nearly 100,000, in fact the exact figure is 99,251 buildings are part of our building portfolio, our asset portfolio. That makes us the largest portfolio owner of buildings in South Africa by a factor of some 6 or 7 times. We're larger than Growthpoint, which is a private, probably white monopoly capital entity operating on the Joburg Stock Exchange. That's the next largest property owner in South Africa. So we've got a huge amount of buildings as the Department of Public Works, okay? And therefore, a critical thing, and that relates in part to the Honorable van Lingen's earlier question, but For all kinds of historical reasons, government has not used that property portfolio strategically and effectively. We've let it run down. We've not had a sense of what it is and where it is. And in the next question that follows up, we'll try and explain why some of those problems have occurred. But we're now, as a priority, saying, let us get on top of this portfolio. Let us use it strategically. We don't need to build new things necessarily. We might have to, depending on the circumstances and the particular issue. But the key priority is to house government departments, municipalities, entities and so on, public entities, in the property portfolio of the department, National Department of Public Works, and in provincial departments, public works, and so forth. So we don't need to proceed necessarily to build. That's the first point that we would want to make. Okay. But we are building, okay, and one can mention, sorry, I'm not talking into the mic, okay. I'm so busy, looking at your member that I'm forgetting to talk into the mic. My apologies. We've got a capital project book of some, which is a multi-year 2.1 billion capital project building book, and it involves something like 1,362 multi-year, not single-year, multi-year projects. Okay, so we are building, and so forth. And amongst the highlights are the Agrival building, which is going to be the new headquarters for the Department of Public Service and Administration, and also also very focused on developing precincts. So that people who are using public facilities don't have to go to the police station over there and Home Affairs at another stage. So in Polokwane, for instance, but also in Pretoria, we're trying to develop a much more precinct-based approach to the way in which we strategically plan and use the building infrastructure that we've got. However, having said all of that, unfortunately, we still do need, in the short to medium term, to lease some buildings from the private sector. It's a challenge. We simply don't have the resources or currently on our books. So we're moving to move rapidly in the direction that you're correctly suggesting. Let us move away as much as possible from leasing in, but we don't want to make a promise that we can't and pretend that we can do it tomorrow or next year. We are still going to rely on leasings, and some of the leases are longish-term leases where we're having to go in that direction. But like you, we don't like that approach. We think it's problematic, and we need to move in a different direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtileni.
Chairperson, the reason why we have to pose this question, it's a cause for serious concern in as far as, departments are using the public purse. Limpopo in particular, on a month-to-month, they spend almost 200,000 on, office rentals. And we've been asking this, and seemingly it is falling on deaf ears. Nothing seems to be happening. And I could maybe go on to challenge you further, to check with other departments in other provinces. You might find that we could be losing a total of about 2 to 3 billion a year on office rentals. And it will be nice if maybe next time, as the Deputy Minister, you could at least come and, come with figures for all the provinces for the public to know. Because you see, it is for this reason why we are seeing, people taking to the streets week in and week out. They are dissatisfied about the services because they know this country has got money, but it is not being spent wisely. So I would just challenge you to just introspect other provinces. How much are they spending? And maybe lastly, before I could take my seat, I just want to comment about buildings in the former homelands. Like I may give you an example of Limpopo. We've got nice offices there in the former Gazankulu, which have been neglected, and they're not being used. You want to understand the reason why we're renting offices in Polokwane when we've got offices in Guyane. I may also mention offices in Toyando, where you find that they're not being utilized. Libua, former homelands, in fact, offices. Some are getting more dilapidated by the day.
Honorable Mtileni,
And what is actually happening?
I'm afraid the time for supplementary question, it's strictly 2 minutes.
Thank you so much,
So
Chairperson. But I'm
I've
happy.
allowed the preamble for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. The dilapidated buildings of public works, Honourable Minister, we did speak about it in a committee meeting at some stage. And when we're looking at when are we buying or building buildings and when are we renting buildings through your departments, the question to me is these dilapidated buildings, did you do an audit already to actually now see where all these buildings is and if it's worthwhile actually renovating them or destroying them or selling properties? I'd like to know what the situation is on that because I believe there's millions of rands of buildings that's dilapidated and we need to know what's happening to these buildings. Do you have a concrete plan in place for this?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yeah, in a way that begins to prefigure the next question, which is a question about the immovable asset register. So let me hold off considerably on that, but just to say that unless you have an accurate immovable asset register, which is your map of where you're moving, it's very difficult to be able to develop a plan unless you have a sense of what buildings are beyond repair, what buildings are lying where in former Gazankulu or whatever. Unless you have that map, your immovable asset register, you can't develop an effective plan. You're playing blind, basically. So let me try to answer more fully when we come to the next question, but the point is taken.
Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister. My question on this issue will be, how does the department deal with the issue of value for money? Value for money. For example, in instances, one notices in instances where government is requiring a service, the price is inflated, and if it is not government, on the very same service, the price is a bit lower. A very good example is the Nkandla issue, where value for money was just not followed. But the problem is, it doesn't get detected until it's late. It is irreversible. How does Public Works deal with these issues before they escalate into something that is irreversible? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yeah, when I was referring to the next question in my previous response, in fact, I was referring to the last question that's coming up. This relates to the supply chain management issues, and again, that's the next question. So I'm not trying to kick it into touch. I want to answer, but let me try to do it in a comprehensive way, because I agree with you that it's not just the Department of Public Works, but internationally, departments of public works are notorious for this, that when the private sector sees you coming, they just see dollar signs, and they inflate prices left, right, and center. And that's sometimes because there's internal corruption, and there's a deal struck between departmental officials and the service provider, or sometimes it's just amateurish behavior on the part of your officials up against very wily profit maximizers. So it's a mixture of things, and how to get it right is to really massively improve one's supply chain management processes, which relates to the next question. Yeah, exactly.
We are taking a chance. Honorable Kayla, I'm the one presiding.
Honorable Deputy Minister, these buildings that you list from the private sector, well, I'll need an answer from you on this one. Who maintains them? Now, if the owner of the building maintains the building, do you monitor that? Because, especially in the small towns, some of those buildings are in a very, very bad state, and the government is paying out millions and millions. So one would like to know, how do you monitor them? When are they inspected? Because the government is losing a lot of money on those buildings, on rentals. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
The answer to that will vary according to the particular contract and lease that has been taken out. But you, again, absolutely right. We've not been professional in the way in which we've managed our property portfolio, which is why, as I said earlier, what we are moving now to do is basically, with the support of Cabinet, is to establish what we call a government component within the Department of Public Works, which will be a property management trading entity, which would be light in terms of administrative personnel and much more heavy in terms of quantity surveyors, architects, property lawyers, and so on, so that we professionalize it. Typically, Chairperson, what happens is that when we, in the past, have leased a building, let's say, particularly in a major metro, the property owner will fly in property lawyers from London, and we will negotiate with these high-flying lawyers with chief directors who don't necessarily have law degrees and so on. So we've been amateurish in the process. We've really got to professionalize, and we are moving as fast as possible to professionalize our capacity to engage effectively with the private sector, but not just with the private sector, to really handle our portfolio in a professional way, in the public interest.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, we now come to question 234 from Honorable Mtimunye. The one about supply chain management.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I've probably partially answered it already. We've identified this, and the Nkandla matter was one of the prompts, but not the only one, which alerted us to the importance of really ensuring that our supply chain management processes within the department were cleaned up, professionalized, and made much more effective. So what we've got is a department, the department has a special division called the Inspectorate and Compliance Unit, and it's been integrated into all SCM processes. So that's one way in which we're trying to do it. We've made our annual performance plan. We are using it as a critical tool to evaluate and monitor in an ongoing way our commitment to improving our supply chain management function. At an operational level, the back office operations within SCM have been extensively re-engineered and streamlined, and every SCM activity is now mapped out as a process flow with checklists along the way, and templates and reports, so that we monitor the process of acquisitions, procurements in an ongoing and in a process way. And as I said earlier, we're working now very closely with the first guinea pig in this matter. We're working very closely with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer from National Treasury to assist us with enhancing our ability in this field. Bearing in mind, as I said also earlier, that procurement in the complex area of property and construction is not the same as buying pencils and pens, and therefore we need to develop different protocols and methods. And we're also keeping a register of poor performing contractors, so that we don't make, again, government often does this, is that the same people that fail in a construction site in one place migrate to another province and then kind of repeat the performance. So we're keeping an effective register in terms of procurement. And then the question is also asking about the 30 days payment. We've significantly improved our 30-day payment, and it's an instruction from the presidency to do so. But I think also members need to bear in mind that sometimes there are good reasons for not meeting. Sometimes there are bad reasons for not meeting the 30-day deadline, but sometimes they're good reasons. The bad reasons would include being useless and not moving effectively, or alternatively, and there are cases, not recent cases that I'm aware of, but cases where officials say we're not going to pay you unless we get a backhander, a 10% or a 5% or whatever. So that happens as well. So when there's delays in these things, that's often a trigger that we need to watch out for. Why is the delay happening? But there are other reasons as well. Often there's shoddy work, and the work needs to be verified properly, and sometimes it can take longer than 30 days to get that. Sometimes the invoices are incomplete or problematic, and also verification of banking details need to go through the National Treasury banking platform and so on. So there are challenges in the space of turning around, but I forget the exact figures, so let me not produce it out of my thumb, but I think our average now is very close to 30 days, and we want to make sure that we get to 30 days, or have a very, very good reason for why, a sound reason for why we've gone over 30 days. Perhaps just some of the other things, but perhaps one's going into too much detail. Another problem with bid committees in government departments, including the Department of Public Works, is that they depend on a quorum correctly, and people are very busy. They're DDGs or chief directors or whatever, and they're very busy. And so often there's not quorums, and so the procurement process can be very delayed. So we've now set up permanent committees that are involved with procurement, and permanent dates and times and hours at which that must meet. So hopefully that will also speed up and improve the procurement process. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mtimunye.
No, thank you, Chair. I have no further question. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Faba.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Minister, thanks. I'm still just busy with that previous question that we are still busy with, negotiating on the answer now. Minister, yes, I would like to know this register that we spoke about. I would like to know how far you are with that total reconciliation of how many of these dilapidated buildings there are. So this is one part of it that I want to know. How far are you with your audit on that? And then when we get to the supply chain management system, I want to know if you still do the training that has been done previously on supply chain management, because I know there used to be solid training at the Department of Public Works for their people to be able to adhere to supply chain management. And then if these people that has been trained, because obviously if you say to me, yes, I want to know if they've been trained and they don't apply these supply chain management, what steps are you taking, and are they really being held accountable? Thank you.
Honorable Faba, if the Minister can deal with the latter part of your question, but the one of us as the register is his last question. So we'll get to the detail of it when dealing with his last question.
Yeah, no, that's right. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to answer more fully when we get to the last question that I will be dealing with. In regard to, are we continuing with training? Yes. Often it's not training but retraining, but also developing new systems, as I was trying to suggest. And if people fail with training or to comply with what is required, then there must be consequences, and the consequences will vary depending on the seriousness of the problem.
Thank you. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, House Chair. I'll be very, very glad to hear about this register. When is it going to be available? Will that be able to be submitted? I think these companies need to be name and shamed. Also, I'd like to find out, besides the companies that are blacklisted, we also need to blacklist individuals, because they move on, they close down their companies, they go and open new companies under different names. So what are we doing regarding that? Because there's directors of the company. They're phenomenal for moving from province to province and opening up new companies. Beyond blacklisting, we need to recuperate our money. What is the department doing in conjunction with the National Prosecuting Agency to see whether these companies are brought to justice and whether there's follow-ups that are done? We can't continuously having the same problem of companies using state money and getting away with it. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, I agree. Basically, the register would need to be and is a CIDB register. So the Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB, which some people were calling the CI, anyway, they're getting it wrong, but in a CIDB, is basically the entity, it's a public entity, which grades the construction sector, grades 1, 2, 3, and so on. But it's important because it is monitoring all construction projects developed by the public sector, not just public works. And they are the ones that need to watch the performance and to blacklist those who, and that is one of the things that we are talking about in terms of the collusion that occurred around the 2010 stadiums and other 2010 build projects. The maximum weapon we have as the Department for Public Works through the CIDB would be to blacklist those companies. Whether we can do it or not, given the fact that they dominate the thing and we might not then have construction companies and many jobs might be lost. But certainly we are using that leverage to say to them that we can blacklist you, which wouldn't prevent them from doing business, would prevent them from doing business with government, with any public sector. So that's an important leverage and threat that we have. And we are using that in order then also to seek to reclaim. Obviously, there are a variety of ways in which we can reclaim money that has been fraudulently extracted from the public purse through civil actions, and we are undertaking and do undertake regularly such actions in the courts. And then there's the possibility of criminal action as well against. So those are all of the issues around which we are and do and can pursue wrongdoing.
Thank you. Honorable Kayla.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, one is happy with your answer. But this late payment cuts across departments. It would be unfair to just say it's your department. It cuts across. I also agree with you in cases where there's corruption and unshoddy work. Yes, I agree. But where I have a problem is where a liquid document is supplied, which is a contract, which is a payment certificate, and then that contractor does not get paid. That's a major problem because legal and otherwise that is wrong. For instance, with our CD projects, which were done from 2013, there are emerging contractors. On one side, we're saying we want to develop these people here, but there are contractors that have not been paid for years, their final account. We need to arrest this here because we cannot say as a government we want to develop people, and on one side, the same people that we want to develop, we're destroying them by not paying them. The government needs to do something about this here. But as I say, it cuts across departments, but it's destroying our people. Thank you.
No, I agree. And that's why across government departments, we're under very strict instructions from the presidency to ensure that we meet the 30-day payment thing, and failing to do so, there must be very clear reasons, legitimate reasons for explaining. So I agree with what the honourable member is saying.
Thank you. Honourable Deputy Minister, we'll now come to question 233. Your last question from Honourable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. And this is a question I keep anticipating and then failing to answer effectively. It's a question directed at where are we in terms of our immovable asset register. Okay. And perhaps very far advanced is the short answer, but I'll come to that. But perhaps it's useful just to bear in mind some of the challenges that the Department of Public Works, nationally, but also provincial departments of public works, have encountered in this space. The first thing is the assets are immovable. They're buildings, basically, or land. But a register is never complete because it's a moving target. It's a dynamic thing. Properties get bought, sold, disposed of, or revalued, or whatever. So we can never say that it's 100% done because it's an ongoing thing. Okay. But the fact of the matter is that, as I was saying earlier, the immovable asset register of the National Department of Public Works was woefully inadequate until, I would say, until the last 3 or 4 years, in which there's been a significant push, very much led by Minister Tulis Nxesi, to really get this thing right and up and running and as updated as possible. But let's bear in mind the historical challenges that government came into in 1994. So we had the TBVC entities being brought into, being consolidated into a single South Africa. Lots of funny things happened at that point. Properties disappeared, other people occupied properties and so on. And the records of those TBVC states were typically quite uneven, to say the least. So that has been a big problem. And then when that consolidation happened, where do the properties vest, insofar as you even know what the properties are? Is it with the province? Is it with the Department of Rural Development? Is it with the Department of Public Works and so on? So there's been a big challenge. Additionally, it wasn't just TBVC, but let's remember, prior to 1994, we had 4 provinces and not 9. Suddenly, after 1994, there are 9 provinces constitutionally and so forth. And so a lot of the problems in the government's broad immovable asset registers has been a vesting problem. Who owns what and where is what? Big problem, and I don't think that it should be underrated at a time when obviously government, and including public works departments, work. So I don't want to make it sound as though it's suddenly because Tulis Nlesi and Jeremy Cronin are in the ministry that things have improved. But we do think that this has been a key turnaround priority that Minister Nlesi has driven, is to get it right. So as I speak, what I'm told is that the immovable asset register is 99% complete. Okay. So we think that we've vested appropriately. Properties that were wrongly vested with provinces have now been vested with us. Properties that were wrongly vested with us and not with provinces, those have been vested and so on, properly and correctly. The TBVC thing we've sorted out somewhat, but we think that properties have disappeared into a black hole in some cases, and that's a challenge going forward. But fundamentally, what we've done is we've physically verified every property. Okay, that's a massive, massive task that has happened. I said earlier that we've got close to 100,000 buildings, for instance. What is outstanding is valuation of these properties. So we not just have a physical description of the properties, know where they are in terms of coordinates and so forth, know exactly what they are and so on, where they should be vested, whether with us or with others, but also now what is the value. And the valuation process is 60% complete as we speak, roughly 60% complete. The problem there is that where municipalities have valued properties for rates purposes and others, it's quite easy, then we just accept that. But many municipalities, often rural municipalities and so forth, haven't done valuations. And so that adds to the complication. The deadline for us is that we must complete the valuation process by the end of this financial year, for the beginning of the next financial year. That's a requirement of auditing because our property management trading entity needs to convert to GRAP, or it has converted to GRAP, which is the generally recognized accounting practice standard, which requires valuation. We've just been valuing them as R1, basically. We're now 60% in the process of effective valuation. So there's quite a tight deadline, but we are convinced that we will get it. And just to say also that, this is not just the Deputy Minister of Public Works saying this. In our financial year audit report for 2014-15, for the first time, there was no audit qualification in terms of our immovable asset register. So the Auditor General was also acknowledging the point that I'm trying to make, which is it's not yet complete, but significant progress has been made. But we do need to meet the GRAP requirement by the end of this financial year.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, the latter part of my question, Deputy Minister, would the department be able to meet the requirement of the audit as per the deadline? Thanks.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that we do need to, the deadline is the GRAP requirement in terms of auditing standards, and we are putting a lot of pressure on our officials to ensure that, and I'm assured that we will meet that deadline. So, yes.
Thank you. Honorable Van Linge.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Minister has just said that there are a few deep rural municipalities that are outstanding with valuation rolls. And that's actually a very big problem, because if a municipality has not got a proper valuation roll, then serious action must be taken against such a municipality because they can't collect their own revenue. They don't know how to. So in a case like that, the minister may just call on the Minister of COCTA to resolve that problem and force the municipality to do what they have to do. Otherwise, we sit with more bankrupt municipalities and more amalgamations.
It's a suggestion. Or are you posing a question, Honorable Van Leeuwen, Honorable Deputy Minister?
It is a problem. We don't have the power. So what we are doing is then doing the valuation ourselves. I mean, it's easier for us where a valuation exists within a municipality, but where it doesn't, we can't wait for that. We obviously do engage the Minister of COCTA and the department and the affected municipalities, and we make exactly the point that you're making, which is if you don't have proper valuation of the property in your municipality, you're not able to collect the rates and so on that you should be collecting, and it bounces. But often it's a vicious cycle. It's precisely the municipalities that don't have capacity that can't do it, and therefore they get caught in a poverty trap, basically. So it is a problem, and that's why you're absolutely right. We need to work collectively as government, including the Department of COCTA, but all of us to assist each other, including municipalities that are battling with this matter.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Honourable Faber.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Through you, Chair. Minister, I understand what you're saying, that there's a time period when this valuations is now going to stop or when it should be completed. But my problem that I have, it's been starting for so long already. By the time you've finished, the valuations of the first ones already differs. So this is the problem that I really have. It's a real problem because some of these buildings have gone even worse. They became even worse, more dilapidated. Oh, I like that English word. It's a new one. But it gets even worse and worse, so that the value of these buildings from when you actually started have already, it's not the same anymore. So if you go on with a cycle, you're not really going to get a real vision of what's going on. And this is why I was from the start saying that when you say you are doing this audit, there should have been, according to me, a specific time. And I want to know from you, are you seeing that this process will be just an ongoing process, or how will you handle that?
Thank you, sir. Honourable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. No, you're right. It is an ongoing matter. First of all, I don't want to give the impression that the valuations, some of them were conducted in 1994, and we're still recording them at that valuation. The valuations that we're talking about currently now, which are 60% roughly complete, are recent valuations. But as part of the property management trading entity that I keep talking about, which is where we're trying to professionalize what we're doing in this vast property portfolio, one of the key divisions will be what's called the Real Estate Information and Registry Services. And their job will be to do continuous evaluations and upgrading of the valuations. And that's why I said right at the beginning, it's a registry of immovable assets, but the registry itself can't be immovable. It's got to be a dynamic process. And so we need to develop the capacity to be dynamic in this space. So I agree with you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. That is the last supplementary. We move on, honourable members, to the next question. It is question number 207 by the Honourable Muhapi, directed at the Minister of Small Business Development. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to honourable members. The red tape reduction, of course, is something that we are very committed to dealing with as a department. Under one of our programs, which is the Enterprise Development Program, one of its outputs is the red tape reduction, which in short also means that they must ensure that the red tape reduction must be institutionalized at all institutions and all three levels, all three spheres of government. Since the launch of the red tape reduction program, the department, in collaboration with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the South African Local Government Association, and the 9 provincial departments of the economic development have rolled out the local government red tape reduction guidelines to 109 municipalities. This has been done in the form of workshops within the districts and local municipalities. I must indicate, Chair, here that when the department was formed, quite a lot of work had already been done by the Department of Trade and Industry, so honorable members can be able to see the guidelines for reducing municipal red tapes, which I already found having been concluded. There's an increased awareness on the red tape reduction program within the 3 spheres of government. The partnership between the department, COGDA, and SALGA has influenced the inclusion of an indicator of red tape reduction in the plans of all municipalities in the country in order to improve administrative procedures and process, interface between the municipalities and small businesses, as well as addressing unintended consequences of the policy. But of course, we still do have some challenges, and some of these regard to the reduction program included limited understanding and buy-in at provincial and local government levels. That's why we believe that our continued efforts of working together with the 3 spheres of government, not only on the issue of red tape reduction, but in general in implementing our programs would work. The red tape reduction program is not included in the annual performance plans of some of the municipalities, and this is one of the challenges. Inadequate applications of the intergovernmental relations policy to address the red reduction across function issues. Lastly, the lack of a monitoring and evaluation mechanism to assess implementation of municipal actions is a problem, and we are committed to working with the 3 other areas I indicated to make sure that we reduce this, because we also do not want to be caught in the red tape tangle.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much. Not yet covered. Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, one of the symptoms of red tapes is rules and regulations that are designed to but do not achieve a certain policy goal. The Vision 2030 highlights the need to have a simplified regulatory environment and better coordination of SMME's policies and programs at the local government sphere in particular. How do you see, Minister, the red tape reduction program contributing effectively towards attaining this Vision 2030 in terms of addressing challenges at the local government sphere? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. I believe that the rigorous implementation already of the guidelines would be one of the ways in which we can be able to contribute towards the vision as you indicate. However, I would like to also say that there's another element which is important here, is that of training, is that of educating, is that of ensuring that the people that are supposed to implement this understand the reason and the challenges that are faced when there's excessive regulation or rigid conformity to formal rules. And I think as a department, we have an opportunity here as we are reviewing our programs, and we think that part of the reviewing of the programs is to look at the best ways and the most simple ways of ensuring that small and medium enterprises and cooperatives operate in a conducive environment. Lastly, it's about ensuring that the coordination between the 3 spheres of government, because we can be at national level and brandish the guidelines all over the show, but if we don't have people that can be held accountable to ensuring that they implement it, it almost comes to naught. But as a department, we are committed because we have seen for ourselves the challenges that are faced by small and medium enterprises because of red tape. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member? The Honorable Lund.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, since the Western Cape Province implemented its red tape reduction unit there has been numerous success stories, and it has dealt with more than 4,000 cases, achieving a success rate of 85%. Being able to measure the effectiveness of a program enables us to identify weak points to address it, as well as roll out what is working in other areas. Considering this, is the Minister able to state how many cases have been dealt with in every other province, and what is the success rate in each of these provinces?
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I must indicate that what the Western Cape has done has been submitted to ourselves through Honorable Kruger, who also asked questions with regard to this red tape. And we indicated to Honorable Kruger that we are open to checking how they are doing it, and we're open to looking at the success stories, because we believe that where there is success, we must be able to look at the success. But I am sure that if we were to go deeper into the other provinces, which I do not have the facts and the figures of how far the provinces have done, if we were to pull out all the facts from all the provinces, as I indicated that we are already, the guidelines have been rolled out to almost 109 municipalities. If you give us the opportunity to go back and pull that and see how much success has been done, I can only be able to submit that once I have all that data. I do not want to thumbsuck the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Lont again. Is there any other member? The Honorable Nita. Honorable Lont, I'll give you the last bite. I'll give you the last bite, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to do a follow-up to the Honorable Minister on the issue of having a monitoring tool in terms of tracking the progress that is made by both departments and municipalities. Because in my view, if we are not doing that, Minister, it can have serious implications in terms of delivering the services both by municipalities and departments. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In answering the question, I have said that one of the challenges we have, obviously, is that of monitoring and evaluation. And as I have indicated, our department, and we have a unit that is really, we have a unit that has this as one of its outputs. And I think that as we look at as we do the review of our programs, it's one of the things that we are going to focus on.
Order, members.
Oh,
Minister,
sorry,
please continue.
I thought there was something somewhere. Thank you very much.
Just proceed, Minister.
I think that we do believe that monitoring and evaluation is important. It's also one of the reasons why we have in the department formed a special unit that is called planning, monitoring, and evaluation, because we believe that the planning and monitoring which is happening at a national level needs to have a connection directly into our department. And then we have to identify specifically the areas that we think the focus on monitoring and evaluation should happen. So that unit is going to be assisting the enterprise development unit in the monitoring of the implementation of this red tape reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Lont.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, for your commitment, thank you for committing yourself to doing the evaluation and getting back to us. As a new department, in order to measure the effectiveness of these red tape reduction programs, can you give us an indication of by what time you will be able to come back to us? That we don't just say you'll come back to us, but you say, listen, my department, we're busy in the planning process, and by the end of this year or by March next year, whenever, we'll be able to come back to you in terms of municipalities or provinces, so that we can then evaluate what the successes are and then address the problems where there are problems, and those where it's going well, we can just roll that out to others.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am also an action-orientated person, and I don't take kindly to things and work that takes too long. to happen. And I'm very much conscious of the needs, and especially the felt needs of small and medium enterprises, and the very fact that these guidelines, which I'm talking about, were already developed by the Department of Trade and Industry. The implementation of thereof for us needs to be done as quickly as possible. The evaluation that we are doing of the department, we've started already. We have our first preliminary report around it, and we are also conscious of the fact that there are parliamentary processes which we need to adhere to. So we will do the best that we can to try and get the information, because the information that we are talking about is what already exists in the provinces. It will be a question of pulling that information. But may I also say that we decided one of the things that we need to do as a department, so that we can have a coordinated approach, not only on this, to visit all the provinces where we can be able to raise the issues that we feel need to be implemented both by the provinces and local government structures. So I can safely say that by the first quarter of next year, we will be able to give you the success stories, the facts and the figures, because I don't think it will be difficult to do.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We proceed to question 216. That is Ms. Nita, the Honorable's question. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Member who asked the question. The Department of Small Business Development, through the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA, and the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, which are in effect its implementing agencies, facilitates the development and growth of small businesses. May I also indicate, Chair, that I think the last time we were here, there were issues about whether SEFA and SEDA were going to be migrating to the department from the Department of Trade and Industry. We would like to report that that has been successfully done. The mandate of SEDA is to develop, support, and promote small businesses to ensure their sustainability. SEDA provides non-financial business support services to small businesses, including pre-startup, startup, and business growth and development. May I also indicate here that what we are also looking at when we talk about small and medium enterprises, we are of the opinion that there is the informal business, which has not been really taken up very well in terms of both financial and non-financial support. So in the review of our programs, we're looking at how can we bring this mass of people who are outside, and we do have a special program, but we're looking at both SEFA and SEDA also being contributing towards this. SEDA has already revised its service offerings approach and moved away from making once-off interventions to working with small business for an extended period of time during the life cycle of the assisted small business. This we are doing, Chairperson, because in the year that we have been in office, we also realize that a lot of businesses do get the support, but if they are supported halfway and they are never their hands are not held so that they work together with them to ensure that their businesses are successful. Hence, SEDA has now decided to look at its support. SEDA has a vast number of partnership and programs focusing on township and rural enterprise development, manufacturing support, supply development, trade facilitation, youth, women, people with disability and cooperatives, and export development programs. All these plans and interventions are aimed at supporting small businesses to flourish and become sustainable. Now, sustaining small businesses is very important because we are of the opinion that if they are sustained, then they open up opportunities for those that are at entry level to also come through. But also if they are sustained, it means that their contribution not only to their businesses and the job creation that they make, but probably future they might also be able to contribute even towards the GDP. The Small Enterprise Finance Agency, on the other hand, is committed to foster the establishment, survival, and growth of SMEs and thereby contribute towards poverty alleviation and job creation. SEFA does so by delivering the wholesale and direct lending, providing credit guarantee to small, medium, and micro businesses, supporting the institutional strengthening of financial intermediaries so that they can be effective in assisting SMMEs. May I also just say quickly, indicate quickly that the issue of intermediaries is something that has been an issue raised by the portfolio committee very sharply to us, because their feeling was that the intermediaries were taking a lot of money instead of the money going to small and medium enterprises. Creating strategic partnerships with a range of institutions for sustainable SMMEs development and support, monitoring the effectiveness and impact of our financing, credit guarantee and capacity development activities, developing through partnership innovative finance products, tools and channels to catalyze increased market participation in the provision of affordable finance. The Department of Small Business Development, through CEDA and other key players such as Transnet, has an extensive network throughout the country. CEDA in the 9 provinces has 55 branches and 48 incubators. Again, here I'll quickly indicate that one of the challenges that is being raised by small and medium enterprises is that many of these offices find themselves in places where are far away from the people that need the support mainly. And so CIFA also does have a co-location at 36 local municipalities, deploys 19 mobile units, and 19 mobile units are not enough to cover the entire country, or even to cover the small and medium enterprises and cooperatives. Registration of business takes place at some of these sites in collaboration with Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. Together with Transnet, the department is rolling out enterprise development hubs in each province with a focus on rural and township areas. The hubs host...
Minister, please round up.
Okay, the hubs host such agencies such as CIFA, CEDA, NYDA, SARS, CIPC, and BEE accredited companies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Honorable Minister has eloquently responded to the question. I do not have a follow-up except to thank the Minister for such a progress report. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Mutla Shuping.
I'll be very brief. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, it has come to the attention of South Africans that there are sporadic attacks on foreign nationals. It has happened in KwaZulu-Natal, in Gauteng, and recently it's happening in Grahamstown. My question relates to...
I've got a member on his feet. Is that a point of order, sir?
I just want you to ask the honorable member to stand up. I can't talk straight sitting down. Please.
That is not a point of order. Honorable Mutla-Shuping, proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. The honorable member is too dark to see me.
Order, members.
My question relates, Honorable Minister, to how small businesses are regulated, and how is your department addressing the issue of unfair competition with these foreigners, foreign nationals? Because it has come to our attention that some sleep in these shops that they own and all that. How is government assisting our people who used to own these small businesses to sustain their own businesses? Thank you.
Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think someone is claiming yellow bone here in this room. With regard to the issues of attacks on foreign nationals, we have, as government, consistently indicated that it is something that South Africa cannot afford, first and foremost. Secondly, we have also said that we can be able to live side by side with people who are legal in the country, who have all the necessary documents. And we have said also as government that foreign nationals who live in South Africa who have the necessary papers are also protected by the law and also protected by the Constitution of South Africa. That we want to ensure that it is understood very well by all our people. But going beyond that, Chairperson, honorable members, remember that when it all started, our department formed an interdepartmental task team that was supposed to bring all the relevant stakeholders into discussion. And it was good that the task team was an intergovernmental task team, but later on we threw into the discussion the very foreign nationals, those that were in organized formations, to make sure that we have a discussion. Adding to that, the president also formed an interministerial meeting, which I think that the results of which, the work of that interministerial meeting, can be seen by the reduction on the number of attacks happening on foreign nationals, because government decided to have it in two ways. One is to deal with the security issue, which included the security cluster, but the other one also included the economic cluster, because we wanted specifically to address the issues that honorable members is raising about empowering our own people to be able to first and foremost understand that there's competition in business, but secondly, by empowering them with the necessary tools that they can be able to grow their businesses. We are happy with the progress so far, and we are hoping that this will not visit us again, because it doesn't look very well on South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, will you look into a question? I had a written question. 2 weeks ago, I got a response, and the question was on your activities, the department's activities.
Honorable Julius, stay on this question.
Yes.
And your supplementary must arise from
Yes.
the response.
Yes, it will, Chairperson. The department's activities on the West End. The response was a bit vague. It spoke about...
Please repeat yourself.
Oh, the response was a bit vague, Minister. I'll get to the question now. The department's activities on the West End, how they support small businesses on the West End. The answer was in Lenasia, Roodepoort, and it doesn't form part of the West End. So in this, I wish to extend, Chairperson, and that's where I'm getting in now, extend the second part of the question as a follow-up.
Which
to
second part, Honorable Julius? That question...
Original question, Chairperson 216.
The question 216.
The second part.
The question you must do is a follow-up on the response which the minister gave.
Yes. Yes.
Now, you say
the minister
you are
responded to question 2, Chairperson 2162.
Okay,
right.
Let's hear you.
So that's my response now on that. The minister responded on that. In provinces, it's doing fine. My question leads, and please look at question 2 also. Before you jump, Honorable Moapi, did her department establish offices near to the people in the West Rand for dissemination of information, registration of businesses, and funding? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe with regard to his first input about the West Rand, I think the department is a national department that is concerned about the entire country, including the West Rand. And therefore, whatever answer I have been given earlier on covers all the provinces. But maybe what I might want to say...
Order, members.
Maybe what I might also want to say to the member, you recall when I was answering also about SIFA and SIDA, that it's got offices all over the 9 provinces, and we've got mobile offices and so forth. But I think what is important in the question that we are raising, The weakness in the system is about ensuring that national, provincial, and local have got programs that are coordinated, that talk to each other in as far as supporting small and medium enterprises is concerned and cooperatives. But however, we've got provincial governments and local economic development programs that are at the lowest level. We are trying to work very closely with the premiers and the MECs of the provinces to make sure that the first point of call for small businesses when they are wanting support, they must be able to access that both at the level of local government and at the level of provinces, because there sits also sizable resources which they need to access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, we proceed to the next question. It is question 236.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. I must upfront say to you that this is one of the challenges that we continue to face, and I think my other ministers also ventured into dealing with this issue. Small business do business mainly with government departments, and if invoices of small business are not paid within the 30 days, small businesses run a risk of failing due to financial distress and constraints of cash flow. We understand, of course, that when small businesses are not paid, they do not have the deep pockets that big business has, because big business is able to play around with its resources, but also they get better attention from the bank. So we are very conscious of this. When more small businesses fail as a result of financial distress, the government and private companies cannot procure from small businesses, exposing the few surviving small businesses to increased monopoly pressure from big business. And I think it's one of the areas that Minister Patel spoke to earlier on. The economy needs a thriving small business sector that will supply to government and the private sector and help build the lower and middle income classes of this country. The failure to pay invoices for services rendered by small businesses is of serious concern as it has direct impact on the cash flow of small businesses. According to the latest report from the Small Enterprise Development Agency, the cumulative backlog from 21st September 2001 to date, 125,499,836, and all government departments contribute variably to this amount. Approximately 155 departments have failed to pay small businesses within the 30-day period in the month of October 2015. However, the number fluctuates periodically, as again Minister Patel and also Deputy Minister Cronin spoke about it, that it varies. In some cases it's on the fault of government, but in some cases it's also on the fault of small businesses in the submission of their invoices. But of course, he also spoke about the challenges of some of officials not being able to pay because they want to get something. So we are very conscious and accepting the fact that there is a problem and we need to deal with it. The top 6 departments with most outstanding invoices are the Food and Beverages Manufacturing Industry Sector, Education and Training Authority, Gauteng Department of Health, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Health, Free State Department of Health, Limpopo Department of Health, and Northwest Department of Health. The department always, that is our department. And let me also say that this is one of the heaviest responsibilities that we have, because we get the calls, we get the emails. Some people are even emailing everything that dates back to 2005, 2001, of where they've not been paid. And so our department sits with that kind of a challenge. But I think I should indicate the fact that government has taken a very strong response to this, to a point that the naming and shaming of some of these departments, we see it as one of the things that we need to do. Because at the end of the day, it's the officials that sit behind those desks and do not push the invoices properly. However, my department always strives to lead by example in ensuring that all its invoices are paid within the stipulated 30-day from the day of inception. Compliance with the 30-day payment stipulates from Part stipulation forms part of the department's performance reporting, and it is incorporated in the department's annual performance plan 2015-2016. The department monitors the presidential SMME hotline managed by the Small Development Agency and ensures that government departments and entities pay for services provided by small and surviving businesses within the 30 days of submission. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Khela.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, part of the question has been answered by Deputy Minister of Public Works, Honorable Cronin. But I also want to thank you up front for, I think I've written a couple of letters to you and you've responded positively. You've addressed the issues. I want to thank you for that. But however, Minister, would your department consider to create a tool that will monitor the payment of small business within the specified time, and also a tool that would also monitor that departments do support these small business, not only departments, also the local municipalities and government entities? Would the department consider to create that type of tool? It is necessary for the country. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, we would like to do that. In fact, we have had a few presentations made by those people who develop such tools, because we think that technology can also be able to assist us in this, where a lot of the information that needs to be there, maybe sometimes if it's speeded up through today's technology, it might work better. But also it will be accountability and openness, because if we have a tool that can be properly monitored, and we know that such tools do exist, and we will consider the already done presentations to the department with regard to those tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Lund.
Thank you, Minister. I think it's a very good idea that you are naming and shaming the departments that's not performing. And I would also suggest that not just the departments, but actually put the individuals that's responsible for those departments, name and shame them as well. But apart from naming and shaming, what leverage does this department actually have to address departments and individuals that after they've been named and shamed and they're still not performing? What leverage do you really have to make sure that they pay as soon as possible, or at least within the 30 days?
Thank you, Honorable Lund. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the leverage that we have is, firstly, the commitment by government overall, because we cannot do this on our own. But also the leverage we have is the very fact that at the level of the President's office, we have a structure that is supposed to be dealing with this, and the Minister of Monitoring and Evaluation, Minister Jeff Hadebe, is the one that is responsible for this. But lastly, the fact that this is something that is being recognized by government overall across the board, and I think as the other ministers indicated here, across the board, the fact that this is being recognized as a big problem, I think that most of my colleagues, if I can speak for them, so far our engagements with them, not only from a point of view of just engagement, but also beginning to look into their own systems as to what exactly needs to be done, is of assistance. We would like to take it to the next step, and that next step obviously is that of ensuring that those individuals that are found not to have been paying on time, sanctions have to happen, because without the sanctions it's almost meaningless. And unfortunately, many a times we do have people who hide in the system and just sit there in the system. We need to make sure that we develop mechanisms that can root them out, weed them out, because again, I'd like to go back to the fact that we are very much conscious of the implications of not paying small and medium enterprises. And if we are to make sure that the figures that government itself under the National Development Plan is churning out in as far as how much job creation should have been done by small and medium enterprises, it means we just need to be very firm about the implementations of decisions that we take. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Mtileni.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Ni kombe kumbutisa minister. Lexi lava ku vutisa xona. Ni lava ku mi vutisa ku ri minister loko mi langusa tanihi murhangeri wa department leyi pfunaka van'wamabindzu lavatsongo. Loko mi langusa atikweni la hina van'wamabindzu lava nga va na swibindwabindwa swintsongo va ha ri hava mabindzu ku fika sweswi.
I get the impression that there is no interpretation, no translation.
Minister va xi tiva Xichangana. Hi sokorisa kakhulu. No, you must learn these languages. We are Africans. This thing I already know, it now don't hear this.
Honorable Mtileni, you are still in order. Just continue in that way.
Okay. Nikensir, Anekuri, Minister. Van lava nga va na swibusinessani la atikweni ra hina. Va ha ri hava swibusinessani. Hi mhaka ku ri mfumo a wu le ku va pfuneni nchumu. Loko mo langusa sweswiwani minister swi vava ngopfu. Vanhu lava taka hi le matikweni ma le handle va fika va endla ti-business laha. Ivi ti-business ta vona ti flourish. Ene hina mfumo wa hina wu na xiyenge lexi pfunaka van'wamabindzu lavatsongo. Department leyi nga kona mali a yi tikombi kha yi va pfuna ku a hi se tshama hi twa ku ka province yo karhi ku pfuna vanhu vangani ku ri a va hi mahlweni na ti-business. Leswi swi vavisaka ngopfu I ku ri lava vo huma handle va fika va sungula swibindwabindwani swa vona. Ivo swi flourisha. Lava la kaya va yo langusa ku ri na ku humelela hi government ya hina. Va zama ku ya ka vo SIDA mara a va koti ku pfuneka. A ni ta challenge minister ku minister lomuya ku nga na swiyenge leswi a swi pfunaka swi fanele ku va swi pfuna vaakatiko. Ringetani timhaka ta ku ri va olovisa ku loko vanhu va ya landza mabindzu va kombela ku pfuniwa for mabindzu ma vona va olovisa ti-requirements. Hi ku ti-requirements tona ti le henhla ngopfu. A va ringeti ku hungusa ku van'wamabindzu va la kaya va ta kota ku pfuneka va va na mali ya ku pfuxa mabindzu ma vona. Ni khensile na mina.
Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu mgcini sihlalo. Ngifuna ukusho nje ukuthi ngiyazama ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi ama-language wase-South Africa wonke a-11 ngizama ukuthi ngiwa-understand. Ngicabanga ukuthi wonke umuntu uyafuna ukwenza njalo. Kodwa-ke kwesinye isikhathi sinokukhuluma lo lwimi lethu lusuke lugxile kakhulu bese kuba nzima ukuthi umuntu ezwe ukuthi omunye uthini. Ngifuna ukusho nje-ke ukuthi ngokuzwa kwami umbuzo wakho ukhuluma ngendaba yokuthi abantu abavela ngaphandle mabefika la eSouth Africa amabhizinisi wabo ayathuthuka ukudlula amabhizinisi wabantu base-South Africa. Bengisho-ke mgcini sihlalo ukuthi bese ngithi ngiwuphendulile lowo mbuzo mangibuzwa ngapha kodwa-ke ukuze ukuthi honorable member ajabule naye ukuthi ngimphendulile. I-department yami i-committed impela ukuthi yonke into okufuneka siyenze ukuze sithuthukise abantu bamabhizinisi abancane kufuneka sibanikeze i-financial support, non-financial support, infrastructure nayo yonke nje into eyenza ukuthi osomashishini abancane bakwazi ukusebenza. Ngiyethemba ukuthi nguphendulile umbuzo wakho.
Siyabonga Ngqongqoshe. We continue, honorable members, to the next question. And the question is question 217 by the Honorable Makwe. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Department of Small Business Development is implementing its program of developing, strengthening, and sustaining cooperatives through building and strengthening interdepartmental relations and collaborations with other sectors in the cooperatives area. You will notice, honorable members, that we are really doing the best that we can to make sure that we don't only talk about small businesses, because everybody keeps talking about small businesses, like they're forgetting that it's small business development as well as cooperatives. Our responsibility, obviously, also entails promoting access to market, business infrastructure support, and other relevant business support necessary for cooperatives to develop and grow. The department is engaged in a bilateral discussion with various national departments that are involved in economic productive sectors to enter into transversal agreements. The department aims to identify and take advantage of business opportunities that will be beneficial to existing and new cooperatives. As it is, the department is in various stages of discussion on transversal agreements with Department of Social Development, Human Settlement, Transport, Energy, and Environmental Affairs, but that doesn't exclude the other departments. Additionally, the department is in continuous discussion with several established private sector companies such as NTK, Lenbo Property Limited, South African Breweries, and Massmart that can offer business opportunities within the value chain of the companies to cooperatives which are predominantly and historically from disadvantaged communities. I thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Makwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Minister. We welcome the reply because for us the sustainability of a large proportion of cooperatives are dependent on these proactive interventions that you highlighted by way of the transversal agreements. And we want to thank you and wish you success in those endeavors. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Dylan, you are on a point of order.
I just want to propose this to the House.
Is that a point of order?
It is always fair, particularly you can see it's already late, for Honorable Makwe to stand up and say, we are happy for the answer. I think it's time wasting. He should have said no. If he did not have any question, he should have just reserved and sit down.
Your point is taken, sir. Do I have any other member? The Honorable Mpambo, the Honorable Kaula.
Diabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Mphathiswa silubonile lisebe lakho lugaqa njengosana olusanda ukuzalwa. Salibona lugakazwa. Salibona luzama ukuma, lusiya ngapha nangapha siyakuncoma oko. Umane ke usitsho nawe into yokuba kukho amasebe amane ekunonga ngapha nangapha. Sayibulela lonto leyo. With that being said, Minister, the department is in a place and should be trying to facilitate some coordination, I suppose, by now. Having said that, can the Minister please indicate to this House the other departments who are working hand in hand, showing the best cooperation in helping to fulfill the mandate of the SBD? Thank you, Minister.
The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, and I think this question is really well placed because, as we have indicated from the very beginning, that without the support of other departments, we can create a conducive environment for small and medium enterprises and cooperatives, but if they don't get the markets, if they don't get access to finance, if they don't get the opportunities to sell their products, it will almost be meaningless. I would like to say from the very beginning when the department started, we started on a good base by the fact that there was already some work that had been done earlier by the Department of Trade and Industry and Economic Development. And I think the indication that was raised earlier by Minister Patel, where he started going into even issues that are related to small and medium enterprises, an indication of the ANC government's commitment to ensuring that this area of work, which is now one of the priority areas, as he also indicated, amongst the 9-point plans which were indicated by government today, shows. I think what is important is the understanding that everybody, I mean everybody, in all the government departments, it understands fully well the importance and opportunity of small and medium enterprises and cooperatives, one, in terms of job creation, two, in terms of alleviating poverty, but more than that, the same as a minister indicated earlier, is about ensuring that black people in particular who were left out in the past get the opportunities of being integrated into the greater economy of the country. The very issue of black industrialists, for instance, we see that as an opportunity as a department, because when you talk about small and medium enterprises, you talk about people that really have to have an understanding that even if you have to produce this pen, what is this pen? What are the measurements of this pen? When you talk about black industrialists, you talk about people that know the value chain and the processes of everything. And we think we are a department that can begin to identify those people that can be the black industrialists of tomorrow. So far, I do have complete support from all the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Kaula. Are you on a point of order, Honorable Mutimunye?
I'm raising on a point of privilege, Honorable Chair.
You do understand that when you rise on a point of privilege, you must be very substantive. So that privilege must be substantive.
Honorable Chair, I'm very considerate of the time factor, that's one. And two, I am reliably informed through my informal consultation with some of the ministers in the House that some need to fly out of Cape Town tonight and a crisis may arise in terms of flying. Now, I want to submit an application, Honorable Chair, that at least lobby also the opposition that some of the questions that are necessarily not questions of life and death really be converted to written question for written reply. I duly submit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I am going to take Honorable Kaula to do the last supplementary. The point that the Honorable Mutimunye is putting is something which should have been lobbied and should have been coming through. But I must also remind members that we are geared to finish all the questions because we have already made it attendant to all the ministers and to all the members of this House that we need to conclude the program of this year and that we do not have the carryovers. I will be informed by the Chief Whip when there is any agreement of any conversion on any questions into written responses. For now, we proceed. Honorable Kaula, you have the last supplementary on this question.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekile. Mhlonishwa Ndabezitha. Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi lukhona uhlelo mhlawumbe olusiza oluyisenza ngakhona ukusiza imfela ndawonye ukuze ma incintisana kakhulukazi emsebenzini yahulumeni kube khona i-percent mhlawumbe lizothi xaxa ngakubona ukwenza basimame kangconywana noma ngabe kungekho mhlawumbe kumgomo njalo ngeke inibe umqondo omuhle ukuthi kube khona umgomo ozoba njalo ozosiza imfela ndawonye ukuze izwelakale ngohlelo lesenza ngakhona. Mhlawumbe okunye ke ngoba washo umhlonishwa uNdabezethu ukuthi omunye wabantu abayithanda kakhulu imfela ndawonye ngesikhathi uqala nje ukungena kulendlu wathi omunye ezinye zeinhloso zakhe ukwenza imfela ndawonye isimame kangcono kunakuqala. Engikuthokozela kakhulu ke mina ngoba umholo ongiholayo owumshana wakini imfela ndawonye le iyona into aqala ngayo ukuthi abantu abafunda ukuzakha nokuzenzela. Manje-ke ngiyabona ukuthi imoyeni yezwana kuyasho ukuthi nihlobene. Ukuthi abantu abafunda ukuzakha nokuzenzela kokunye ngayo imfelandawonye, kodwa nokuthi ifundiswe ke imfelandawonye ukuthi kakukona kwahulumeni kuphela la khona umsebenzi. Nangaphandle kwakahulumeni ziningi izinto ezingenziwa ukusimamisa imfelandawonye, kodwa bengisafuna nje ukwazi ukuthi khona nomgomo esenza ngakhona ozwelana nemfelandawonye. Ngiyathokoza.
Ngqongqoshe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngalowo mbuzo loyo. Yeah. Well, I will be fair to everybody else because I can see that we are also praised for time. Yes, Honorable Member, it is
Honorable
one
Minister,
of the...
don't feel pressed for time.
Oh, okay.
Please respond
My
to the way you...
apology. My apology. Mhlali ngaphambili ngifuna ukusho ukuthi indaba yomfelandawonye into esibona ukuthi si department ingazama ukuthi isincedise ukuthi abantu base South Africa bakwazi ukuthuthuka. In fact ngithanda kakhulu nje lento oyishoyo yokuthi kufuneka abahlale bazi ukuthi it's not only in government that this assistance can be received. Iyo lento eyenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi kube khona nabanye esikhulumisana nabo even in the private sector ukuze sibone ukuthi singazama kanjani ukuthi sibancedise. Okubhlungu nje ukuthi sinemifelandawonye eminingi eya registerwa over kuwo wonke ama province, nesikhathini esiningi all of them they cannot sustain themselves, all of them they fall. So ifocus yethu kufuneka kube ukuthi labo esibonayo ukuthi ngathi ba serious impela, kodwa ke kufuneka ukuthi futhi kube yilabo abanemigomo nemithetho yabo bayilandele leyo mithetho yabo, ngoba esikhathini esiningi bayahlangana bese baxatshaniswa nayi izinto okungafanelanga ukuthi zibaxabanise. Ngiyabonga nje.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we proceed to question number 244. The question was raised by the Honorable Mateis to the Minister. Honorable Mtileni, I understand you will be standing in. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I would like to say upfront, government is committed to fighting crime, fighting corruption. We have quite a number of mechanisms and systems in place. We have anti-corruption initiatives, anti-corruption programs, anti-corruption reports that have been written over and over again. And I think the previous ministers also referred to the issues related to corruption. And the department is currently not conducting a study into the scale of corruption and its implication on small businesses. But however, we do think that that is very important. We do understand, obviously, that to conduct such a study will require a considerable amount of budget, time, and collaboration with other stakeholders. That being said, though, the negative implication of corruption both at private and public sector level are well documented and adversely affect the growth of small business. This in particular when the prospect of small business to access business opportunities are blocked and small businesses' potential to contribute to the economic growth and unemployment is undermined. The department continues to advocate for transparent procurement processes and to create awareness on the potential of small business and cooperatives to contribute towards economic growth. Chairperson, I also would like to say it's very unfortunate in the South African context that corruption is always seen in a one-way kind of, it's one way. And we believe as a department that, firstly, society overall must take responsibility in working with us to make sure that we end corruption. In any situation, there's somebody who's carrying something to go and corrupt somebody. And unfortunately, the focus is always on the one who's being corrupted. Not that I say those who are corrupted must not be dealt with. They must also be dealt with. And we know that even in our own system, we have rotten apples here and there, and it is important for us to be seen to be weeding out those rotten apples. But at the same time, we would like to make call for a rooting up of all rotten apples at both levels. And lastly, it pains me, actually, to always see that in the front pages and the papers of South Africa, all you see, when you see a corruption, you see a black face. You don't see the other faces. And I think that this is of major concern for us because we believe that corruption is something that needs to be worked on by all of us. Even the private sector needs to put efforts instead of sometimes keeping the money and finding nice ways of doing it without being exposed. So it is a concern that corruption in South Africa has a black face, but we are committed to ensuring that we deal with it because we understand the implications thereof in terms of the abuse of resources that are supposed to go to our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, how many government officials, including politicians, have declared to be doing business with government departments and municipalities? It's not a new one. It's not a new one. Leave it to the minister to answer that one. And I'm asking this question because, Honorable Chairperson, there are people out there in Makhaya who are actually self-employed in their own companies and are creating jobs to, fellow South Africans. And the very same people are not afforded opportunity by government departments. Those who are in the employ of government departments, be it municipalities and departments, they happen to be the ones doing business
Honorable Mtileni,
with themselves.
Are you still going to ask a supplementary?
It is a supplementary, this one.
Please come to the supplementary.
Yeah, this is the supplementary.
No.
This is the one. This is what I have prepared, Honorable Chairperson. You can leave it to the minister to answer if she so wishes.
Of course, we can leave it to the minister. You have done an after-amble when, not a preamble, as we are wont to do in the House.
It's okay.
But the fact of the matter is that the honourable member also knows that he has, in fact, posed a new question. Honourable Minister, it is entirely up to you. It is a completely new question. It is entirely up to you whether you want to take the question or not.
Well, the honorable member knows that I will always answer his questions, and that's something that me and him can discuss outside. However, I would like to say that we are committed. In fact, government has indicated that we need to have systems in place through the Department of Public Service, and we need to develop mechanisms, but effective mechanisms, because the honest truth here is that people always find creative ways of doing things. And therefore, it's up to the system that we can put in place. Government has over and over indicated that it does not allow civil servants to do business in government. I think we've written policy after policy around this issue, and we are now looking for firm mechanisms that we can be able to use to root out. And I think that's also the reason why, as politicians, we are expected to declare our interests from time to time, because it's important for us to make sure that we don't engage ourselves in corrupt activities. I cannot say that we have yet a watertight system. We have to work towards a watertight system. And my view is that working with communities also is something that can be able to help us, because we've got all these good institutions in place. But at the end of the day, catching the people who want to do this and prosecuting them is another long process. And I think the president keeps on saying it over and over again. Our systems allows people to walk around because there's people who keep defending them, even they know very well that the people have done something wrong. So I guess we just need to keep working towards finding stronger mechanisms for catching them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honourable Lund.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. There's a saying that says, instead of plugging the holes of a dam, why do we not try and divert the river, or in fact build a new dam? There's a school of thought that says if you want to tackle bad habits or practices, it works well to find a big issue and set an example. Coming back to your answer, if you want to address corruption, the easiest way would be to set an example of a few businessmen or individuals or even departments or officials who are corrupt and thus help ensure that other businesses and individuals toe the line. In the Minister's experience, is it more difficult to enforce and ensure a culture where corruption is not accepted when government fails to lead by example, when they do not tackle instances of corruption or mismanagement of funds, with examples here ranging from Prasa, Eskom, Madupi, Nkandla, and now John Block?
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, I think that in all the issues that the honorable members is raising, the government of the African National Congress is committed to dealing with those issues. We are an open government, we are a transparent government, and where corruption has been found, we have not been afraid of dealing with it, and in fact we are not flinching, because if the honorable member was to look at the examples that he puts in place, he is very much aware himself of the processes that have taken place to make sure that we address this. If we were a banana republic, or if we were a government that is not democratic, we would still be having quite a number of people in places of authority. And because we take this very seriously, many of those people are out. And if the honorable member wants me, I can be able to pull out facts and figures of how far we've gone, even those that are out of government today, because the fact of the matter is that we are dealing with a very difficult situation of corruption. And earlier on, as I said, it is something that is very unfortunate because it always points to one side. It's government, it's government. I agree. Government, as government, we have the responsibility to make sure that we dig it out and make sure that we take strong action. But ultimately, it is a societal problem, because sometimes some of the people that are enjoying in this corruption, they come and live with our own communities, and we can see them, the kind of lifestyles that we have. Sometimes we don't even say anything when we can see for ourselves that you can't be working here, earning this amount of salary and living this. That is why government has decided that we need to do a lifestyle audit so that we can then be able to check who is who. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I have not seen any other hand for a supplementary, which means we proceed to question number 215 by the Honorable Muhapi to the Minister.
Excuse me, Chair, I don't see 215.
Whilst we are at it, honorable members, we will take a decision whether to break after this last question, because we did prepare a snack for members, anticipating that we would finish very late today. So it is up to you to either break for 30 minutes for a snack or to disciplinedly leave one by one, snack, come back. I'm all yours. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. As the department increased business support for cooperatives that are either self-member initiated or emerged as a result of government encouragement, it is evident that the sustainability of cooperatives relies on the cooperative's compliance with universal cooperative principles. Cooperatives that have been sustainable are entrenched in the application of good governance, and this, for us, is at the center of the management and possibility of growth for cooperatives. And in the year that I have been in office, I've also come to understand that one of the biggest challenges that faces cooperatives, especially from a lower level, is that of good governance and entrepreneurship of members. Many a times, some of the cooperatives are formed for other reasons other than a purpose of forming cooperatives, and somewhere along the line, they begin to fight among themselves over things that they shouldn't be fighting over. Government financial and non-financial support thus should enhance their sustainability and should not be the core of their existence. What is important to us is that we need to even look at the programs that we have had as from the Department of Trade and Industry to remove the whole issue of ticking in the box and be excited that we have registered thousands of cooperatives who actually cannot operate and cannot function properly. And we would like to see cooperatives that can finally be able to depend on themselves. But of course, knowing that many of those cooperatives are within our communities, communities that were previously disadvantaged, it still remains a responsibility for us to support them. I would just indicate 2 examples of emerging best practices that could be used as a benchmark within the cooperative sector, and these are just 2. There are many others. Ikwezi Vegetable and Poultry Farming Cooperative in Mpumalanga. This cooperative was established in 1996 by 5 women and was operating informally until members decided to each contribute 50 rands per month to start the cooperative, which was registered in 2010. The cooperative got a grant from the National Development Agency, NDA, to set up a cold storage room, backhouse, administration office, irrigation pipes, and 7-hectare water pipe engine, delivery vehicles and office equipment from the Department of Social Development, respectively, to acquire a 3-piston engine and irrigation pipes. The cooperative produces the following vegetables: butternut, cabbage, onion, potatoes, chilies, green peppers and tomatoes, brinjal, okra, sugar beans, marrow, mealies, and beetroot. The cooperative has created 50 jobs, 32 permanent and 18 temporary. The cooperative has secured a market to supply some of the vegetables to Woolworths, Pick n Pay, Spar supermarkets. The cooperative also secured a contract with the Department of Education to supply school with orange, cabbage, onions, tomatoes, etc. The profit of the cooperative has increased by 50% since 2012. Papazela Community Funeral Service Cooperative, I was having an issue about this funeral one, and then they said, no, but this is a successful one, so don't be worrying about dead people. This cooperative was established in 2012 by a group of 9 founding members from Papazela village outside the township of Malamulele. The cooperative acquired land from Papazela Tribal Authority and has since built their main offices there. The cooperative mainly focuses on funeral service and funeral scheme, and has more than 4,000 members. They have a total of 10 offices in around Malamulele, Toyando, Giyani areas, Bulukwane, and has expanded to the Gauteng province. And they have 7 offices are in Limpopo, which ultimately make it easy for the cooperative to interact with the client who visit the office for business inquiries, making payments, regular consultation, submissions of claims, and other activities. The cooperative employs qualified personnel who provide excellent services to the client. This is one other issue that we found very difficult with cooperatives. Sometimes they've got a very good idea, but then they don't get qualified managers who are able to manage. Sometimes they want to do the management themselves when they don't have the management qualities. Its managers have received professional training, in particularly on customer care and the ability to close deals. Over and above 9 members of the cooperative, they have a staff complement of 47 people. The cooperative has acquired 6 houses in Kumbi. Thank you. There are no finally, there are no standardized national norms for funding of cooperatives, and I think that we need to further work on this. Government departments and agencies at national and provincial level have their own funding guidelines, which sometimes becomes a problem because you find that some cooperatives, they dip 2 or 3 times at different levels of government, and so we have to work something around this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honestly speaking, I am really impressed with how the Minister has responded to these questions. And it's very clear even the blind can see and the deaf can hear. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Smith, ditto, I know. You are making that point of order, it is noted.
Yeah, that point of order again.
Yes,
This,
it is
this thing
noted,
of
Honorable Mtileni.
singing praises, showering accolades, I think it must come to an end.
It is noted. Honorable Smith, Honorable Mutlashuping. Honorable Mnita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in light of the well-known failures of cooperatives in the small-scale fisheries industry due to political manipulation for personal benefit by a few ANC cadres, why does your department forge ahead to push for more cooperatives in other industries as well?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to be very correct here. My apologies. I just heard somebody doing something like this. There's a dog in the house. I'm not sure what was that all about. But anyway, you will sort it out. I don't understand this, what it is. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought there was a dog somewhere. And I'm not a dog anyway. Well, with regard to...
Order Mtileni, the Honorable. Order. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. It would be interesting for the Honorable Member to give us...
Is it a point of order, Honorable Mtara?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Mtileni says that there are dogs sitting behind the minister. That's what he said.
Honorable Mtileni, did you say there are dogs sitting behind this minister?
Yeah, I'm saying that because she says she has the
No.
sound
Did
behind her.
you say there are dogs sitting
Dogs,
behind?
I'm referring to a fellow ANC members behind
Honorable Mtileni, withdraw.
That's what I mean.
Order.
She heard the sound from
Honorable Mtileni, withdraw that. Withdraw.
I do.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, please continue. Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson, he didn't say he withdraws. Withdraw, not draw.
He said he does. I
do. Maybe it's English. You said you withdraw, I said I do.
Thank you. Honorable Mtileni has withdrawn. That is the understanding. Honorable Mtileni.
Not dog, dog.
Honorable Mtileni.
Dog Tamatime. When we want to abbreviate, we say dog. Not dog, dog. I'm referring to dog.
Honorable Mtileni, please take your seat. If it is the byplay on the pronunciation of the word DOG and DR, that is unacceptable in the light of animals and members of this House not being the same. That, has been disallowed. It is not appropriate. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We will continue to forge ahead and ensure that cooperatives, the support that cooperatives need on the ground, they get that support because it is very important for them to get the support. We will not stop from supporting our cooperatives on the ground on the basis that some political people somewhere who I am not aware of who they are and where they are, we will continue to support cooperatives. And as to the issue that the member is raising about the fisheries and some political connectedness, I know nothing about it and I cannot deal with it.
The Honorable Mutlashuping.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. The decorum of the House must be maintained at all times. Childish behavior is not going to assist
Your
this
point,
House.
please.
Honorable Minister, my question relates to cooperatives, but I would not want to confine it to a situation that I experienced while on an oversight visit in the Northwest. I would want you to take it as a general concern in all provinces. I am just worried about the product that the cooperatives produce, where it lands, because ultimately what my observation in the oversight visit is that they get exploited at the end of the day. Is your department having measures to ensure that these people are not exploited and they get a value for money for their products? Thank you.
Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think somewhere in my answering some of the questions, I did indicate the fact that one of our challenges and one thing that we are committed to is to assist small businesses and cooperatives to access markets, because this is usually where the problem is. They produce and then their products are not sold. But at the same time, it's about the infrastructure and the support that they get when they are even in the process of production. Because many a times you find that the quality of their product, it is said, is not good enough. Hence the area of exploitation, because I think in some instances their product is very good, but they get exploited because one, the education that needs to happen, but also it's about their management of whatever they're producing. Because for me, it doesn't make sense for you to produce veggies and other things in a particular area and you do not have the market. You need to start by ensuring that you have the market. Let me just make a small example also of one a cooperative in the Northwest, which is being supported by the Department of Social Development. My heart was very sore when I got there. I found that the Department of Social Development had given them a building, had given them equipment, the sewing machines, had even given them quite expensive machines, including the one that does embroidery. And that embroidery machine is very expensive. I found that out of the 30 machines that were there, about 8 of them were not working, and they hadn't worked ever since it was given to them. So here is a question of government doing everything it can to support, but the women on the ground do not have the necessary skills for them, because if they have that kind of machinery, it means they must have made an analysis of what are they going to sew, what is it that they are sewing. And I looked at even the product that they were producing, which was uniform for school children. But the quality of that uniform, to me, I said, there's no parent who's going to buy this. So we are of the opinion that as a department, even the other departments who are assisting cooperatives must not do so without us coordinating with each other, because they don't do the training and the rest of accessing market for them. So we are looking at how can we work together with social development. For instance, we've had our meetings already to say, don't go and open up this, the cooperatives when the training and the understanding of the area has not been done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Nita.
Honorable Chair, what I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, first, I appreciate the fact that the profits for the cooperatives have increased from 250,000 to 500,000. But what I would like to know is the department having a program on business skilling those cooperatives for the purpose of sustainability of the cooperative themselves, so that they don't collapse. Thank you very much.
Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have a fully fledged unit that is focusing on cooperatives, and one of the outputs that they have is about exactly doing that, giving support, both financial and non-financial support to cooperatives. However, we are also looking at other support which we have realized that exists outside of government itself. By the way, remember we've got CIFA and CEDA at the same time. They also are supposed to assist that. But what we would like to explore in as far as enterprise development is concerned is the opportunities that exist outside of government of enterprise development. If cooperatives are not looked at as an enterprise, then they will never be able to succeed. And I can assure you that the companies that I spoke about earlier on, never mind that there are contradictions sometimes with them, sometimes they want to help, sometimes they close the market, so those are the things that we need to deal with. We think the success of cooperatives is about ensuring that, one, the issue of governance, two is the issue of training, three is financial and non-financial support, but the sustainability actually of cooperatives rests in the main on the cooperatives themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable members, do we break for 30 minutes or do we continue? Honorable ministers, we break for 30 minutes. We beg your indulgence. 30 minutes exactly. Please snack and come back. We still have 12 questions to go through. Thank you. seats. Honorable members, we are back in order. The Honorable Kaula. The Honorable Lont is the timekeeper. He says we are 5 minutes too early. Yes, I suspect his watch battery is a little bit on the slow side. Honorable Kaula, we are happy to see you back. We are back in order, sir. Honorable Minister, Minister of Trade and Industry, we are on question 211.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the background to the challenges facing the South African steel industry are well known to the DTI and probably also to members, but it's worth mentioning that what we're facing right now is a global glut of steel, which means that the demand for steel is way below the supply of steel internationally, and that steel producers, particularly from countries where they have been supplying their domestic market and are now finding that this market is not absorbing the steel, are seeking to put the steel at very low prices in external markets. This has led to quite a lot of havoc in global steel markets. The world steel production of the 66 countries that report to the World Steel Association is down 3.7% compared to September 2014, but that still is not is still above the levels of demand, and it's not evenly spread. So the US has seen an 8.5% decline in its steel production. Brazil has gone 13% down, and Turkey is down 14%. That's the global context. On top of that, we have seen that there have been failures by the dominant steel producer, particularly underinvesting and becoming increasingly uncompetitive in some of its local operations. And that has contributed to a situation in which many steel users have become accustomed to importing steel. Our position as government is that we need to defend primary steel manufacturing in South Africa. We need to ensure that this crisis does not result in us losing primary steel manufacturing capacity, but we have to defend primary steel making in South Africa in such a way that it does not impact negatively on downstream steel users in South Africa, which are actually the more labor-intensive parts of the value chain. To try to do this, we've implemented a number of measures. They include trade remedy measures. The International Trade Administration Commission has already made a recommendation, which we have accepted as government, for tariff increases on galvanized and coated steel products. That's been approved. In addition to that, there's a number of other applications for MFN tariff raises up to the maximum bound rate, as well as for the imposition taking place with Economic Development Department as well as DTI in looking for certain commitments in return for this, a long-term competitive pricing policy, increased levels of maintenance and investments, a potential rebate system to support downstream manufacturers, as well as transformation and BE commitments. Already one of the conditions that was imposed for the tariff increase that was granted was that the tariff increase could not be used by the steel manufacturers to raise their prices. The prices cannot be raised as a result of that. Rather, the tariff increase provides a degree of price competition protection for the local manufacturers. In addition to that, we've been working together with the Department of Mineral Resources on ensuring a cost advantage for local steel manufacturing from the supply of at least part of the local iron ore production. There's a price preference system that was introduced for local use of scrap metal. This offered in local end users a discount of 20%, and export permits were only granted when ITAC was satisfied that there'd be no offers from local users. Although this measure was widely supported, There have been challenges, it has been challenged, and there's been all sorts of resistance and maneuvers, and that has led government to now consider further measures compatible with our obligations under the World Trade Organization and also other international agreements. We've also been providing support under the National Cleaner Production Center. That has led to savings by ArcelorMittal South Africa and the Saldanha plant of 176 million in June 2013, and they estimate that there could be savings of 362 million as a result of that by 2016. With respect to the second part of the question, we should point out that job losses are not unique to South Africa. In fact, we haven't suffered any at this stage. But just to put it into context, the UK has seen 4,400 jobs lost, which is 15% of its labour force in steelmaking.
You're wrapping up, Minister.
And in the United States, we've seen nearly the same. And if the questioner wants to ask me to clarify the situation in one of the plants of AMSA in Vereeniging, of the Highveld Steel and of Cape Gate, those are the three companies which are under some distress. No job losses yet, but there are issues that are arising and some of the work which we're doing. If you want to ask that in the supplementary, I'll be happy to answer. Thanks.
Honourable Kohler.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks for the response, Minister, so that you continue. If you can just cover me as to whether the situation is stabilizing as you go on with the issues you want to further elaborate on. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. 3 steel mills have filed Section 189 Labour Relations Act notices in which they indicated their intention to partially close some of their operations. The Vereeniging plant of ArcelorMittal South Africa was not the Vanderbijl Park plant, it's the smaller plant. They're talking about the melt shop and the forge, potential closure of these, but they do say that the remaining rolling mills will be supplied from Newcastle, and the potential number of people that are affected is 388, of whom 264 are AMSA employees. But there is an engagement continuing between government and them on that, and AMSA has said they will consider whether they can relocate these employees elsewhere, have an early retirement option or a voluntary separation scheme. Then the other one is EFRAS, Highveld Steel and Vanadium. That's gone into business rescue. And now they've put the plant into maintenance, cutting 1,000 jobs. We are looking for another investor. And then there's Cape Gate, where we have no details, but the company has started discussions with the unions. Just to say that we are working on all of these to try to avoid or mitigate the potential job losses in each case, while we continue to try to ensure, as I said earlier, that we defend the existence of primary steelmaking in South Africa, address all the conditions that we can do, and do this in such a way that we actually address some long-standing challenges like the pricing policies in relation to downstream steel users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any member for a supplementary? The Honourable Lond.
Good evening, Honourable Minister. South Africa is a member of BRICS. This government has on numerous occasions punted the advantages of being part of this group. It is stated that bilateral relations among BRICS nations have been conducted on the basis of non-interference, equality and mutual benefit. In July, the 7th summit of this group was held in Russia, and South Africa was also represented here. Being a member of BRICS, what has South Africa done to utilize its influence and power within BRICS to protect our industries, specifically the steel industry? If we are not trying, why are we not? And if we are trying, why has this not been successful? And does this show that effectively being a junior partner in BRICS doesn't really benefit South Africa and give us little to no negotiating power?
Honourable the Minister.
Well, one of the things that we've been doing bilaterally with China is we've been seeking an additional investment in the processing of what's called Highveld Steel, or this is, Minister Patel refers to it earlier, the processing of tailings byproducts of other mining operations where we have actually larger supplies of iron ore. That plant is an investment by Hebei, and that investment is going ahead, and we have managed to engage with our Chinese counterparts to ensure that that investment goes ahead. I can say also that there are many other benefits from the BRICS, not least being a founder member of the BRICS New Development Bank, where I've seen that everybody and his dog now wants to join this because they see this as a very, very significant new fund of infrastructure development and other operations across the world, particularly in the developing world. And I think that there's no doubt that there are many, many advantages that we have from our BRICS membership. Of course, that doesn't mean that we don't have any anti-dumping duties or any duties against each other. We do. Good friends do. We have duties against products coming from other countries as well, with whom we maintain friendly relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Any other member? None? Honorable Khaila.
Let me sneak a question in here. I hope you're going to take it, Honorable Minister. Steel products, the end products, one of those products is corrugated iron. One of those products is corrugated iron. There's quite a lot of cheap steel products that are being dumped in this country. And it's inferior products. They're substandard, they're not SAPC approved. And I can name a lot of others, Honorable Minister, quite a lot of others. What is the government doing, or what is it prepared to do to combat this here? Because it's really costly to the country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, first of all, I think that the present situation in the steel industry and the need now for primary steel manufacturers to access some of the facilities the government has made available has actually turned the conversation that we've been trying to have with them for a long time about pricing in a direction which I think leads to some real possibilities of a breakthrough on this long debate that we've been having about pricing policy. So I did mention that that is part of the process of engagement with ourselves and EDD and the primary steel manufacturers of this country. We are, of course, working with a variety of them, those using scrap metal, the Hebei investment, as well as the Oslo Mittal. But I think that would be the first thing if we secured a long-term pricing arrangement that was supportive of downstream steel manufacturing. That would be the first thing. The second thing is that if there are downstream manufacturers that are facing dumped products, because it might not be just primary steel, it might be actually products of primary steel, they are also welcome to access the facilities available in the International Trade Administration Commission. We can't say that we will grant you a tariff increase because it has to go through the processes of ITAC and we can only act on the recommendations. But we have actually said to downstream steel manufacturers, you are free to approach ITAC as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, we proceed to the next question. That is question 223, posed by the Honorable De Beer. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we should just take note that many of the core programs and the regular work of the Department of Trade and Industry needs to involve and does involve efforts to coordinate our work with provinces and municipalities. That includes that all industrial development projects, of course, have a geographic location, and we have to work with provinces, with municipalities, to access whatever facilities are available to support competitiveness and to address any concerns or issues that may arise of manufacturers, which we do on a regular basis. And the same applies to the attraction of foreign direct investment. Those projects all have a geographic location, and a lot of our work does involve interacting with provinces and municipalities. In addition to that, the department does run some programs which are intended specifically to promote industrial decentralization as well as industrial investment in general. And the obvious one here is the Special Economic Zones program. The Special Economic Zones program, which is now really almost up and running. The board is doing its work. The regulations are close to being finalized. But that, of course, has gone along with very close work with provinces as we were rolling out the framework. All provinces were actually involved in identifying potential SEZs, and those will be what the board will have to apply its mind to. There's also the Critical Infrastructure Program, which supports infrastructure development, particularly distressed municipalities, around infrastructure to promote economic development. And then there's the Industrial Parks Program. I could mention that we haven't up to now been involved very much with local economic development, but right today, the Deputy Director General, who's in charge of the Special Economic Zones and Economic Transformation Division, was involved in the launch of a program, a pilot program, which has been funded by the Middle Income Grant of the African Development Bank, and it's a joint venture between ourselves and small business. And this will focus on supporting local economic development. There will be key activities conducted under this to support LED development in 6 pilot municipalities. Then there's the development of a pilot specialized industrial facility program. This will also set up technical vocational educational training colleges to support skills development for industrial development. And then there will be some further work to promote feasible industrial parks. That was rolled out today. We haven't, as I said, focused a lot on trying to directly support local economic development, but this is an initiative which we're launching right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable De Beer. No follow-up question. Any other member with a follow-up question? The Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we have been doing oversight in most parts of the country. And what we came across is that, you see, the government seems to be failing people and continues to fail them more and more. During the apartheid-led government, there used to be factories, which used to be called factory units, where people used to be trained to acquire various skills such as welding, sculpturing, upholstery, and these are the kind of skills which I think our people still need. And they can make use of such skills to fend for themselves and their families. And what we see as we drive around, most of these factories are no more. And to call them white elephant is better, because you call something white elephant, something that is still there. These factories have been vandalized.
Are you aware that your 2 minutes is almost up?
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, I just want to know, what is actually your aim with regard to, resuscitating this kind of factories, which used to assist people then? Thank you.
Honorable Makuya, you're on a point of order?
Yes, please, Chair.
Please.
Chair, my point of order is that the Honorable Mtileni is misleading the House when he says that they are part of oversight. On the oversights we did, we find that very often the EFF members are not part of it.
Honorable Mtileni, I did not recognize you.
Okay.
Some hands. Let us leave it to a point where you will debate as this House whether he has been part of our official oversight or he has been having his other oversight. And let us allow the Minister to respond to the question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first of all say that, of course, we do accept the point that skills development is fundamental to industrialization. That is what we seek to promote through, among other things, BEE, where there's a sub-minimum score for skills development. We tell every investor in this country that you better invest in skills development. And as a department, we invest in skills development ourselves, even though we're not the lead department on this. That is the work of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Let me also say that I think that many of those factory projects were Bantustan border projects and stuff like that. They were motivated by a logic which didn't have any economic logic to it. It was a logic of separation and apartheid. We don't necessarily accept that every single one of them is viable, but some of them may be. And on the basis of an assessment of each of them, and in discussions with provinces, that's where the industrial parks program comes. If the industrial parks, there's a pre-existing infrastructure and there's a viability that we can assess now, we're happy to support that through the industrial parks program, and in some cases that is so. But I mean, we're not committing to say that every single factory that was created under the border industry scheme will be resuscitated, but where there is a viability now, as part of the industrial parks program, we are assessing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable, the Chief Whip.
Yes, and thank you very, very much. The Honorable the Minister alludes to some pilot projects happening elsewhere as a message of hope to those people in those areas. Can the Minister indicate, even if it just indicates the provinces where these pilot projects are being implemented? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, I think at this stage it's a little early. I don't know, I have to confess, I don't know whether the work has been done, but what we did say is that there will be 6 pilot projects and that we will announce where they're going to be in due course. It's to support LED in district municipalities. That's the idea. And I think we can come back with the information when we have it. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Mpambo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, as you would know, not every town in South Africa can be industrialized. That is why we have to establish economic hubs around South Africa, as there are various factors such as access to water, which could implicate negatively to our South African citizens, and which impacts on the viability of the industry. I want to know, Honorable Minister, what proper study was done in this regard, and if not, when do you plan to do one? And in this case, I would prefer timeframes to save your department from the same embarrassment of Minister Gigaba of Home Affairs that just ran into a direction of the visa regulation with his eyes closed. I thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Well, I don't even think the issues are remotely comparable. Let me just say that to start with. What we are doing, of course, when we talk about the special economic zones, is that there is an independent body, the SEZ board, that looks carefully at all of them and assesses their viability. I have a question later on, I don't know if we're going to get to it, where we can actually point out that the number of the industrial development zones have gained quite a lot of traction in recent years, and that we've rolled out a few more. Recently, there's been the Dubai Trade Port, the Saldanha IDZ. I don't know whether the Honourable Member thinks the IDZ in Saldanha is a waste of time and space, but I don't suppose her party would agree with that. And then there's also the one in Harrismith in the Free State. So let me just say that these are done on the basis of an assessment of viability. We do accept that not every place can support industry, but we do not accept either that industry has to be located in the 3 parts of the country that it currently is, which is Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape. We do think there's potential for a degree of industrial decentralization. There are many issues we have to grapple with, including issues about, as you say, the availability and the pricing of electricity on top of what you mentioned, water and all kinds of other physical assets. And that is work that we do regularly as a department, as I answered in the question of the Honourable De Beer. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That was the last on question number 223. We proceed, Minister, to question 245. It was posed by the Honourable Dr. Vauda. The Minister.
Thank you very much. The answer is based on information which has been supplied by the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. I'm taking the names of the towns that are in the question as just examples, and just to say that the CIPC has an access strategy which would include a number of initiatives which would aim to make registration of companies from places like those much more accessible and cost-effective to ordinary people. And basically this involves the use of ICT technology. And the first of these is that we are rolling out self-service technology to all corners of the country. Interested third parties who want to provide registration services will be able to register for the provision of this service with the CIPC. They'll have to be verified and they'll have to be scanned in various ways so that we know that these are genuine people. They will then have access to the ICT technology and access to the system of the CIPC, and that they will be able to run a small business to register other small businesses in outlying areas. And in this way, we think that that will be a simplified way. We also, the CIPC is also partnering with Transnet via its business hubs, as well as with various chambers of commerce in a number of provinces to roll out similar services through these mechanisms. Registration services have been rolled out in Tshwane, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Saldanha, and later in the year, the same thing will happen in East London, Durban, Polokwane, and De Aar. There's also a partnership with banks, and so far this is with FNB and Standard Bank. If you go to the business services of those, the business service divisions of those, it is possible to access open a business bank account and at the same time register the company through those banks. And ABSA and Nedbank are in the final stages of coming on board. And all of these initiatives, as well as the kiosks which have been rolled out, do allow a very cheap and effective and rapid, not just registration of the company, because under the Companies Act you can actually operate with just a number, but also name registration. I've seen it done in about 20 minutes myself. So this is the kind of facility that is being rolled out through a number of initiatives which we hope can bring this service more cheaply and more accessibly to people in outlying areas as well. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Vauda.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before continuing, let me remind the honorable members that are looking for the members of the EFF that we are marching to Pretoria. Thank you, Chair. I was tempted to stop there, but I'll be doing the Honorable Minister an injustice. Through you, Chair, Honorable Minister, this is not only about extending the services of company registration, but also about monitoring these services to ensure that these services will be made adequately and intelligently to the community at large. What programs will your department will put in place to ensure that this takes place? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Well, we do have a number of programs that we take DTI to the people, and we usually explain to them what the services are that we provide. We have a number of, I think the way in which we'd accredit the people who can provide these services is also a check against people being subject to predatory practices, and so I want to make sure that the right kind of people are having access to the system and registering companies. I think that many people don't actually even understand what registration is about. We have to tell people that. What it does is it gives you the access to limited liability, and that is the fundamental right that you get from registering a company. The Companies Act now makes this a very simple and easy process, and we're working towards making the implementation through the use of ICT a simple and easy process and affordable process as well. That's basically the aim. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Any other member? I think the snack is helping. We continue, Honorable Minister, to question 225. That is the question which was posed by the Honorable Khai. Honorable Makue, you are in charge of the question. Honorable Minister.
Well, let me say, Chairperson, that the SEZ program is a program that will allow for the proclamation of special economic zones broader than those which are already provided for under existing legislation, the industrial development zones. It allows, for example, industry-specific special economic zones or other forms of special economic zones other than industries that are located around ports and airports and are benefiting from the duty-free entry of products that are used for further processing. There will be a number of incentives that are backing these programs. They include a major tax incentive, infrastructure incentives, as well as one-stop shop facilities to support the investors that go to these SEZs. I did indicate earlier that I think that there has been progress in the implementation of the existing industrial development zones, and that progress is telling us that the incentives alone will not drive it. There has to be careful and active management by the entities that are running these. They're usually an entity that operates under a province or a municipality or both. And then just to say that I think that there's a fairly strong consensus. I'm not aware of any substantial dissensus among the key players at provincial and local spheres. In NEDLAC, at Economic Min-Mix, I think we've had a fairly high level of consensus around the legislation, and we will continue to work with all key players to drive the implementation. The board has been appointed, and so on. The current delays in the finalization of the regulations have nothing to do with any lack of consensus among key stakeholders. It's actually due to administrative issues, and particularly we needed to fulfill various requirements in terms of procuring external service providers to undertake a vetting and an international comparison of the draft SEZ regulations. The quality control process is now almost complete, and we are expecting to be in the fairly near future in a position to release the regulations in order to operationalize the Act and to get the process moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Makwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, we note with appreciation the fact that the Deputy Director General for the Special Economic Zones and Economic Transformation, Mr. Sipho Zikode, just recently, if it's not today, opened one of the SEZs in Pretoria with a 20 million rand investment, and mentioned there that it is meant to obviously contribute towards economic transformation. My question then, in the context thereof, and the initial question posed to you, is whether the black industrialists, as well as small business enterprises, are also going to be beneficiaries in the establishment of the special economic zones.
Honourable Minister.
Well, let me say that Mr. Zikode didn't open an SEZ. He was launching the program I referred to just now, which was a support program, a 20 million rand support program for pilot projects around basically facilitating skills development of capacity in local economic development and also industrial parks. The SEZ can only be proclaimed on the advice of the board. The board is, as I said, up and running. We need to get the regulations in place. Then they need to apply their minds to the proposals which have come through from the provinces. So that's the process that's there. Just to say that for all programs of incentives and support that government provides, the amendments to the BEE Act require that we seek a certain level of BEE recognition. So they're all going to be conditional on this, And in fact, to access the incentives, we will have to determine what that is. For example, in the motor industry, I can tell you the expectation is that all those who access the APDP program will have to hit level 4 within 3 years. And there will be a similar, but I can't say the level at this point, to access the incentives applicable in the special economic zones. And as I indicated, the new codes also provide for sub-minima in terms of skills development, but also supplier development. So we think that that tool should assist. The Black Industrialist Program, Minister Patel was talking about it earlier, but the Black Industrialist Program, essentially what will happen is that we will be picking the best of the bunch for a special set of support measures to try to encourage black industrialists. If some of those are going to be located in SEZs, well and good, but it's not a criterion for admission to the Black Industrialist Program. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Geila, Honorable Ngita, Honorable Van Lingen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, according to your plans and your focus as a department, how many of these zones, SEZ, do you plan to open? And in which provinces? And what would their relationship be with the current IDZ? For instance, you got the East London IDZ. Would you continue funding them, and would the funding increase? And it's very important, what would their relationship be? And where do you plan to open? For instance, let's talk about the Eastern Cape. Where do you plan to open in the Eastern Cape? There are areas like the former Transkei, which is congested. That is where the majority of the votes of the Eastern Cape are. Do you plan to open any there? It's very important. Do you plan to open any there, and which area there? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, just to say that the existing IDZs will continue to exist, and we could in fact proclaim new IDZs under the special economic zones. It's one form of special economic zones, but the new legislation will allow other forms as well. The East London IDZ, just to tell you that we have seen some significant traction. The IDZ there has attracted 19 investors with a total investment portfolio of R1 billion. And we've also seen that there's been a number of additional investors that have not yet committed, but have not yet become operational. There's 5 more with an additional possible investment value of 141 million. So we have seen that these IDZs are gaining traction, and the East London one, I think in particular, is a good example of a well-managed IDZ with a good image that is able to attract investors. Let me just say that the range of potential SEZs is something which I think we could probably come and share with the select committee, but they do include at least one per province. In the Eastern Cape, the one which the province put forward is an agro-processing IDZ in the Mthatha area. There are also SEZs that are platinum-based. There's one in Northwest and one in Limpopo. There are a number of other agro-processing-based SEZs. There's a few SEZs based on other concepts in other provinces. But just to say that there is at least one for each province that is in the first round, and they will be assessed by the SEZ board before coming to us in the executive for a final decision.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ngita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question that I would like to ask from the Honorable Minister is the funding model that they use for the SEZ or else IDZs. And does that take into consideration the size of the city where it is located or not, or else the criteria used? Because when you go to oversight, you find out some of these IDZ, they have challenges of finances, and you do not know the funding model that is used by government. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Well, just to say that the DTI and national government is not the operator of any of them. What we do is we hand over an operator permit to some entity that usually falls under a province or a municipality or both. So the operator is a company that reports to one of the development corporations or something of that sort. That's how it works. The incentives and support that we provide through the national government, through the DTI, is for the infrastructure. And also now under the new SEZ will be the tax incentive for the investors. Those are the main incentives that we provide. But I mean, the operators, of course, have got to derive revenue from the investors as well. The investors pay rent for the infrastructure that's there, the factories and accommodation that's there. They pay rent, so there's an income stream to the operators. And the operators need to use that effectively to promote the SEZ in question. So as I said earlier on, SEZs don't function anywhere in the world just on the basis of an incentive. It also does depend on the skill, the ability of the management to develop and to actually promote the value proposition of the SEZ in question.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable van Dingen.
Honorable Chairperson. The Minister has just referred to the fact that one can rent land in the SEZ. Excuse me. But we're wondering what influence the land tenure security has with foreign investment in terms of the amount that's being invested and the length of the lease. Because the bigger the amount you invest, the longer you want your lease to be so that it can become a viable proposition for you. And we were told in the select committee meeting that one can actually purchase land in the Kucha development zone. We found with our oversight in Richards Bay that they really would like to, there are investors there who would like to purchase land. And when it comes to the pending legislation, where appropriation can terminate lease agreements, I think there's a little bit of concern for a project that can actually create a lot of jobs and bring in a lot of funds into the economy. Can you give us advice on that or your plans in that regard?
Honourable Minister.
I don't think there's any expropriation that goes along with the SEZs, except, of course, that it may be that in terms of developing a coherent area for the SEZ, there may be the possibility of using the general provisions of expropriation that would apply to any infrastructure project. There would be that. But I think that the land tenure arrangements that exist in an SEZ would probably depend much more on the operators than on the national department. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That concludes question 225. We move on to the question 209 posed by the Honourable Julius. Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, I think my colleagues who have been answering similar questions have already indicated that government regards corruption as a scourge and that government believes that we need to redouble our efforts to eradicate this scourge from our country. Having said that, I think it's important that we do take note that corruption is not an issue unique to South Africa. In fact, on Transparency International, whose calculations are not necessarily the gospel truth, but they actually indicate that South Africa is followed by nearly 2/3 of the 175 countries on the index as countries that are more corrupt than South Africa. So it's not that we're the most corrupt country in the world. And I'm making that point for a reason I'll elaborate in a second. The second point I want to make is that the DTI, in particular, we have a very robust policy towards any credible instances of corruption. We conduct investigations, we apply the law, and we act without fear or favor, and we have a zero tolerance approach. And I'm making that point because I think that I can say with my hand over my heart, given that we've had a clean audit this year, that we run a clean investment promotion operation as the DTI. And I think those two factors together mean that actually the various instances that have emerged in the public domain about corruption in this country have actually had a very, very minor effect, if any, on international investment trends. It's not necessary that you go through the Department of Trade and Industry if you want to invest in South Africa, but many companies, particularly those who want to make value-added foreign direct investments as opposed to portfolio investments, do, because they want to have the support facilities that are available, including getting to know all the regulatory requirements and also whatever incentives are in place. And that actually the report that's coming from the Investment Promotion Division of the DTI is that as of the end of the third quarter of this year, September 2015, there was a healthy pipeline of potential investments of 31 billion rand that were in various stages of emergence as actual concrete investments. Global companies such as Unilever, just to cite a few examples recently, Unilever opened its ice cream factory as the fourth of the factories in South Africa that had either opened or expanded. And according to the Unilever's global CEO, Mr. Paul Polman, he told us that they were invested in about 30 projects around the world, and 4 of them were in South Africa, which I think means that's more than proportional to the overall investment effort of the company. Last week I visited BMW to celebrate the fact that they had won the J.D. Power Platinum Award for the best quality export product in the automotive sector into the United States, and they're planning to ramp up their plant for the new series production in 2018. Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, Samsung, many other companies in South Africa are expanding their operation, and I think that this is an indication that particularly in the areas that we operate in, which is value-added manufacturing and others, that investors, many investors, believe in the African story, believe in the importance of South Africa, and continue to express that confidence in actual investments. And just to mention that this year's World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index, again, which is not necessarily the gospel, but it is a study, we were ranked 49 out of 140 countries. We were up 7 places from the 56th place that we had in the 2014. So in other words, I'm saying that corruption is an issue. We want to eradicate corruption, but actually it's not having a major detrimental effect on foreign direct investment that we can discern at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, I think we're becoming complacent with corruption because having corruption all over the world doesn't make it right for South Africa. I don't think we should use that yardstick to say that it's all over and that is why it is, not unique to South Africa. It should not be here at all. Honorable Minister, a good image of South Africa will lead to attraction of foreign investment. I'm sure you would agree. Foreign investment is needed to create the much needed jobs in our local economy, and I think that is why your department is there. Corruption in government is creating a bad image of South Africa. In order to attract foreign investment, concerted efforts must be made to curb corruption, the scourge of corruption in government and in South Africa. The fact that foreigners doubt that we respect the rule of law and the Constitution, respect for independence of the state, institutions like Public Protector and other law enforcement agencies. Does it make your department, does it make it more difficult for your department to attract foreign investment based on these things that are currently happening in South Africa? Is it giving you a tougher time as a department? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Well, if any of the things that the honourable member had mentioned were actually true, as opposed to an image that some people like the honourable member's party feel is worthwhile to project out there, then maybe it would have been an issue. But it's not. That's what I'm trying to point out. We need to put this into context. We don't believe that any corruption should exist. We believe that we need to fight corruption more vigorously than we are doing. I think that all the ministers who answered similar questions said the same. But the question that you asked me was it having a dampening effect on foreign direct investment? I'm pointing out we're not the worst country in the world. We run a clean investment promotion operation. We don't ask investors to give us a backhand or backsheesh or anything like that when they come into this country. We give them a clean operation, and actually foreign investors do their diligence work. They don't necessarily read your website every day. They actually do their own due diligence. Someone like Mr. Paul Polman, I think, is a real example. He knows, he's heard all his stories. He's heard all your stories. But he knows that there's a lot more attractive in South Africa than there is negative in South Africa. And foreign investors are continuing to come into this country, and we continue to facilitate them coming into this country. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, Honourable Mutara.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Minister, there seems to be a lot of stress on corruption in government. And I don't think that it's necessarily the case that there's only corruption in government. What is the department's experience, and what is the department doing to curb or address corruption in the private sector as well? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Well, I think that that is an appropriate point. Some of the biggest corruption that we had in this country was the cartel arrangement, which ups the price of the construction of the stadia for 2010. That now nobody disputes that was the case. That was in the private sector. There's now a whole process going on to try to address that matter. So, I mean, it's not just that there is corruption taking place in government. But what I was saying earlier on is that in the DTI, we have no hesitation. We find a credible case, we do an investigation. What we can't do is what some of the opposition parties want us to do. That somebody is accused of something, we must just override their rights, we must just fire them, we must throw everybody out. Well, unfortunately or unfortunately, people have rights. We have to respect that, and we have to go through proper process. And that's actually what we do. Every time we hear a credible case of corruption in the DTI or any of its agencies, that is what we've done. We've had numerous forensic investigations. Numerous people have been disciplined. We hand over the dossiers to the prosecuting authorities and everything. We act without fear or favor. That's what we do. And I think that we have said as a government and as a ruling party that we have to be much more effective in combating corruption in this country. We need to do it, but it's not at the level where everybody is wanting to disinvest because
Don't
Mr.
drown
Julius
out this
says that we're the
minister,
worst in
Mr.
the world.
Julius.
We're not.
Honourable Khele. Honourable Khele. Honourable Vauda.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, talking of corruption, one of the biggest corruption in this country was when the World Cup...
Honourable Khele, I have been accused of taking the soft ones. Now you're being very soft.
Okay. Was the World Cup stadiums, when they were built, that ran into millions. The big companies were involved. But what I'm worried about that corruption is the manner in which you all deal with the small black business people, and those big companies were corrupt. Why do I say that? With those companies, you all penalize them, and it cost the taxpayers millions. But you all didn't downgrade them as you all do with the black business people. Now, as a government, you got to treat people as companies the same. You cannot have a situation where you treat those because they are big companies, because you're getting kickbacks from them. You cannot, you have to treat them the same, because when it's a black business, you penalize them and you downgrade them, but
when it was those big companies, you just penalized them. Can you just explain why do you all treat them different to the black?
Minister?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the same example just now. And I think that the point is an important one. If there is a small black firm that crooks government out of a couple of million, then the hue and cry from many quarters in this country is those people must be in jail, they must go for 15, 20 years. When you have people, and you were wrong about one thing, it wasn't millions, it was billions. It was billions that they crooked this country out of for the construction of the stadium. Then this is something else. I mean, if this happens by way of a nudge and a wink on the golf course, this is called white-collar crime. This is somehow not so bad. These are respectable people. They should just pay a bit of a fine or something. Actually, this is what we try to grapple with. This is what we try to grapple with through the
Honorable
PICC
members, Muhaipili,
and
Julius.
there will be substantial penalties that will apply. That's all I can say at this point in time. But that this matter is being dealt with, and I think it is a matter of justice. That people who are involved in big deals, just because they're so-called respectable, are actually treated in the same way as people expect some small tenderpreneur who's crooked government out of $1 million or something. They must be treated in the same way. I think that is the point. That's what equity, that's what justice demands.
The Honorable Vouder.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I'm very surprised. The Honorable Mutara has raised a very mute point about the private sector, and I'm surprised that the Honorable Minister is utilizing examples in the private sector to condone what it seems like what is happening in the state sector. The state sector should set the example. There should be no corruption in the state sector. We should begin with Nkandla, and that's the bottom line. In the private sector, we can go there and look at that, but the state sector must set the example. And to answer, even to attempt answering such a mute point made by the Honorable Mutara is, to me, it's flabbergasting. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister. Order, members.
I suggest the Honourable Member adjust his hearing aid. I said no such thing. I was asked a question about the private sector and I answered it. There's corruption in the private sector. There's also corruption in the state sector. I didn't say that because there's corruption in the private sector, it means we don't have to deal with corruption in the state sector. I never said it. I wouldn't have said it because we believe that we must wipe it out wherever it is.
Thank you very much, Minister. That takes care of the question as posed by the Honorable Julius. We move on to question number 240 by Honorable Makwe. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. At this time of the evening, I'm not going to attempt a very long answer. Simply want to say that there were a couple of statistics that we referred to in various versions of our Industrial Policy Action Plan. And those were, we said that when this country had achieved 5% growth, if we go back 84 quarters from the end of last year and go back into 1993, how many quarters did we achieve 5% growth or more? And the number is 17. What drove the growth in those times? One, the mineral commodity super cycle, and two, consumption-driven sectors, imported goods, consumed things like wholesale retail trade, things like financial services, funding consumer credit and things of that sort. That was what drove growth in this country. That was a problem. That was a fault line. That was something which was not transformed in the early years of our democracy. We also had an industrial sector that was based under the apartheid period on very heavy resource-intensive and energy-intensive upstream industries through giant companies like Sasol, Iscor, Columbus Steel, Telkom, Sappi and Mondi, those kind of enterprises. There were insufficient downstream, more labor-absorbing industries in this country. And I think that what we've concluded from all of that is that actually what we need to do is that we need to have an industrialization of this country. We need to move further up the value chain. We have never been where we are in the value chain as producers and exporters of primary products and importers of finished goods is never the place to be in the value chain. Most of the value is created higher up the value chain through value-added activities. We need to industrialize our country. We need to industrialize the continent that we're part of. And I think that we've identified over time that industrial policy requires that we mobilize a series of policy tools. They include trade policy tools. They include industrial financing. They include various other measures like localization and support for local content, those kind of measures. And I think that we have seen, as was mentioned earlier in the discussion with Minister Patel, in a number of industries, the motor industry, the clothing industry, some parts of agro-processing, some parts of industries providing inputs into infrastructure, things like the film industry, where we've acted purposefully, where we have defined a program that actually does meet the needs of industrialization, industrial development, we have seen progress. Not enough progress. Our challenge at the moment, particularly with the current wave of the global crisis, which is striking us not just in terms of overall depressed conditions in the world economy, but is striking particularly countries which are producers of mining commodities. The prices of mining commodities have gone down. Just to give you 3 examples, the price of platinum is 1/3 down what it was at the height of the supercycle in 2012. Gold is half the price it was at that time, and iron ore is only 1/3 of what it was. That's the situation that strikes us. We've got to raise our game, increase the scale. We've identified infrastructure-driven industrialization, producing inputs into the infrastructure program, beneficiation, and particularly things like platinum fuel cell technology that we can develop in this country and manufacture, particularly small-scale power stations and underground railway vehicles, innovation-driven industrialization, and then the region and regional integration. These are all the key components of our industrial strategy, and it's this that I think that we think is absolutely essential for us to achieve the objectives of transformation. Radical economic transformation means creating a different growth path, different growth drivers. It also means that we find a new basis for empowering people who have been disadvantaged in the past to find their place in the economy as leaders and drivers of productive sector activities, which are the drivers of growth in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Makwe.
Through you, Chairperson, I wish to thank the Minister for the embrace of answer. But you, in the answer, Minister, make reference to policies, which you are correct in stating that Minister Patel also raised it earlier on. Now, understanding that the global economic situation is very dynamic, the question that plagues us now is whether the department that you're heading is working on policies that would enable us to be secure as a country against the fluctuations in the market, that we guard against a situation where we are only subjected to market forces, but also locate ourselves strategically from a policy perspective to ensure that we will be able to increase particularly the manufacturing industry that Minister Patel has reported in terms of the recent report from the Stats South Africa has indeed grown.
Honourable Minister.
Well, I think the challenge we face is that if we look at our own experience, which is not different from others, is that there's probably about a 5 to 7 year lag between the first implementation of a new program and actually it having an impact. That was what we saw in the Automotive Production Development Program. That's what we saw in the Clothing and Textiles. That's what we've seen in many of the other programs. So what it does mean is it means we have to move steadily but actually raise our game. That's really what it is. Raise our game amidst challenges of a budgetary nature. But what we can't do is we can't simply hang about and hope that one of these days the mineral prices will bounce back. I think we can probably anticipate they might rise compared to what they are now, but they're not going to go back to where they were in 2012 because there's structural factors. the Chinese economy is restructuring to a less mineral-intensive growth path. That's what it's doing. And then there's all doubts about whether they're going to achieve it or not, which is also impacting. But I think that what we need to do is we need to make sure that we do move in that direction. Yes, we've identified a number of areas, particularly things like some of the Operation Pakisa areas, things like boat building, things like industries that are producing goods that will feed into the infrastructure program, railway equipment, stuff like that, where we're developing manufacturing capability. I don't know how many people know, but the most cost-effective shunting locomotive that's available on the African continent is produced here in South Africa. We do have a capability to produce competitive industrial products. We have the television manufacturer. Let me give you an example of that. The Chinese company Hisense came and invested in the Western Cape here. When I went and met the manager a few months ago, they told me that this was the second most effective plant outside of China. I said, where's the number one? They said, in the United States. I said, who's number three? They said, Australia. I said, who follows them? Various European countries. So we can produce competitive industrial products in this country. Industrial development does not necessarily itself create all of the jobs, but what it does do, it supports a service sector which is much more high quality and much more strongly rooted than if we try to just grow service sectors completely unrelated to a diversified and productive economy. That's where we need to go. We've got to hold the course. We've got to agree that we need to up our game, that we need to provide the support facilities. We need to increase the impact of our Industrial Policy Action Plan. As Minister Patel said, IPAP, I don't know how many members here need to get a copy because of a member from the EFF who needed to get a copy. It's not a vision document. It's a series of action plans which we monitor on a regular basis, which are implemented by different government agencies to give effect to industrial policy. We think we've shown industrial policy works. We think we've shown the measures work. We've got to increase the scale and operationalization of those measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member? None. Honorable Minister, Trade and Industry, we have completed your question session. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, members. We continue, members, to question number 246. Just hold on, Minister. The question number 246 was originally posed by the Honorable Mukwili. My instructions were that the Honorable Mtileni was going to take care of the question. I do not see any member of the EFF in the House, therefore, I cannot continue with this question. I therefore have to proceed, Honorable Minister. I have absolutely no comment on that, Honorable Lond. We continue to question number 220. That is the question posed by the Honorable Ncita. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With regard to this important question, I just want to indicate that the land transport policy was approved by Cabinet in May of this particular year, 2015, and that following the Cabinet approval, the policy was submitted to a professional language practitioner for final editing before its publication. The editing of the policy process was completed in September 2015. Consequently, myself, I would say, we are in the process of implementing this particular policy. I just want to indicate that as at present, what we have done, we have made sure that we develop the framework for implementation. You would know, Madam Chairperson and honorable members, that this policy is implemented through provinces, and provinces have got the right in terms of the policy now to determine which of the two departments, the Department of Transport or the Department of Basic Education, will be the contracting authority with, with regard to implementing this policy. So I just want to indicate that we are all systems go with regard to implementing this particular policy. The major challenge that we have with regard to learner transport is mainly the operators, especially in the rural areas, who would use very good quality vehicles to contract, and after that then use unroadworthy vehicles to transport our children. We have seen situations, especially in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Nita, where a 14-seater vehicle operator actually transported 58 children in a vehicle. And I want to indicate that law enforcement has really been tightened. And once more, like I said in the previous period in this House, that we are appealing through the honorable members that we speak to our parents, especially those who go into individual arrangements in terms of procuring the services to transport their children, to make sure that the operators have got a valid driver's license, a valid PDP, but also the vehicle is roadworthy and able and licensed to transport passengers, because it is important that it be licensed. So we are now in this phase of implementation, and law enforcement will be tightened. Thank you very much, Chaps.
The Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm happy that the Honourable Minister have touched on challenges that are experienced by the commuters, which are our kids. But what I would like to propose to the Minister, rather than asking a question, is the need for the department to have a coordinating structure that involves the Department of Education, the Department of Transport, as well as Department of Safety and Security, if you like, for the purpose of also looking at the speed limit and any other things that our service provider continue to act against the law. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the proposal, but Honorable Nita, it is already part of the policy, the Department of Transport working together with DBE and the provinces, and we also have, through the Departments of Transport in the provinces, ensured that safety and security is part of it. Remember, the Road Traffic Management Corporation, as the agency responsible for road traffic management, that means law enforcement with regard to the roads of South Africa, is actually working together with all security establishments to make sure that we tighten, in particular, monitoring. We have also included in the plan the monitoring and evaluation on the rollout of the implementation process, and also to look at which model, as adopted by provinces, would be ideally suited to make sure that it can deliver to the needs of our learners. But I just want to indicate that the fact that the policy gives the option to the province, it therefore means that the provincial government as a whole has got the responsibility to monitor through their provincial treasury, their security cluster, as well as the contracting department, which is either transport or the Department of Basic Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member? The Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the scholar transport, we're very concerned, especially in the Eastern Cape, as you could see from our colleague here as well, who posed the original question, that 96,000 learners must be transported, of which 57 are being transported. And this whole process carries on for a year, from the 1st of April till the end of November, and then suddenly the money runs out. Then in the new financial year, the grade 8s and the grade 1s come into school, and they're new into the transport system. And suddenly there's not transport for them, but there's also no money to run the last 3 months of the financial year. And it's really a very critical problem, and it's somehow the schools or the parents do not give the figures ahead or do not apply ahead. And I know, for instance, that the UTNAG office has already started with the planning for the year. but it is a problem, and I think you are being saddled as Minister of Transport with this issue, where it's actually a departmental problem, and then the contractors are suffering because they're not being paid. Is there a solution?
Honorable Minister.
I do take note of what the honorable member has indicated, but also to indicate to the House that the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape has taken a decision to bring into the department the oversight and responsibility for managing the contracting arrangements for learner transport, primarily because of the challenges that honorable member is raising, especially of the spread of the resources and making sure that you actually track the most needy of the learners, and in particular those in the deep rural areas where there's a particular challenge with regard to transportation and the conditions of the roads. One of the challenges that we have on the issue that the honorable member is raising is the fact that every year the Department of Basic Education does make pronouncements and also call on parents to register the learners at least by September so that there can be proper planning. But there is a culture in our country and in our communities where parents always wait for the last minute. You'd find beginning of the year parents moving from one community, from one school to the other looking for space for learners. And these are the categories, because we cannot say to them, we can't accept the learners, then we'd find that the learners that end up having challenges are those that were not planned for. So that is one thing that we've also been looking into, because the planning happens already around September. But also the challenge is the total basket of resources. We will never have enough money to transport all the learners. And that is why we believe that it is important that we attach a particular figure. I know the Eastern Cape is between 7 to 9% of the learners in need of scholar transport. But it will never be enough, because you'd always find those learners who are in the categories that are not necessarily catered for, being the ones that end up being most affected. But I do take the point that you are raising. It's some of the issues that the monitoring and evaluation process would then have to help us to be able to address those particular issues. One of the key things that we have looked at is to make sure that the most vulnerable of our learners, those who are in primary school, those who are mostly in the rural areas, and those from the most needy communities or households are the ones that are covered. So it would mean that the school itself does the means test to be able to make sure that the learners that are catered for are those that actually need to be covered. But also remember that initially we used to focus mostly on primary school learners, but it has been extended up to grade 12. So it does then mean that the basket of resources has to be expanded. Unfortunately, as the South African government and as the South African society, we all know there is no new money to be able to cover the additional needs. So we are also saying that it is important that those of our parents who can be able to provide need to be able to cover that particular gap that we have. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any member, the Honorable Abaskachni?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, according to the current policy, who is responsible to keep the contractors accountable with regards to the vehicle condition, the timetables, the number of learners, and keeping en route? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, I did indicate that the policy does give the option to the province to determine which department between transport and basic education would be best suited to do the contracting model. But we have even gone ahead to say we need to make sure that we have almost like a service level agreement with school management committees to make sure that as part of their responsibilities, because they are in most instances the ones that are actually at the point of service, which is the school, they are able to make sure that they see or they can include as part of their responsibility in the SGBs also somebody responsible for monitoring the transportation of the learners, as much as they do that for the feeding scheme, because it is a service that is being provided to the school. So we believe that if we can strengthen that particular aspect, where the principals and the SMCs can be able to have oversight, we will be able to deal more with the vehicle fitness as well as the driver fitness. The additional area that we're looking at is tightening our law enforcement. And that is why, as part of the increasing the number of traffic officials, we have taken a decision to increase them at a national level, but also through provinces. That's why you have seen provinces are starting even to build their traffic training colleges and investing in traffic officer training. We are also busy with the process of harmonizing the traffic policing system. The decision was made on the 28th at the Minmac in Bloemfontein. We're also taking a decision that we need to implement the requirement of the Constitution as well as the Polokwane resolution with regard to a single policing system, so as to make sure that we broaden the pool of law enforcement officers that can help us to make sure that our children, our community, and society is safe, especially on the roads.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, that was the end of question 246, 220. I see that the EFF is back in the house. In your absence, without any instruction, we had jumped to 246. No. In your absence, without any indication, without any instructions, we had no choice but to jump the question. We will proceed. Please take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, we proceed to question 214. It is the question posed by the Honorable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Member, somebody has a very old-fashioned phone. Continue, Comrade Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As at the 31st of August 2015, there was approximately 10.5 million registered vehicles, excluding trailers and caravans, on the eNatus database. If these vehicles were spread evenly over the road network, there would be approximately 150 meters between them. Unfortunately, not all vehicles are on the road at the same time. Unfortunately, many do travel in the same direction on the same roads at the same time. This results in congestion during peak periods on the urban roads network, especially in Gauteng, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, as well as Tshwane, as well as eThekwini and Cape Town. The continued growth in the number of vehicles on our roads, combined with our limited funding for the meaningful expansion of the road network, will result in the situation getting exacerbated into the future. The Department of Transport has recognized this potential outcome and is pursuing initiatives to curtail the use of the private car. Initiatives include the expansion of public transport services, such as the continuing rollout of the BRTs, which we call the IRPTNs, in the urban areas, and focusing on non-motorized transport facilities. I'm sure you would have seen that the MECs in this month in the Eastern Cape, as well as Northern Cape, Limpopo, and many parts of the country were actually distributing non-motorized transport, but you have also seen the benefit of Eco-Mobility Festival in Gauteng, which was motivating and encouraging the use of non-motorized transport, but also making sure that we can reduce the number of vehicles on the road by utilizing the infrastructure the municipalities have put in place for walkways and to encourage people to use their natural transport, which is the 2 legs, and make it possible that they can also utilize the non-motorized with the cycleways that has been created. The department will also continue to strive to implement the principle of ensuring that we focus on public transport in order to ensure that our road network does not become a limiting factor for economic growth. But also, you'd remember that the investment in alternative transport initiatives like your Gautrain was intended to make it possible that we reduce the number of people who rely on privately owned vehicles. You would also remember that the investment in these BRTs, the investment that government is now putting in the rolling stock for metro rail as well as the long distance passenger services is also intended to make it possible that we can gravitate faster towards getting people off the privately owned vehicles. So we're also encouraging honorable members of this House to continue supporting the user pay principle to make sure that we can then be able to fund the much needed expansion of our network. Because if you remember, in this country, South Africa, we do have many of our communities that don't have access to the basic services primarily because of the challenges of not having access to a road or having access to a bridge. So it is important that you remember that the user pay principle in areas which are very economically active, we need to continue doing that. And that is intended to make sure that we can also accelerate the infrastructure development, in particular in the transport network. So we believe that it is important, honorable members, that we reduce our over-reliance. Our vehicle population is growing at an alarming rate, and it is very consistent to the growth of the road fatalities, because if you look at the vehicle population over the years, as well as the number of crashes, they seem to be increasing in tandem with the number of vehicles that are increasing. So we need to actually reduce the vehicles on the road and gravitate towards public transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I realize that the Honorable Minister has sneaked in her government ideas of user pay principle into the response. But the problem here, like you have said, Honorable Minister, is the congestion, especially during the certain periods of the year, and in some cities during certain hours of the day. And government needs to be proactive to say, how do we relieve our roads, especially at those times? And like the Minister has said, those are the times, again, especially in the case of KwaZulu-Natal, those are the periods when you'll have the high number of accidents again on the roads because of the congestion. There is too much talk, Honorable Minister, and very little doing. I'm saying because there was this proposal about the fast train between Pietermaritzburg and Durban to relieve that road of the pressures, because it has become dangerous because of too much traffic between Pietermaritzburg and Durban because of the legislature in Pietermaritzburg. Now, when are we going to see government beginning to talk less, do more? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I'm sure, Honorable Kaula, because you raised this thing of the speed train, you would know that a feasibility study was done, and the cost factor was actually a deterrent. Because obviously, when you do a study, you need then to have the much needed resources to make it possible that you meet the requirements of what the study would have produced. What we are doing now, we've also said we need to go back to that study and do it in a way in which, because you'd remember that the study indicated that the topography doesn't allow for a speed train. So we said that we need to look at the bridges, across the hills that you're talking about. The alternative would be the tunneling. And one of the things that we said they should be able to do, it should be a combined effort of all the necessary role players. We have included this particular study into the work that is being done by Honorable Rob Davis as SIP2 chairperson of the route from KZN, which is the SIP2 KZN to Gauteng or Gauteng to KZN corridor development, which includes the entry as well as the Harry Smith development. You'd remember he spoke earlier on about the SEZ in Harry Smith as part of the initiatives around that particular SIP initiative. So we went back to the drawing board to say, can we get an engineering solution as opposed to just focusing on the financial solution? And the engineering solution should also speak to the different phases that we can be able to look into. And we believe, the study indicated to us that if we get a good engineering solution, we can actually reduce the distance between Johannesburg or Gauteng and KZN and make the rail network, the rail services and the airlines compete, because it will then make it possible that people can reach Durban within less than 2 hours. And if that can then happen, if the study can give us those type of interventions that can be utilized and the resources are available, we would then be able to look into it. One of the things the Treasury advised was it would be better for us to consider that as part of a PPP initiative. So being that particular process, proposal, it would mean we must go back to Treasury and get that particular process to be registered. I'll answer on another one that is also following the same route in the same house today, but it is a process that we're engaging in. But also remember that Rome was not built in one day. And no. We're working on quite a number of interventions that are improving the lives of the people of South Africa. The networks of roads that we are building are actually intended to make it possible that the free movement of goods and services happen in South Africa with ease. And these are the interventions that we are making. So that is why one of the initiatives which you say I sneaked in is the user pay principle, which says that there's some of the infrastructure that definitely the user will have to pay for. And we are saying it does not discount actually the road itself. So if we have to bring on everything, rail, land transport, land transport in terms of rail and road, but also air transport, we'll have to consider all these particular factors. So, honorable members, you are fully conversant about what is happening. The network between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, the province has worked on it, and I would believe that the honorable member in the provincial legislature is duly required to ask the honorable Mkhulu in the legislature for answers about that particular network.
Is there any other member on a supplementary on this question? The Honorable Khela.
Honorable Minister, what would assist to reduce the congestion, especially in the N2 road from East London to Durban, is to have bypasses in these small towns, because that creates a big congestion when these cars pass through these small towns. So are there any plans to build bypasses in the small towns? For instance, if you talk of Butterworth, it takes you 3 hours to pass Butterworth, Honorable Minister. Talk of Dujwa, it takes you about 4 hours to pass the Mtata, it's about 6 hours to go through. Kumbu, about 3 hours. Manfred, the same. So, yes, same. Manfred, the same problem, Honorable Minister. So, are there any plans to build bypasses?
Honorable Minister.
I think the honorable member wants to talk about alternative routes, because I have realized since arriving in transport that the word bypass is a fluke word. Because if you look at what bypasses have done in many of the towns, and I'm sure the comrades from, or colleagues, honorable members from the Free State would know what we've been dealing with in the Free State with regard to the matter of the De Beers bypass. And we have reached the stage where we have considered as a department that yes, we do have dead or spook dorp in South Africa, primarily because of the national networks that has actually bypassed. Because a bypass literally means you pass, you don't get into the town, you pass it through. So those small MMEs in those towns die out and the businesses die out, and it has created serious problems. So we have taken that into consideration and looked at what needs to be done. And I'm sure you would know that some of the developments in terms of the networks that Sanral is building, the networks that provinces are handing over to Sanral also to make it possible that through their technical and engineering capacity, we can come up with a solution. Once that type of decision is made, Honorable Member, by the province to say, there is this particular problem, then once they have agreed, they then ask National to take over the responsibility. We proclaim the road as a national road, and then Sanral, through the 86% national funded budget, is able to intervene. I know what you are talking about, the challenges that of Butterworth and Mthatha and all those areas. And I know many of the people who have passed through there have complained, and some people have even missed flights because of this particular challenge. And I would believe that it is important that we consider the alternative routes, because the towns are growing and the roads have not grown to accommodate the growth of the town. And also, if we want to develop these towns, we will then have to consider roads as also catalysts for growth, further growth and expansion of towns. But we are attending to that once provinces have taken a particular decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. There being no other hand for the supplementary, we pass on to the next question, which is question number 229. That is the question posed by the Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable Mtimunye, for this very, very consistent question that you raise. Is it in the committee? Is it wherever you would want to know where we are? And that is very good. Yes, Honorable Member, progress has been made on the Moloto Rail Corridor development. The department conducted a feasibility study on the Moloto Corridor development, which was completed in October 2014. The project is a registered public-private partnership with National Treasury in accordance with Treasury Regulation 16 and the Public-Private Partnership Guidelines. A rapid rail option was recommended as the preferred option in the feasibility study, and a detailed investigation of the rapid rail option with the due diligence, value assessment, procurement, and implementation plan were conducted. In January 2014, I instructed the Board of Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, the body responsible for passenger rail services in South Africa, to establish a project implementation and management office for the Moloto Rail Development Project. On the 3rd of October 2014, we formally handed over the Moloto Rail Development Project to PRASA. The Board of PRASA has subsequently submitted a Treasury Approval 1 application to National Treasury on the 30th of October 2014. The TA1 application is currently being reviewed by National Treasury, and as a result, several meetings have been held with the PPP unit, now known as GTAC, the Government Technical Advisory Center, and clarity was provided where it was sought. National Treasury has undertaken to provide an official response to the application by end of October 2015. And Honorable Member, with regard to the second part of the question, I would say yes, railway infrastructure upgrade is essential, and yes, the effective use of trains as a mode of transport is also very important. So it is important that we realize that in addressing decades of underinvestment in public transport rail infrastructure, PRASA has embarked on significant capital investment program focused on modernization of infrastructure and rolling stock. The main key programs include, 1, the rolling stock fleet renewal program, issues of signaling, new locomotives, the 120 kilometer per hour pairway program, the station and depot modernization, and these investments support PRASA's efforts to position passenger rail as a backbone of South Africa's transport system. Spending will continue to be prioritized in these areas, mainly to support metro rail services. Growth in passenger rail spending has until recently been constrained due to other competing public demands. However, capital investment is now on the increase. PRASA's capital spending will reach 45 billion rand over the next 3 years, which is largely driven by the rolling stock fleet renewal and signaling programs. PRASA's modernization program is the beginning of the rollout of a modern passenger rail transport system. The modernization program has been designed to achieve a number of key government objectives, such as the delivery of quality services to the commuting public, revitalization of South Africa's rail engineering industry through local manufacturing, and ensuring local content as part of the government's Industrial Policy Action Plan 2, as referred to by Honorable Rob Davis earlier on, equally dealing with preferential procurement issues, employment creation and skills development, as well as ensuring broad-based Black economic empowerment. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Mtimunya.
So thank you, Honorable Chair and Minister. My one follow-up question is around the issue of the stakeholder engagement plan, if it's in place. I am not ignorant of the fact that you yourself have engaged into that exercise before the project was handed over to PRASA and Central.
Honorable Minister.
Both Central and PRASA, Central for the road network, as well as PRASA for the rail network, have their stakeholder engagement plans in place. And in most instances, like you said, Honorable Mtimuye, I've always been part of those particular programs, and I'm happy to indicate that the Premier of Mpumalanga and myself are actually the champions for this particular development. So it is something that we really keep a focus on, despite the fact that it's being delivered by an agency of the Department of Transport. It's one of those that we have actually included in the agreement with the agency to make sure that they can deliver on this particular one. But we also want to make it possible that we indicate to this House to strengthen the stakeholder engagement at a political level, because we have realized that with the changes in political principles, at times there's no proper handover, and the feedback to communities consistently then gets compromised. So we're also bringing in the mayors of all 3 districts that are in the corridor, but also all the municipalities in that particular area into the political oversight committee, as well as the making sure that the municipal managers are part of the technical oversight committee, which is chaired by the DG, which is driven through the reporting channels from the work that PRASA is doing at the technical level. So we believe that that is also some of the areas that we just need to strengthen. One of the challenges that we have also picked up is that at the level of the technical committee, we have seen the juniorization of the delegation, and that is one thing that the team from the department has actually raised, that we need to raise with the political principles to say, if the delegations go lower and lower, then you have officials that doesn't have a decision-making, and also the key responsibility, and therefore the commitment to ensure that those stakeholder processes are held tightly. It's not happening, and that is what we also need to tighten whilst we are still working on the Treasury approval processes.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Esak.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, thank you for your motivation. I've heard you've had quite a bit to say, so at this hour it's a little difficult to digest everything. But with due respect, Honorable Minister, if I might ask you, what other benefits does your ministry envisage from these projects that will take place around the Moloto Rail project in terms of skills and empowerment for the various communities and the various areas that this Moloto Rail project will be happening in? And then to further substantiate, what other benefits will then be derived from that and this project in terms of the roads infrastructure and the bus routes and the taxi routes, seeing that it is all part of a public transport system. So obviously they're kind of interlinked. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. We emphasize the integrated nature. We emphasize the integrated nature of this development.
Honorable members, Mpumalanga and Limpopo, can we please pay attention?
I asked something, I get badgered from the left here.
Okay. Honorable Esak is protected from badgering from there. Honorable Minister, you've got the floor.
I was saying, Honorable Chairperson, that the integrated nature of this development will truly bring benefits. One of the key things that the last Political Oversight Committee observed was that in all the engagements that we have been having as the transport sector, including with the municipalities, the economic development imperatives were not being pronounced as we were developing the plan. And we believe that it is important that it become part of the whole value chain. So we have taken a decision that in the Political Oversight Committee, we need to have the MECs of this corridor, for economic development of this corridor, but also that at municipal level, the committees that are dealing with this particular project must include the LED officers, because you would know that any network has got different nodes, and we need to be able to identify, working together with the province and the municipalities, the nodes for the stations, because stations in themselves are economic nodes. And when there are economic nodes, there are activities that are happening around it. You'd also remember that equally in the stakeholders is the taxi industry and the bus industry. And we also believe that those communities, there are more than 20 villages that needs to be at every node that is being seen now in terms of the study, that would need to be ferried or to be feeding into the rail network. So in essence, it means from your household, the RDP standard of the accessibility of transportation in terms of 200 meters, the taxi kicks in. Where it is more than a 5-kilometer radius, we would then have to speak about the buses. So from the villages into the main network, there would be that particular feeder arrangement. So obviously every stakeholder has got a role to play. And we need to already bring them in at this particular stage. But we are also conscious of the fact that government is structured in the way it is structured, so it would mean the economic stakeholders would then be the responsibility of the MECs for economic development, without losing the essence that transport in itself is an enabler, a facilitator for economic development. So in that way, we're saying the whole total corridor. Equally so with the road network. It is important that we see it as a catalyst for the economic growth potential that is there. But also remember, as part of the modernization of our rail services, passenger services, we are building a factory in Danata in Niger. We are also building the academy for training in terms of the skills that would be essential. So we believe that the skills would not necessarily be, the skilled people that we would need for the service would not necessarily only be people from Gauteng or from one part. So in that whole corridor, we have been encouraging the young people to study in the STEM fields, which is the science, technology, engineering, and maths, so as to make it possible that we can produce the much-needed engineers, the much-needed artisans, the much-needed technicians, but also the much-needed train drivers of both genders, male and female, And we're encouraging the young people to be actively involved. In one of the meetings, the last one that I had in Ekangala in April, we actually had a special meeting with the youth to make it possible that we can start building their interest in the field of rail passenger services, because we believe that is the area that we need to be
Thank
able
you, Minister.
to do.
I do not have any other hand. I therefore pass on to the next question. And the next question is question number 210 from the Honorable Lebuskachne. Minister.
Chairperson, only one municipality has applied for the contracting authority function, and only one municipality has applied for the operating license function. The application is subject to both internal and external processes. Therefore, I would want to indicate in this House that there's no actual time frame attached. I just want to indicate that the honorable member should be aware that we are busy with the NLTA amendment process that also speaks to this particular matter. The NLTA amendment bill was tabled before Cabinet, and Cabinet felt that we needed to do more work on the draft bill because it also speaks to the IRPTNs. So if we have to talk to the IRPTNs, we then need to have the lessons from the 13, that is, the 4, that is already being piloted, and be able to factor those lessons into the legislation so that we don't have comebacks every now and then. So that is the reason why there's a bit of a delay in the decision to be made.
The Honorable Lebuskachne.
That the application of the Transport for Cape Town, who already have the endorsement of SALGA and the Financial Fiscal Commission, is taking more than a year to be finalized?
The Honorable the Minister.
Honorable Member, I've just indicated that based on that one application for the contracting authority, we did a review of the legislation. We took the legislation to Cabinet. Cabinet felt that we needed to make sure that we consider the lessons from the 4 municipalities, the metros, municipality and metros that have already implemented the IRPTN, and then be able to come back to Cabinet. So it is important that you realize that in the process of engaging this particular matter, we found a gap in terms of the legislation, and that is why we're busy with the review of the legislation. So I am saying, as we speak, that legislation is not yet finalized. And if it was, you would have known, because it would have passed through this House.
Thank you. Is there any other hand? None. We are passing, honorable members. Honorable Mutlashuping, I notice that you have had 3 dreams already. Honorable Minister, we pass on to question number 237. That is the question which was posed to you by Honorable Dita.
Honorable Chairperson, the Beit Bridge and Chirundi borders constitute the backbone of the North-South corridor, which connects approximately 9 countries in Southern African Development Communities region and beyond. The North-South corridor itself is a high-volume, high-value commodity corridor with both Beit Bridge and Chirundu serving as important gateways to regional and international trade. Given the scenario, the need for adequate infrastructure to accommodate the high volumes of trade and travel along the North-South corridor cannot be overemphasized. In light of this, the sovereign governments of Zambia and Zimbabwe agreed to establish a one-stop border post at Chirundu in order to facilitate the cross-border movement of people and goods through their countries. Clearly, the South African government does not have jurisdiction over Churundu. However, there are bilateral forums that have been established between South African transport authorities and the governments of Zambia and Zimbabwe, respectively, for purposes of addressing the challenges relating to the cross-border movement of traffic. These forums provide the Department of Transport with a platform to influence decisions on the movement of people and goods through the Churundu border post. With regards to the Beit Bridge border post, the Department of Transport and its agencies are actively participating in the processes of establishing a border management agency under the leadership of the Department of Home Affairs, as per the Cabinet decision of the 26th of June 2013. The proposed BMA is going to assume responsibility for the management of all South African ports of entry and the borderline. With this in mind, the Department of Home Affairs, with the support of other government departments, is leading efforts to improve efficiencies at the port of entry, focusing on both operational and infrastructural developments. In this regard, the Department of Public Works has been assigned the responsibility of developing an overarching infrastructure development master plan for Beit Bridge. The Department of Transport and its agency, the South African National Roads Agency Limited, or SANRAL, are responsible for the roads development component of the Beit Bridge master plan. The Interdepartmental Task Team has completed this assignment and is awaiting the North-South Corridor Interministerial Committee to meet and consider the proposals emanating from the master plan. Remember, honorable members, that because this corridor links us with many countries that are part of the corridor in the AU, we need to be able to make sure that we report to the Forum of Ministers of the North-South Corridor and be able to get the concurrence of those ministers on whatever we want to do. Therefore, there is a general consensus that infrastructure development is a key component of improving traffic circulation at the Beit Bridge border post and surround. But also, as the Department of Transport, we have engaged with the municipality of Musina on how to be able to make it possible that we can support them to deal with the major challenges of congestion in the town of Musina itself, because we know that that is a congested corridor. We all know that Beit Bridge is our busiest and biggest border post in the southern hemisphere. So it is important that we deal with these particular challenges of Beit Bridge. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Nita. Honorable Singh. Thank you very much. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the response from the Minister is quite eloquent and informing us as the House, and I have no question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there any other member who has a follow-up? I am about to respond to the Honorable Lont. Honorable members, that then brings us to the end of our questions session. Honorable members, I do quite enjoy seeing you at night, so I do know that Honorable Lond is eager to go home, and I just thought we should say thank you to all the ministers and deputy ministers who spent the afternoon and the evening with us. And thank you, Minister, for being the last one to stay through up to past 10 with this House. And to thank you, members, for really a sterling good day's work, staying through to the night. This concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.